Chapter 1 of the Rise of Silas Lapham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. Chapter 1. When Bartley Hubbard went to interview Silas Lapham for the Solid Men of Boston series, which he undertook to finish up in the Events, after he replaced the original projector on that newspaper, Lapham received him in his private office, by previous appointment. "Walk right in," he called out to the journalist, whom he caught sight of through the door of the counting-room. He did not rise from the desk at which he was writing, but he gave Bartley his left hand for welcome, and he rolled his large head in the direction of a vacant chair. "Sit down. I'll be with you in just half a minute." "Take your time," said Bartley, with the ease he instantly felt. "I'm in no hurry." He took a notebook from his pocket, laid it on his knee, and began to sharpen a pencil. "There," Lapham pounded with his great hairy fist on the envelope he had been addressing. "William," he called out, and he handed the letter to a boy who came to get it. "I want that to go right away. Well, sir," he continued, wheeling round in his leather-cushioned swivel chair, and facing Bartley, seated so near that their knees almost touched, "so you want my life, death, and Christian sufferings, do you, young man?" "That's what I'm after," said Bartley. "Your money or your life?" "I guess you wouldn't want my life without the money," said Lapham, as if he were willing to prolong these moments of preparation. "Take 'em both," Bartley suggested. "Don't want your money without your life, if you come to that. But you're just 1,000,000 times more interesting to the public than if you hadn't a dollar, and you know that as well as I do, Mr. Lapham. There's no use beating about the bush." "No," said Lapham, somewhat absently. He put out his huge foot, and pushed the ground-glass door shut between his little den and the bookkeeper's, in their larger den outside. "In personal appearance," wrote Bartley in the sketch for which he now studied his subject, while he waited patiently for him to continue, "Silas Lapham is a fine type of the successful American. He has a square, bold chin, only partially concealed by the short reddish-grey beard growing to the edges of his firmly closing lips. His nose is short and straight, his forehead good, but broad rather than high. His eyes blue, and with a light in them that is kindly, or sharp according to his mood. He is of medium height, and fills an average armchair with a solid bulk, which on the day of our interview was unpretentiously clad in a business suit of blue serge. His head droops somewhat from a short neck, which does not trouble itself to rise far from a pair of massive shoulders." "I don't know as I know just where you want me to begin," said Lapham. "Might begin with your birth. That's where most of us begin," replied Bartley. A gleam of humorous appreciation shot into Lapham's blue eyes. "I didn't know whether you wanted me to go quite so far back as that," he said. "But there's no disgrace in having been born, and I was born in the state of Vermont, pretty well up under the Canada line, so well up, in fact, that I came very near being an adopted citizen, for I was bound to be an American of some sort from the word go. That was about, well, let me see, pretty near 60 years ago. This is 75, and that was 20. Well, say I'm 55 years old, and I've lived 'em, too. Not an hour of waste time about me, anywheres. I was born on a farm, and—" "Worked in the fields summers and went to school winters. Regulation thing," Bartley cut in. "Regulation thing," said Lapham, accepting this irreverent version of his history somewhat dryly. "Parents poor, of course," suggested the journalist. "Any barefoot business? Early deprivations of any kind, that would encourage the youthful reader to go and do likewise. Or for myself, you know," said Bartley, with a smile of cynical good camaraderie. Lapham looked at him silently, and then said with quiet self-respect, "I guess if you see these things as a joke, my life won't interest you." "Oh, yes, it will," returned Bartley, unabashed. "You'll see, it'll come out all right." And in fact it did so, in an interview which Bartley printed. "Mr. Lapham," he wrote, "passed rapidly over the story of his early life, its poverty and its hardships, sweetened, however, by the recollections of a devoted mother, and a father who, if somewhat her inferior in education, was no less ambitious for the advancement of his children. They were quite unpretentious people, religious after the fashion of that time, and of sterling morality, and they taught their children the simple virtues of the Old Testament and Poor Richard's Almanac. Bartley could not deny himself this jibe, but he trusted to Lapham's unliterary habit of mind for his security in making it, and most other people would consider it sincere reporter's rhetoric. "You know," he explained to Lapham, "that we have to look at all these facts as material, and we get the habit of classifying them. Sometimes a leading question will draw out a whole line of facts that a man himself would never think of." He went on to put several queries, and it was from Lapham's answers that he generalised the history of his childhood. Mr. Lapham, although he did not dwell on his boyish trials and struggles, spoke of them with deep feeling and an abiding sense of their reality. This was what he added in the interview, and by the time he had got Lapham past the period where risen Americans are all pathetically alike in their narrow circumstances, their sufferings, and their aspirations, he had beguiled him into forgetfulness of the check he had received, and had him talking again in perfect enjoyment of his autobiography. "Yes, sir," said Lapham in a strain which Bartley was careful not to interrupt again. "A man never sees all that his mother has been to him till it's too late to let her know that he sees it. Why, my mother—" He stopped. "It gives me a lump in the throat," he said apologetically, with an attempt at a laugh. Then he went on. "She was a little frail thing, not bigger than a good-sized intermediate schoolgirl, but she did the whole work of a family of boys, and boarded the hired men besides. She cooked, swept, washed, ironed, made and mended from daylight till dark, and from dark till daylight, I was going to say, for I don't know how she got any time for sleep. But I suppose she did. She got time to go to church, and to teach us to read the Bible, and to misunderstand it in the old way. She was good. But it ain't her on her knees in church that comes back to me so much like the sight of an angel as her on her knees before me at night, washing my poor dirty little feet that I'd run bare in all day, and making me decent for bed. There were 6 of us boys. It seemed to me we were all of a size, and she was just so careful with all of us. I can feel her hands on my feet yet." Bartley looked at Lapham's No. 10 boots, and softly whistled through his teeth. "We were patched all over, but we weren't ragged. I don't know how she got through it. She didn't seem to think it was anything, and I guess it was no more than my father expected of her. He worked like a horse indoors and out, up at daylight feeding the stock, and groaning round all day with his rheumatism, but not stopping." Bartley hid a yawn over his notebook, and probably, if he could have spoken his mind, he would have suggested to Lapham that he was not there for the purpose of interviewing his ancestry. But Bartley had learned to practise a patience with his victims which he did not always feel, and to feign an interest in their digressions till he could bring them up with a round turn. "I tell you," said Lapham, jabbing the point of his penknife into the writing-pad on the desk before him, "when I hear women complaining nowadays that their lives are stunted and empty, I want to tell 'em about my mother's life. I could paint it out for 'em." Bartley saw his opportunity at the word paint and cut in. "And you say, Mr. Lapham, that you discovered this mineral paint on the old farm yourself?" Lapham acquiesced in the return to business. "I didn't discover it," he said scrupulously. "My father found it one day in a hole made by a tree blowing down. There it was, lying loose in the pit, and sticking to the roots that had pulled up a big cake of dirt with 'em. I don't know what gave him the idea that there was money in it, but he did think so from the start. I guess, if they'd had the word in those days, they considered him pretty much of a crank about it. He was trying as long as he lived to get that paint introduced, but he couldn't make it go. The country was so poor they couldn't paint their houses with anything, and father hadn't any facilities. It got to be a kind of joke with us, and I guess the paint mine did as much as any one thing to make us boys clear out as soon as we got old enough. All my brothers went west and took up land, but I hung on to New England, and I hung on to the old farm, not because the paint mine was on it, but because the old house was, and the graves." "Well," said Lapham, as if unwilling to give himself too much credit, "there wouldn't be any market for it anyway. You can go through that part of the state and buy more farms than you can shake a stick at for less money than it costs to build the barns on 'em." Of course, it's turned out a good thing. I keep the old house up in good shape, and we spend a month or so there every summer. My wife kind of likes it, and the girls. Pretty place, sightly all round it. I've got a force of men at work there the whole time, and I've got a man and his wife in the house. Had a family meeting there last year, the whole connection from out west. There." Lapham rose from his seat and took down a large warped, unframed photograph from the top of his desk, passing his hand over it, and then blowing vigorously upon it to clear it of the dust. "There we are, all of us." "I don't need to look twice at you," said Bartley, putting his finger on one of the heads. "Well, that's Bill," said Lapham with a gratified laugh. "He's about as brainy as any of us, I guess. He's one of their leading lawyers, out Dubuque way. Been judge of the Common Pleas once or twice. That's his son, just graduated at Yale, alongside of my youngest girl. Good-looking chap, ain't he?" "She's a good-looking chap," said Bartley, with prompt irreverence. He hastened to add, at the frown which gathered between Lapham's eyes, "What a beautiful creature she is. What a lovely, refined, sensitive face. And she looks good, too." "She is good," said the father, relenting. "And, after all, that's about the best thing in a woman," said the potential reprobate. "If my wife wasn't good enough to keep both of us straight, I don't know what would become of me." "My other daughter," said Lapham, indicating a girl with eyes that showed large and a face of singular gravity. "Miss Lapham," he continued, touching his wife's effigy with his little finger. "My brother Willard and his family, farm at Kankakee. Hazard Lapham and his wife, Baptist preacher in Kansas. Jim and his 3 girls, milling business at Minneapolis. Ben and his family, practising medicine in Fort Wayne." The figures were clustered in an irregular group in front of an old farmhouse, whose original ugliness had been smartened up with a coat of Lapham's own paint, and heightened with an incongruous piazza. The photographer had not been able to conceal the fact that they were all decent, honest-looking, sensible people, with a fair share of beauty among the young girls. Some of these were extremely pretty, in fact. He had put them into awkward and constrained attitudes, of course, and they all looked as if they had the instrument of torture which photographers call a headrest under their occiputs. Here and there an elderly lady's face was a mere blur, and some of the younger children had twitched themselves into wavering shadows, and might have passed for spirit photographs of their own little ghosts. It was the standard family group photograph, in which most Americans have figured at some time or other, and Lapham exhibited a just satisfaction in it. "I presume," he mused aloud, as he put it back on top of his desk, "that we shan't soon get together again, all of us." "And you say," suggested Bartley, "that you stayed right along on the old place, when the rest cleared out west." "No," said Lapham with a long, loud drawl. "I cleared out west too, first off. Went to Texas. Texas was all the cry in those days. But I got enough of the Lone Star in about 3 months, and I came back with the idea that Vermont was good enough for me." "Fatted calf business?" queried Bartley, with his pencil poised above his notebook. "I presume they were glad to see me," said Lapham with dignity. "Mother," he added gently, "died that winter, and I stayed on with father. I buried him in the spring, and then I came down to a little place called Lumberville and picked up what jobs I could get. I worked around at the sawmills, and I was ostler a while at the hotel. I always did like a good horse. Well, I weren't exactly a college graduate, and I went to school odd times. I got to driving the stage after a while, and by I bought the stage and ran the business myself. Then I hired the tavern stand, and, well, to make a long story short, then I got married. Yes," said Lapham with pride, "I married the school teacher. We did pretty well with the hotel, and my wife she was always at me to paint up. Well, I put it off, as a man will, till one day I gave in, and says I, 'Well, let's paint up.' Why, Pert, my wife's name's Persis, I got a whole paint mine out on the farm. Let's go out and look at it." So we drove out. I'd let the place for $75 a year to a shiftless kind of a Canuck that had come down that way, and I hated to see the house with him in it. But we drove out one Saturday afternoon, and we brought back about a bushel of the stuff in the buggy seat, and I tried it crude, and I tried it burnt, and I liked it. My wife she liked it too. There weren't any painter by trade in the village, and I mixed it myself. Well, sir, that tavern's got that coat of paint on it yet, and I hain't ever had any other, and I don't know as it ever will. Well, you know, I felt as if it was a kind of harum-scarum experiment all the while, and I presume I shouldn't have tried it, but I kind of liked to do it because my father had always set so much store by his paint mine. And when I'd got the first coat on, Lapham called it cut, I presume I must have sat as much as half an hour, looking at it and thinking how he would have enjoyed it. I've had my share of luck in this world, and I ain't a-going to complain on my own account, but I've noticed that most things get along too late for most people. It made me feel bad, and it took all the pride out of my success with the paint, thinking of father. Seemed to me I might have taken more interest in it when he was by to see, but we've got to live and learn. Well, I called my wife out. I tried it on the back of the house, you know, and she left her dishes. I can remember she came out with her sleeves rolled up and sat down alongside of me on the trestle, and says I, 'What do you think, Persis?' And says she, 'Well, you hain't got a paint mine, Silas Lapham, you've got a gold mine.' She was always just so enthusiastic about things. Well, it was just after 2 or 3 boats had burnt up out west, and a lot of lives lost, and there was a great cry about non-inflammable paint, and I guess that was what was in her mind. 'Well, I guess it ain't any gold mine, Persis,' says I, 'but I guess it is a paint mine. I'm going to have it analysed, and if it turns out what I think it is, I'm going to work it. And if father hadn't had such a long name, I should call it the Nehemiah Lapham Mineral Paint. But at any rate, every barrel of it, and every keg, and every bottle, and every package, big or little, has got to have the initials and figures NLF 1835, SLT 1855 on it. Father found it in 1835, and I tried it in 1855. ST 1860X, business," said Bartley. "Yes," said Lapham, "but I hadn't heard of plantation bitters then, and I hadn't seen any of the fellows' labels. I set to work and I got a man down from Boston, and I carried him out to the farm, and he analysed it, made a regular job of it. Well, sir, we built a kiln, and we kept a lot of that paint ore red hot for 48 hours, kept the Canuck and his family up, firing. The presence of iron in the ore showed with the magnet from the start, and when he came to test it, he found out that it contained about 75% of the peroxide of iron." Lapham pronounced the scientific phrases with a sort of reverent satisfaction, as if awed through his pride by a little lingering uncertainty as to what peroxide was. He accented it as if it were per-ox-eyed, and Bartley had to get him to spell it. "Well, and what then?" he asked, when he had made a note of the percentage. "What then?" echoed Lapham. "Well, then, the fellow sat down and told me, 'You've got a paint here,' says he, 'that's going to drive every other mineral paint out of the market. Why,' says he, 'it'll drive 'em right into the Black Bay.' Of course, I didn't know what the Black Bay was then, but I begun to open my eyes. Thought I'd had 'em open before, but I guess I hadn't. Says he, 'That paint has got hydraulic cement in it, and it can stand fire and water and acids.' He named over a lot of things. Says he, 'It'll mix easily with linseed oil, whether you want to use it boiled or raw, and ain't a-going to crack nor fade away, and it ain't a-going to scale. When you've got your arrangements for burning it properly, you're going to have a paint that will stand like the everlasting hills in every climate under the sun.' Then he went into a lot of particulars, and I began to think that he was drawing a long bow, and meant to make his bill accordingly. So I kept pretty cool, but the fellow's bill didn't amount to anything hardly. Said I might pay him after I got going. Young chap and pretty easy. But every word he said was gospel. Well, I ain't a-going to brag up my paint. I don't suppose you came here to hear me blow." "Oh, yes, I did," said Bartley. "That's what I want. Tell all there is to tell, and I can boil it down afterward. A man can't make a greater mistake with a reporter than to hold back anything out of modesty. It may be the very thing we want to know. What we want is the whole truth, and more. We've got so much modesty of our own that we can temper almost any statement." Lapham looked as if he did not quite like this tone, and he resumed a little more quietly. "Oh, there isn't really very much more to say about the paint itself. But you can use it for almost anything where a paint is wanted, inside or out. It'll prevent decay, and it'll stop it, after it's begun, in tin or iron. You can paint the inside of a cistern or a bathtub with it, and water won't hurt it, and you can paint a steam boiler with it, and heat won't. You can cover a brick wall with it, or a railroad car, or the deck of a steamboat, and you can't do a better thing for either." "Never tried it on the human conscience, I suppose," suggested Bartley. "No, sir," replied Lapham gravely. "I guess you want to keep that as free from paint as you can, if you want much use of it. I never cared to try any of it on mine." Lapham suddenly lifted his bulk up out of his swivel chair, and led the way out into the wareroom beyond the office partitions, where rows and ranks of casks, barrels, and kegs stretched dimly back to the rear of the building, and diffused an honest, clean, wholesome smell of oil and paint. They were labelled and branded as containing each so many pounds of Lapham's mineral paint, and each bore the mystic devices NLF 1835, SLT 1855. "There," said Lapham, kicking one of the largest casks with the toe of his boot. "That's about our biggest package. And here," he added, laying his hand affectionately on the head of a very small keg, as if it were the head of a child, which it resembled in size, "this is the smallest. We used to put the paint on the market dry, but now we grind every ounce of it in oil, very best quality of linseed oil, and warrant it. We find it gives more satisfaction. Now, come back to the office, and I'll show you our fancy brands." It was very cool and pleasant in that dim wareroom, with the rafters showing overhead in a cloudy perspective, and darkening away into the perpetual twilight at the rear of the building; and Bartley had found an agreeable seat on the head of a half-barrel of the paint, which he was reluctant to leave. But he rose and followed the vigorous lead of Lapham back to the office, where the sun of a long summer afternoon was just beginning to glare in at the window. On shelves opposite Lapham's desk were tin cans of various sizes, arranged in tapering cylinders, and showing, in a pattern diminishing toward the top, the same label borne by the casks and barrels in the wareroom. Lapham merely waved his hand toward these, but when Bartley, after a comprehensive glance at them, gave his whole attention to a row of clean, smooth jars, where different tints of the paint showed through flawless glass, Lapham smiled, and waited in pleased expectation. "Hello," said Bartley. "That's pretty." "Yes," assented Lapham. "It is rather nice. It's our latest thing, and we find it takes with customers first rate. Look here," he said, taking down one of the jars, and pointing to the first line of the label. Bartley read, "The Persis brand," and then he looked at Lapham and smiled. "After her, of course," said Lapham. "Got it up and put the first of it on the market her last birthday. She was pleased." "I should think she might have been," said Bartley, while he made a note of the appearance of the jars. "I don't know about you mentioning it in your interview," said Lapham dubiously. "That's going into the interview, Mr. Lapham, if nothing else does. Got a wife myself, and I know just how you feel." It was in the dawn of Bartley's prosperity on the Boston events, before his troubles with Marcia had seriously begun. "Is that so?" said Lapham, recognising with a smile another of the vast majority of married Americans. "A few underrate their wives, but the rest think them supernal in intelligence and capability. Well," he added, "we might see about that. Where'd you say you lived?" "We don't live, we board. Mrs. Nash, 13 Canary Place." "Well, we've all got to commence that way," suggested Lapham consolingly. "Yes, but we've about got to the end of our string. I expect to be under a roof of my own on Clover Street before long. I suppose," said Bartley, returning to business, "that you didn't let the grass grow under your feet much after you found out what was in your paint mine." "No, sir," answered Lapham, withdrawing his eyes from a long stare at Bartley, in which he had been seeing himself, a young man again, in the first days of his married life. "I went right back to Lumberville and sold out everything, and I put all I could rake and scrape together into paint. And Miss Lapham, she was with me every time. No hang back about her. I tell you, she was a woman." Bartley laughed. "That's the sort most of us marry." "No, we don't," said Lapham. "Most of us marry silly little girls grown up to look like women." "Well, I guess that's about so," assented Bartley, as if upon second thought. "If it hadn't been for her," resumed Lapham, "the paint wouldn't have come to anything. I used to tell her it weren't the 75% of per-oxide of iron in the ore that made the paint go. It was the 75% of per-oxide of iron in her." "Good!" cried Bartley. "I'll tell Marcia that." In less than 6 months there weren't a board fence, nor a bridge girder, nor a dead wall, nor a barn, nor a face of rock in that whole region that didn't have Lapham's mineral paint specimen on it in the 3 colours we began by making." Bartley had taken his seat on the window-sill, and Lapham, standing before him, now put up his huge foot close to Bartley's thigh. Neither of them minded that. "I've heard a good deal of talk about that ST 1860X man, and the stove blacking man, and the kidney cure man, because they're advertised in that way, and I've read articles about it in the papers, but I don't see where the joke comes in exactly. So long as the people that own the barns and fences don't object, I don't see what the public has got to do with it, and I never saw anything so very sacred about a big rock, along a river or in a pasture, that it wouldn't do to put mineral paint on it in 3 colours. I wish some of the people that talk about the landscape, and write about it, had to bust one of those rocks out of the landscape with powder, or dig a hole to bury it in, as we used to have to do up on the farm. I guess they'd sing a little different tune about the profanation of scenery. There ain't any man enjoys a sightly bit of nature, a smooth piece of interval with 6 good-sized wine-glass elms in it more than I do, but I ain't a-going to stand up for every big ugly rock I come across, as if we were all a set of dumb druids. I say the landscape was made for man, and not man for the landscape." "Yes," said Bartley carelessly, "it was made for the stove-polish man and the kidney-cure man." "It was made for any man that knows how to use it," Lapham returned, insensible to Bartley's irony. "Let 'em go and live with nature in the winter, up there along the Canada line, and I guess they'll get enough of her for one while. Well, where was I?" "Decorating the landscape," said Bartley. "Yes, sir. I started right out there at Lumberville, and it gave the place a start, too. You won't find it on the map now, and you won't find it in the Gazetteer. I give a pretty good lump of money to build a town hall, about 5 years back, and the first meeting they held in it they voted to change the name. Lumberville weren't a name, and it's Lapham now." "Isn't it somewhere up in that region that they get old Brandon red?" asked Bartley. "We're about 90 miles from Brandon. The Brandon's a good paint," said Lapham conscientiously. "Like to show you round up at our place some odd time if you get off." "Thanks, I should like it first rate. Works there?" "Yes, works there. Well, sir, just about the time I got started the war broke out, and it knocked my paint higher than a kite. The thing dropped perfectly dead. I presume that if I had any sort of influence, I might have got into government hands, for gun carriages and army wagons, and maybe on board government vessels, but I hadn't, and we had to face the music. I was about broken-hearted, but my wife she looked at it another way. 'I guess it's a providence,' says she. 'Silas, I guess you've got a country that's worth fighting for. Any rate, you'd better go out and give it a chance.' Well, sir, I went. It might kill her to have me go, but it would kill her sure if I stayed. She was one of that kind. I went. Her last words was, 'I'll look after the paint, Si.' We hadn't but just one little girl then. Boy had died. And Miss Lapham's mother was living with us, and I knew if times did always come up again, my wife would know just what to do. So I went. I got through, and you can call me Colonel if you want to. Feel there!" Lapham took Bartley's thumb and forefinger and put them on a bunch in his leg just above the knee. "Anything hard?" "Ball?" Lapham nodded. "Gettysburg. That's my thermometer. If it weren't for that I shouldn't know enough to come in when it rains." Bartley laughed at a joke which betrayed some evidences of wear. "And when you came back you took hold of the paint and rushed it." "I took hold of the paint and rushed it, all I could," said Lapham, with less satisfaction than he had hitherto shown in his autobiography. "But I found that I had got back to another world. The day of small things was past, and I don't suppose it will ever come back again in this country. My wife was at me all the time to take a partner, somebody with capital, but I couldn't seem to bear the idea. That paint was like my own blood to me. To have anybody else concerned in it was like, well, I don't know what. I saw it was the thing to do, but I tried to fight it off, and I tried to joke it off. I used to say, 'Why didn't you take a partner yourself, Persis, while I was away?' And she'd say, 'Well, if you hadn't come back, I should, Si.' Always did like a joke about as well as any woman I ever saw. Well, I had to come to it. I took a partner." Lapham dropped the bold blue eyes with which he had been till now staring into Bartley's face, and the reporter knew that here was a place for asterisks in his interview, if interviews were faithful. He had money enough, continued Lapham, with a suppressed sigh, but he didn't know anything about paint. We hung on together for a year or two, and then we quit. And he had the experience, suggested Bartley, with companionable ease. I had some of the experience too, said Lapham with a scowl, and Bartley divined, through the freemasonry of all who have sore places in their memories, that this was a point which he must not touch again. And since that, I suppose, you've played it alone. I've played it alone. You must ship some of this paint of yours to foreign countries, Colonel, suggested Bartley, putting on a professional air. We ship it to all parts of the world. It goes to South America, lots of it. It goes to Australia, and it goes to India, and it goes to China, and it goes to the Cape of Good Hope. It will stand any climate. Of course, we don't export those fancy brands much. They're for home use. But we're introducing them elsewhere. Here. Lapham pulled open a drawer, and showed Bartley a lot of labels in different languages, Spanish, French, German, and Italian. We expect to do a good business in all those countries. We've got our agencies in Cadiz now, and in Paris and in Hamburg and in Leghorn. It's a thing that's bound to make its way. Yes, sir, whenever a man has got a ship or a bridge or a lock, or a house or a car or a fence, or a pig pen anywhere in God's universe to paint, that's the paint for him, and he's bound to find it out sooner or later. You pass a ton of that paint dry through a blast furnace, and you'll get 1/4 of a ton of pig iron. I believe in my paint. I believe it's a blessing to the world. When folks come in and kind of smell round and ask me what I mix it with, I always say, well, in the first place, I mix it with faith, and after that I grind it up with the best quality of boiled linseed oil that money will buy. Lapham took out his watch and looked at it, and Bartley perceived that his audience was drawing to a close. If you ever want to run down and take a look at our works, pass you over the road, he called it Rod, and it shan't cost you a cent. Well, maybe I shall sometime, said Bartley. Good afternoon, Colonel. Good afternoon, or, hold on, my horse down there yet, William? He called to the young man in the counting-room, who had taken his letter at the beginning of the interview. Oh, all right, he added, in response to something the young man said. Can't I set you down somewhere, Mr. Hubbard? I've got my horse at the door, and I can drop you on my way home. I'm going to take Miss Lapham out to look at a house I'm driving piles for, down on the New Land. Don't care if I do, said Bartley. Lapham put on a straw hat, gathered up some papers lying on his desk, pulled down its rolling cover, turned the key in it, and gave the papers to an extremely handsome young woman at one of the desks in the outer office. She was stylishly dressed, as Bartley saw, and her smooth yellow hair was sculpturesquely waved over a low white forehead. Here, said Lapham, with the same prompt gruff kindness that he had used in addressing the young man, I want you should put these in shape and give me a typewriter copy tomorrow. What an uncommonly pretty girl, said Bartley, as they descended the rough stairway and found their way out to the street, past the dangling rope of a block and tackle, wandering up to the cavernous darkness overhead. She does her work, said Lapham shortly. Bartley mounted to the left side of the open buggy standing at the curbstone, and Lapham, gathering up the hitching weight, slid it under the buggy seat and mounted beside him. No chance to speed a horse here, of course, said Lapham, while the horse with a spirited gentleness picked her way, with a high, long action, over the pavement of the street. The streets were all narrow, and most of them crooked, in that quarter of the town, but at the end of one of the spars of a vessel pencilled themselves delicately against the cool blue of the afternoon sky. The air was full of a smell pleasantly compounded of oakum, of leather, and of oil. It was not the busy season, and they met only 2 or 3 trucks heavily straggling towards the wharf with their long string teams. But the cobblestones of the pavement were worn with a dint of ponderous wheels, and discoloured with iron rust from them. Here and there, in wandering streaks over its surface, was the grey stain of the salt water with which the street had been sprinkled. After an interval of some minutes, which both men spent in looking round the dashboard from opposite sides to watch the stride of the horse, Bartley said with a light sigh, I had a colt once down in Maine that stepped just like that mare. Well, said Lapham, sympathetically recognising the bond that this fact created between them, well now, I'll tell you what I'll do. You let me come for you most any afternoon now, and take you out over the Mealdrum, and speed this mare a little, I'd like to show you what this mare can do. Yes, I would." "All right," answered Bartley. "I'll let you know my first day off." "Good!" cried Lapham. "Kentucky?" queried Bartley. "No, sir. I don't ride behind anything but Vermont. Never did. Touch of Morgan, of course, but you can't have much Morgan in a horse if you want speed. Hambletonian, mostly. Where'd you say you want to get out?" "I guess you may put me down at the events office just around the corner here. I've got to write up this interview while it's fresh." "All right," said Lapham, impersonally assenting to Bartley's use of him as material. He had not much to complain of in Bartley's treatment, unless it was the strain of extravagant compliment which it involved. But the flattery was mainly for the paint, whose virtues Lapham did not believe could be overstated, and himself and his history had been treated with as much respect as Bartley was capable of showing any one. He made a very picturesque thing of the discovery of the paint mine. Deep in the heart of the virgin forests of Vermont, far up towards the line of the Canadian snows, on a desolate mountain side, where an autumnal storm had done its wild work, and the great trees, strewn hither and thither, bore witness to his violence, Nehemiah Lapham discovered, just 40 years ago, the mineral which the alchemy of his son's enterprise and energy has transmuted into solid ingots of the most precious of metals. The colossal fortune of Colonel Silas Lapham lay at the bottom of a hole which an uprooted tree had dug for him, and which for many years remained a paint mine of no more appreciable value than a soap mine. Here Bartley had not been able to forego another grin, but he compensated for it by the high reverence with which he spoke of Colonel Lapham's record during the War of the Rebellion, and of the motives which impelled him to turn aside from an enterprise in which his whole heart was engaged, and take part in the struggle. The Colonel bears embedded in the muscle of his right leg a little memento of the period, in the shape of a minnie ball, which he jocularly referred to as his thermometer, and which relieves him from the necessity of reading the probabilities in his morning paper. This saves him just so much time, and for a man who, as he said, has not a moment of waste time on him anywhere, 5 minutes a day are something in the course of a year. Simple, clear, bold, and straightforward in mind and action, Colonel Silas Lapham, with a prompt comprehensiveness and a never-failing business sagacity, is, in the best sense of that much-abused term, one of nature's noblemen, to the last inch of his 5'11 1/2. His life affords an example of single-minded application and unwavering perseverance, which our young business men would do well to emulate. There is nothing showy or meretricious about the man. He believes in mineral paint, and he puts his heart and soul into it. He makes it a religion, though we would not imply that it is his religion. Colonel Lapham is a regular attendant at the Reverend David Langworthy's church. He subscribes liberally to the associated charities, and no good object or worthy public enterprise fails to receive his support. He is not now actively in politics, and his paint is not partisan, but it is an open secret that he is, and always has been, a staunch Republican. Without violating the sanctities of private life, we cannot speak fully of various details which came out in the free and unembarrassed interview which Colonel Lapham accorded our representative. But we may say that the success of which he is justly proud he is also proud to attribute in great measure to the sympathy and energy of his wife, one of those women who, in whatever walk of life, seem born to honour the name of American woman, and to redeem it from the national reproach of Daisy Millerism. Of Colonel Lapham's family we will simply add that it consists of 2 young lady daughters. The subject of this very inadequate sketch is building a house on the waterside of Beacon Street, after designs by one of our leading architectural firms, which, when complete, will be one of the finest ornaments of that exclusive avenue. It will, we believe, be ready for the occupancy of the family some time in the spring. When Bartley had finished his article, which he did with a good deal of inward derision, he went home to Marcia, still smiling over the thought of Lapham, whose burly simplicity had peculiarly amused him. He regularly turned himself inside out to me, he said, as he sat describing his interview to Marcia. "Then I know you can make something nice out of it," said his wife, "and that will please Mr. Witherby." "Oh, yes, I've done pretty well, but I couldn't let myself loose on him the way I wanted to. Confound the limitations of decency, anyway. I should like to have told just what Colonel Lapham thought of landscape advertising in Colonel Lapham's own words. I'll tell you one thing, Marsh. He had a girl there at one of the desks that he wouldn't let me have within gunshot of my office. Pretty, it ain't any name for it." Marcia's eyes began to blaze, and Bartley broke out into a laugh, in which he arrested himself at sight of a formidable parcel in the corner of the room. "Hello, what's that?" "Why, I don't know what it is," replied Marcia tremulously. "A man brought it just before you came in, and I didn't like to open it." "Think it was some kind of infernal machine?" asked Bartley, getting down on his knees to examine the package. "Mrs. B. Hubbard, hey?" He cut the heavy hemp string with his penknife. "We must look into this thing. I should like to know who's sending packages to Mrs. Hubbard in my absence." He unfolded the wrappings of the paper, growing softly and finer inward, and presently pulled out a handsome square glass jar, through which a crimson mass showed richly. "The Persis brand!" he yelled. "I knew it!" "Oh, what is it, Bartley?" quavered Marcia. Then courageously, drawing a little nearer, "Is it some kind of jam?" she implored. "Jam? No," roared Bartley. "It's paint. The mineral paint. Lapham's paint." "Paint?" echoed Marcia, as she stood over him while he stripped their wrappings from the jars, which showed the dark blue, dark green, light brown, dark brown, and black, with the dark crimson, forming the gamut of colour from the Lapham paint. "Don't tell me it's paint that I can use, Bartley." "Well, I shouldn't advise you to use much of it all at once," replied her husband, "but it's paint that you can use in moderation." Marcia cast her arms round his neck and kissed him. "Oh, Bartley, I think I'm the happiest girl in the world. I was just wondering what I should do. There are places in the Clover Street house that need touching up so dreadfully. I should be very careful. You needn't be afraid I shall overdo, but this just saves my life. Did you buy it, Bartley? You know we couldn't afford it, and you oughtn't to have done it. And what does the Persis brand mean?" "Buy it?" cried Bartley. "No! The old fool sent it to you as a present. You'd better wait for the facts before you pitch into me for extravagance, Marcia. Persis is the name of his wife, and he named it after her because it's his finest brand. You'll see it in my interview. Put it on the market her last birthday for a surprise to her." "What old fool?" faltered Marcia. "Why, Lapham, the mineral paint man." "Oh, what a good man!" sighed Marcia from the bottom of her soul. "Bartley, you won't make fun of him as you do of some of those people, will you?" "Nothing that he'll ever find out," said Bartley, getting up and brushing off the carpet lint from his knees. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Rise of Silas Lapham, by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After dropping Bartley Hubbard at the Events Building, Lapham drove on down Washington Street to Nankeen Square at the South End, where he had lived ever since the mistaken movement of society in that direction ceased. He had not built, but had bought very cheap of a terrified gentleman of good extraction, who discovered too late that the South End was not the thing, and who in the eagerness of his flight to the Back Bay threw in his carpets and shades for almost nothing. Mrs. Lapham was even better satisfied with their bargain than the Colonel himself, and they had lived in Nankeen Square for 12 years. They had seen the saplings planted in the pretty oval round which the houses were built flourish up into sturdy young trees, and their 2 little girls in the same period had grown into young ladies. The Colonel's tough frame had expanded into their bulk, which Bartley's interview indicated, and Mrs. Lapham, while keeping a more youthful outline, showed the sharp print of the crow's foot at the corners of her motherly eyes, and certain slight creases in her wholesome cheeks. The fact that they lived in an unfashionable neighbourhood was something that they had never been made to feel to their personal disadvantage, and they had hardly known it till the summer before this story opens, when Mrs. Lapham and her daughter Irene had met some other Bostonians far from Boston, who made it memorable. They were people whom chance had brought for the time under a singular obligation to the Lapham ladies, and they were gratefully recognisant of it. They had ventured, a mother and 2 daughters, as far as a rather wild little Canadian watering place on the St. Lawrence, below Quebec, and had arrived some days before their son and brother was expected to join them. Two of their trunks had gone astray, and on the night of their arrival the mother was taken violently ill. Mrs. Lapham came to their help, with her skill as a nurse, and with the abundance of her own and her daughter's wardrobe, and a profuse, single-hearted kindness. When a doctor could be got at, he said that but for Mrs. Lapham's timely care the lady would hardly have lived. He was a very effusive little Frenchman, and fancied he was saying something very pleasant to everybody. A certain intimacy inevitably followed, and when the son came he was ever more grateful than the others. Mrs. Lapham could not quite understand why he should be as attentive to her as to Irene, but she compared him with other young men about the place, and thought him nicer than any of them. She had not the means of a wider comparison, for in Boston, with all her husband's prosperity, they had not had a social life. Their first years there were given to careful getting on Lapham's part, and careful saving on his wife's. Suddenly the money began to come so abundantly that she need not save, and then they did not know what to do with it. A certain amount could be spent on horses, and Lapham spent it. His wife spent on rich and rather ugly clothes and a luxury of household appointments. Lapham had not yet reached the picture-buying stage of the rich man's development, but they decorated their house with the costliest and most abominable frescoes. They went upon journeys, and lavished upon cars and hotels. They gave with both hands to their church, and to all the charities it brought them acquainted with, but they did not know how to spend on society. Up to a certain period, Mrs. Lapham had the ladies of her neighbourhood in to tea, as a mother had done in the country in her younger days. Lapham's idea of hospitality was still to bring a heavy-buying customer home to pot luck. Neither of them imagined dinners. Their two girls had gone to the public schools, but they had not got on as fast as some of the other girls, so that they were a year behind in graduating from the grammar school, where Lapham thought that they had got education enough. His wife was of a different mind. She would have liked them to go to some private school for their finishing, but Irene did not care for study. She preferred housekeeping, and both the sisters were afraid of being snubbed by the other girls, who were of a different sort from the girls of the grammar school. These were mostly from the parks and squares, like themselves. It ended in their going part of a year, but the elder had an odd taste of her own for reading, and she took some private lessons, and read books out of the circulating library. The whole family were amazed at the number she read, and rather proud of it. They were not girls who embroidered or abandoned themselves to needlework. Irene spent her abundant leisure in shopping for herself and her mother, of whom both daughters made a kind of idol, buying her caps and laces out of their pin money, and getting her dresses far beyond her capacity to wear. Irene dressed herself very stylishly, and spent hours on her toilet every day. Her sister had a simpler taste, and if she had done altogether as she liked, might have even slighted dress. They all three took long naps every day, and sat hours together minutely discussing what they saw out of the window. In her self-guided search for self-improvement, the elder sister went to many church lectures on a vast variety of secular subjects, and usually came home with a comic account of them, and that made more matter of talk for the whole family. She could make fun of nearly everything. Irene complained that she scared away the young men whom they got acquainted with at the dancing-school sociables. They were, perhaps, not the wisest young men. The girls had learned to dance at panties, but they had not belonged to the private classes. They did not even know of them, and a great gulf divided them from those who did. Their father did not like company, except such as came informally in their way, and their mother had remained too rustic to know how to attract it in the sophisticated city fashion. None of them had grasped the idea of European travel, but they had gone about to mountain and seaside resorts, the mother and the two girls, where they witnessed the spectacle which such resorts present throughout New England, of multitudes of girls, lovely, accomplished, exquisitely dressed, humbly glad of the presence of any sort of young man. But the Laphams had no skill or courage to make themselves noticed, far less courted by the solitary invalid, or clergyman, or artist. They lurked helplessly about in the hotel parlours, looking on and not knowing how to put themselves forward. Perhaps they did not care a great deal to do so. They had not a conceit of themselves, but a sort of content in their own ways that one may notice in certain families. The very strength of their mutual affection was a barrier to worldly knowledge. They dressed for one another, they equipped their house for their own satisfaction. They lived richly to themselves, not because they were selfish, but because they did not know how to do otherwise. The elder daughter did not care for society apparently. The younger, who was but 3 years younger, was not yet quite old enough to be ambitious of it. With all her wonderful beauty, she had an innocence almost vegetable. When her beauty, which in its immaturity was crude and harsh, suddenly ripened, she bloomed and glowed with the unconsciousness of a flower, yet she merely did not feel herself admired, but hardly knew herself discovered. If she dressed well, perhaps too well, it was because she had the instinct of dress. But till she met this young man who was so nice to her at Bay St. Paul, she had scarcely lived a detached, individual life, so wholly had she spent on her mother and her sister for her opinions, almost her sensations. She took account of everything he did and said, pondering it, and trying to make out exactly what he meant, to the inflection of a syllable, the slightest movement or gesture. In this way she began for the first time to form ideas which she had not derived from her family, and they were none the less her own because they were often mistaken. Some of the things that he partly said, partly looked, she reported to her mother, and they talked them over, as they did everything related to these new acquaintances, and wrought them into the novel point of view which they were acquiring. When Mrs. Lapham returned home, she submitted all the accumulated facts of the case, and all her own conjectures, to her husband, and canvassed them anew. At first he was disposed to regard the whole affair as of small importance, and she had to insist a little beyond her own convictions in order to counteract his indifference. "Well, I can tell you," she said, "that if you think they were not the nicest people you ever saw, you're mightily mistaken. They had about the best manners, and they had been everywhere, and knew everything. I declare it made me feel as if we had always lived in the backwoods. I don't know but the mother and the daughters would have let you feel so a little if they'd showed out all they thought, but they never did, and the son, well, I can't express it, Silas, but that young man had about perfect ways." "Seemed struck upon Irene?" asked the Colonel. "How can I tell? He seemed just about as much struck up on me. Anyway, he paid me as much attention as he did her. Perhaps it's more the way, now, to notice the mother than it used to be." Lapham ventured no conjecture, but asked, as he had asked already, who the people were. Mrs. Lapham repeated their name. Lapham nodded his head. "Do you know them? What business is he in?" "I guess he ain't in anything," said Lapham. "They were very nice," said Mrs. Lapham impartially. "Well, they ought to be," returned the Colonel. "Never done anything else." "They didn't seem stuck up," urged his wife. "They'd no need to, with you. I could buy him and sell him twice over." This answer satisfied Mrs. Lapham rather with the fact than with her husband. "Well, I guess I wouldn't brag, Silas," she said. In the winter, the ladies of this family, who returned to town very late, came to call on Mrs. Lapham. They were again very polite, but the mother let drop, in apology for their calling almost at nightfall, that the coachman had not known the way exactly. "Nearly all our friends are on the new land or on the hill." There was a barb in this that rankled, after the ladies had gone, and on comparing notes with her daughter, Mrs. Lapham found that a barb had been left to rankle in her mind also. They said they had never been in this part of town before. Upon a strict search of her memory, Irene could not report that the fact had been stated with anything like insinuation, but it was that which gave it a more penetrating effect. "Oh, well, of course," said Lapham, to whom these facts were referred. "Those sort of people haven't got much business up our way, and they don't come. It's a fair thing all round. We don't trouble the hill or the new lands much." "We know where they are," suggested his wife thoughtfully. "Yes," assented the Colonel, "I know where they are. I've got a little land over on the Back Bay." "You have?" eagerly demanded his wife. "Want me to build on it?" he asked in reply, with a quizzical smile. "I guess we can get along here for a while." This was at night. In the morning Mrs. Lapham said, "I suppose we ought to do the best we can for the children, in every way." "I suppose we always had," replied her husband. "Yes, we have, according to our light." "Have you got some new light?" "I don't know as it's a light, but if the girls are going to keep on living in Boston and marry here, I presume we ought to try to get them into society some way, or ought to do something." "Well, who's ever done more for their children than we have?" demanded Lapham, with a pang at the thought that he could possibly have been outdone. "Don't they have everything they want? Don't they dress just as you say? Don't you go everywhere with them? Is there ever anything going on that's worth while that they don't see it or hear it? I don't know what you mean. Why don't you get them into society? There's money enough." "There's got to be something besides money, I guess," said Mrs. Lapham, with a hopeless sigh. "I presume we didn't go to work just the right way about their schooling. We ought to have got them into some school where they'd have got acquainted with city girls who could help them along." Nearly everybody at Mrs. Smiley's was from somewhere else. "Well, it's pretty late to think about that now," grumbled Lapham. "And we've always gone our own way and not looked out for the future. We ought to have gone out more, and had people come to the house. Nobody comes." "Well, is that my fault? I guess nobody ever made people welcomer." "We ought to have invited company more." "Why don't you do it now? If it's for the girls, I don't care if you have the house full all the while." Mrs. Lapham was forced to a confession full of humiliation. "I don't know who to ask." "Well, you can't expect me to tell you." "No. We're both country people, and we've kept our country ways, and we don't, either of us, know what to do. You've had to work so hard, and your luck was so long coming, and then it came with such a rush, that we haven't had any chance to learn what to do with it. It's just the same with Irene's looks. I didn't expect she was ever going to have any. She was such a plain child, and all at once she's blazed out this way. As long as it was Pen that didn't seem to care for society, I didn't give much mind to it. But I can see it's going to be different with Irene. I don't believe but what we're in the wrong neighbourhood." "Well," said the Colonel, "there ain't a prettier lot on the Back Bay than mine. It's on the water side of Beacon, and it's 28 feet wide and 150 deep. Let's build on it." Mrs. Lapham was silent for a while. "No," she said finally. "We've always got along well enough here, and I guess we'd better stay." At breakfast she said casually, "Girls, how would you like to have your father build on the new land?" The girls said they did not know. It was more convenient to the horse cars where they were. Mrs. Lapham stole a look of relief at her husband, and nothing more was said of the matter. The mother of the family who had called upon Mrs. Lapham brought her husband's cards, and when Mrs. Lapham returned the same visit she was in some trouble about the proper form of acknowledging the civility. The Colonel had no cards but a business card, which advertised the principal depot and the several agencies of the mineral paint, and Mrs. Lapham doubted, till she wished to goodness that she had never seen nor heard of those people, whether to ignore her husband in the transaction altogether, or to write his name on her own card. She decided finally upon this measure, and she had the relief of not finding the family at home. As far as she could judge, Irene seemed to suffer a little disappointment from the fact. For several months there was no communication between the families. Then there came to Nankeen Square a lithographed circular from the people on the hill, signed in ink by the mother, and affording Mrs. Lapham an opportunity to subscribe for a charity of undeniable merit and acceptability. She submitted it to her husband, who promptly drew a cheque for $500. She tore it in two. "I would take a cheque for 100, Silas," she said. "Why?" he asked, looking up guiltily at her. "Because 100 is enough, and I don't want to show off before them." "Oh, I thought maybe you did. Well, Pert," he added, having satisfied human nature by the preliminary thrust, "I guess you're about right. When do you want I should begin to build on Beacon Street?" He handed her the new cheque, where she stood over him, and then leaned back in his chair and looked up at her. "I don't want you should begin at all. What do you mean, Silas?" She rested against the side of his desk. "Well, I don't know as I mean anything, but shouldn't you like to build? Everybody builds at least once in a lifetime." "Where is your lot? They say it's unhealthy over there." Up to a certain point in their prosperity, Mrs. Lapham had kept strict account of all her husband's affairs, but as they expanded, and ceased to be of the retail nature with which women successfully grapple, the intimate knowledge of them made her nervous. There was a period in which she felt that they were being ruined, but the crash had not come, and, since his great success, she had abandoned herself to a blind confidence in her husband's judgment, which she had hitherto felt needed her revision. He came and went, day by day, unquestioned. He bought and sold and got again. She knew that he would tell her if ever things went wrong, and he knew that she would ask him whenever she was anxious. "It ain't unhealthy where I've bought," said Lapham, rather enjoying her insinuation. "I looked after that when I was trading, and I guess it's about as healthy on the Back Bay as it is here, anyway. I got that lot for you, Pert. I thought you'd want to build on the Back Bay some day." "Pshaw," said Mrs. Lapham, deeply pleased inwardly, but not going to show it, as she would have said, "I guess you want to build there yourself." She insensibly got a little nearer to her husband. They liked to talk to each other in that blunt way. It is the New England way of expressing perfect confidence and tenderness. "Well, I guess I do," said Lapham, not insisting upon the unselfish view of the matter. "I always did like the water side of Beacon. There ain't a sightlier place in the world for a house. And some day there's bound to be a driveway all along behind them houses, and between them and the water. And then a lot there is going to be worth the gold that will cover it. Coin. I've had offers for that lot, Pert. Twice over what I give for it. Yes, I have. Don't you want to ride over there some afternoon with me and see it?" "I'm satisfied where we be, Si," said Mrs. Lapham, recurring to the parlance of her youth in her pathos at her husband's kindness. She sighed anxiously, for she felt the trouble a woman knows in viewing of any great change. They had often talked of altering over the house in which they lived, but they had never come to it, and they had often talked of building, but it had always been a house in the country that they had thought of. "I wish you had sold that lot." "I hain't," said the Colonel briefly. "I don't know as I feel much like changing our way of living." "Guess we could live there pretty much as we live here. There's all kinds of people on Beacon Street. You mustn't think they're all big bugs. I know one party that lives in a house he built to sell, and his wife don't keep any girl. You can have just as much style there as you want, or just as little. I guess we live as well as most of 'em now, and set as good a table. And if you come to style, I don't know as anybody has got more of a right to put it on than what we have." "Well, I don't want to build on Beacon Street, Si," said Mrs. Lapham gently. "Just as you please, Persis. I ain't in any hurry to leave." Mrs. Lapham stood flapping the cheque, which she held in her right hand against the edge of her left. The Colonel still sat looking up at her face, and watching the effect of the poison of ambition which he had artfully instilled into her mind. She sighed again, a yielding sigh. "What are you going to do this afternoon?" "I'm going to take a turn on the Brighton road," said the Colonel. "I don't believe but what I should like to go along," said his wife. "All right. You hain't ever rode behind that mare yet, Pert, and I want you should see me let her out once. They say the snow's all packed down already, and the going is A1. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with a cold red winter sunset before them, the Colonel and his wife were driving slowly down Beacon Street in the light, high-seated cutter, where, as he said, they were a pretty tight fit. He was holding the mare in till the time came to speed her, and the mare was springingly jolting over the snow, looking intelligently from side to side, and cocking this ear and that, while from her nostrils, her head tossing easily, she blew quick, irregular whiffs of steam. "Gay, ain't she?" proudly suggested the Colonel. "She is gay," assented his wife. They met swiftly dashing sleighs, and let them pass on either hand, down the beautiful avenue, narrowing, with an admirably even skyline in the perspective. They were not in a hurry. The mare jounced easily along, and they talked of the different houses on either side of the way. They had a crude taste in architecture, and they admired the worst. There were women's faces at many of the handsome windows, and once in a while a young man on the pavement caught his hat suddenly from his head, and bowed in response to some salutation from within. "I don't think our girls would look very bad behind one of those big panes," said the Colonel. "No," said his wife dreamily. "Where's the young man? Did he come with them?" "No, he was to spend the winter with a friend of his that has a ranch in Texas. I guess he's got to do something." "Yes, gentlemaning is a profession that has got to play out in a generation or two." Neither of them spoke of the lot, though Lapham knew perfectly well what his wife had come with him for, and she was aware that he knew it. The time came when he brought the mare down to a walk, and then slowed up almost to a stop, while they both turned their heads to the right and looked at the vacant lot, through which showed the frozen stretch of the Back Bay, a section of the Long Bridge, and of the roofs and smokestacks of Charlestown. "Yes, it's sightly," said Mrs. Lapham, lifting her hand from the reins, on which she had unconsciously laid it. Lapham said nothing, but he let the mare out a little. The sleighs and cutters were thickening around them. On the mill dam it became difficult to restrict the mare to the long, slow trot into which he had let her break. The beautiful landscape widened to right and left of them, with the sunset redder and redder over the low, irregular hills before them. They crossed the mill dam into Longwood, and here, from the crest of the first upland, stretched two endless lines, in which thousands of cutters went and came. Some of the drivers were already speeding their horses, and these shot to and fro on the inner lines, between the slowly moving vehicles on either side of the road. Here and there a barely mounted policeman, bulging over the pommel of his McClellan saddle, jolted by, silently gesturing and directing the course, and keeping it all under the eye of the law. It was what Bartley Hubbard called a carnival of fashion and gaiety on the Brighton road, in his account of it. But most of those people in their elegant sleighs and cutters had so little the air of the great world that one knowing it all must have wondered where they and their money came from, and the gaiety of the men at least was expressed, like that of Colonel Lapham, in a grim, almost fierce alertness. The women wore an air of courageous apprehension. At a certain point the Colonel said, "I'm going to let her out, Pert," and he lifted and then dropped the reins lightly on the mare's back. She understood the signal, and, as an admirer said, she laid down to her work. Nothing in the immutable iron of Lapham's face betrayed his sense of triumph, as the mare left everything behind her on the road. Mrs. Lapham, if she felt fear, was too busy holding her flying wraps about her, and shielding her face from the scud of ice flung from the mare's heels, to betray it. Except for the rush of her feet, the mare was as silent as the people behind her. The muscles of her back and thighs worked more and more swiftly, like some mechanism responding to an alien force, and she shot to the end of the course, grazing 100 encountered and rival sledges in her passage, but unmolested by the policemen, who probably saw that the mare and the Colonel knew what they were about, and, at any rate, were not the sort of men to interfere with trotting like that. At the end of the heat, Lapham drew her in, and turned off on a side street into Brookline. "Tell you what, Pert," he said, as if they had been quietly jogging along, with time for uninterrupted thought since he last spoke, "I've about made up my mind to build on that lot." "All right, Silas," said Mrs. Lapham. "I suppose you know what you're about. Don't build on it for me, that's all." When she stood in the hall at home, taking off her things, she said to the girls, who were helping her, "Some day your father will get killed with that mare." "Did he speed her?" asked Penelope, the elder. She was named after her grandmother, who had, in her turn, inherited from another ancestress the name of the Homeric matron whose peculiar merits won her a place even among the Puritan faith's hopes, temperances, and prudences. Penelope was the girl whose odd serious face had struck Bartley Hubbard in the photograph of the family group Lapham showed him on the day of the interview. Her large eyes, like her hair, were brown. They had the peculiar look of near-sighted eyes, which is called mooning. Her complexion was of a dark pallor. Her mother did not reply to a question which might be considered already answered. "He says he's going to build on that lot of his," she next remarked, unwinding the long veil which she had tied round her neck to hold her bonnet on. She put her hat and cloak on the hall table, to be carried upstairs later, and they all went in to tea: creamed oysters, birds, hot biscuit, 2 kinds of cake, and dishes of stewed and canned fruit and honey. The women dined alone at 1, and the Colonel at the same hour downtown. But he liked a good hot meal when he came home in the evening. The house flared with gas, and the Colonel, before he sat down, went about shutting the registers, through which a welding heat came voluming up from the furnace. "I'll be the death of that darky yet," he said, "if you don't stop making on such a fire. The only way to get any comfort out of your furnace is to take care of it yourself." "Well," answered his wife from behind the teapot, as he sat down at the table with this threat, "there's nothing to prevent you, Si, and you can shovel the snow too if you want to, till you get over to Beacon Street, anyway." "I guess I can keep my own sidewalk on Beacon Street clean if I take the notion." "I should like to see you at it," retorted his wife. "Well, you keep a sharp lookout, and maybe you will." Their taunts were really expressions of affectionate pride in each other. They liked to have it, give and take, that way, as they would have said, right along. A man can be a man on Beacon Street as well as anywhere, I guess. "Well, I'll do the wash, as I used to in Numberville," said Mrs. Lapham. "I presume you'll let me have set tubs, Si. You know I ain't so young any more." She passed Irene a cup of oolong tea. None of them had a sufficiently cultivated palate for souchong, and the girl handed it to her father. "Papa," she asked, "you don't really mean that you're going to build over there?" "Don't I? You wait and see," said the Colonel, stirring his tea. "I don't believe you do," pursued the girl. "Is that so? I presume you'd hate to have me. Your mother does." He said do's, of course. Penelope took the word. "I go in for it. I don't see any use in not enjoying money, if you've got it to enjoy. That's what it's for, I suppose, though you mightn't always think so." She had a slow, quaint way of talking that seemed a pleasant personal modification of some ancestral Yankee drawl, and her voice was low and cosy, and so far from being nasal that it was a little hoarse. "I guess the ayes has it, Pen," said her father. "How would it do to let Irene and your mother stick in the old place here, and let us go in the new house?" At times the Colonel's grammar failed him. The matter dropped, and the Laphams lived on as before, with joking recurrences to the house on the water side of Beacon. The Colonel seemed less in earnest than any of them about it, but that was his way, his girls said. You never could tell when he really meant a thing. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Toward the end of winter there came a newspaper addressed to Miss Irene Lapham. It proved to be a Texas newspaper, with a complimentary account of the ranch of the Hon. Loring G. Stanton, which the representative of the Journal had visited. "It must be his friend," said Mrs. Lapham, to whom her daughter brought the paper. "The one he's staying with." The girl did not say anything, but she carried the paper to her room, where she scanned every line of it for another name. She did not find it, but she cut the notice out and stuck it into the side of her mirror, where she could read it every morning when she brushed her hair, and the last thing at night, when she looked at herself in the glass, just before turning off the gas. Her sister often read it aloud, standing behind her and rendering it with elocutionary effects. "The first time I ever heard of a love letter in the form of a puff to a cattle ranch, but perhaps that's the style on the Hill." Mrs. Lapham told her husband of the arrival of the paper. treating the fact with an importance that he refused to see in it. "How do you know the fellow sent it anyway?" he demanded. "Oh, I know he did. I don't see why he couldn't write to 'Rene if he really meant anything." "Well, I guess that wouldn't be their way," said Mrs. Lapham. She did not know at all what their way would be. When the spring opened, Colonel Lapham showed that he had been in earnest about the building on the new land. His idea of a house was a brownstone front, 4 stories high, and a French roof with an air chamber above. Inside, there was to be a reception room on the street and a dining room back. The parlours were to be on the 2nd floor, and finished in black walnut or party-coloured paint. The chambers were to be on the 3 floors above, front and rear, with side rooms over the front door. Black walnut was to be used everywhere except in the attic, which was to be painted and grained to look like black walnut. The whole was to be very highly studded, and there were to be handsome cornices and elaborate centrepieces throughout, except, again, in the attic. These ideas he had formed from the inspection of many new buildings which he had seen going up, and which he had a passion for looking into. He was confirmed in his ideas by a master builder who had put up a great many houses on the Back Bay as a speculation, and who told him that if he wanted to have a house in the style, that was the way to have it. The beginnings of the process by which Lapham escaped from the master builder and ended in the hands of an architect are so obscure that it would be almost impossible to trace them. But it all happened, and Lapham promptly developed his idea of black walnut finish, high studding, and cornices. The architect was able to conceal the shudder which they must have sent through him. He was skilful, as nearly all architects are, in playing upon that simple instrument, man. He began to touch Colonel Lapham's stops. "Oh, certainly. Have the parlours high studded. But you've seen some of those pretty old-fashioned country houses, haven't you, where the entrance story is very low studded?" "Yes," Lapham assented. "Well, don't you think something of that kind would have a very nice effect? Have the entrance story low studded, and your parlours on the next floor as high as you please. Put your little reception room here beside the door, and get the whole width of your house frontage for a square hall, and an easy low-tread staircase running up 3 sides of it. I'm sure Mrs. Lapham would find it much pleasanter." The architect caught toward him a scrap of paper lying on the table at which they were sitting, and sketched his idea. "Then you have your dining room below the hall, looking out on the water." He glanced at Mrs. Lapham, who said, "Of course," and the architect went on, "That gets you rid of one of those long, straight, ugly staircases." Until that moment Lapham had thought a long, straight staircase the chief ornament of a house, "and gives you an effect of amplitude and space." "That's so," said Mrs. Lapham. Her husband merely made a noise in his throat. "Then, were you thinking of having your parlours together, connected by folding doors?" asked the architect deferentially. "Yes, of course," said Lapham. "They're always so, ain't they?" "Well, nearly," said the architect. "I was wondering, how would it do to make one large square room at the front, taking the whole breadth of the house, and, with this hall space between, have a music room back for the young ladies?" Lapham looked helplessly at his wife, whose quick apprehension had followed the architect's pencil with instant sympathy. "First rate!" she cried. The Colonel gave way. "I guess that would do. It would be kind of odd, won't it?" "Well, I don't know," said the architect. "Not so odd, I hope, as the other thing will be a few years from now." He went on to plan the rest of the house, and he showed himself such a master in regard to all the practical details that Mrs. Lapham began to feel a motherly affection for the young man, and her husband could not deny in his heart that the fellow seemed to understand his business. He stopped walking about the room, as he had begun to do when the architect and Mrs. Lapham entered into the particulars of closets, drainage, kitchen arrangements, and all that, and came back to the table. "I presume," he said, "you'll have the drawing-room finished in black walnut?" "Well, yes," replied the architect, "if you like. But some less expensive wood can be made just as effective with paint. Of course you can paint black walnut too." "Painted?" gasped the Colonel. "Yes," said the architect quietly. "White, or a little off-white." Lapham dropped the plan he had picked up from the table. His wife made a little move toward him of consolation or support. "Of course," resumed the architect, "I know there has been a great craze for black walnut, but it's an ugly wood, and for a drawing room there is really nothing like white paint. We should want to introduce a little gold here and there. Perhaps we might run a painted frieze round under the cornice, garlands of roses on a gold ground. It would tell wonderfully in a white room." The Colonel returned less courageously to the charge. "I presume you want Eastlake mantelshelves and tiles." He meant this for a sarcastic thrust at a prevailing foible of the profession. "Well, no," gently answered the architect. "I was thinking perhaps a white marble chimney-piece, treated in the refined Empire style, would be the thing for that room." "White marble!" exclaimed the Colonel. "I thought that had gone out long ago." "Really beautiful things can't go out. They may disappear for a while, but then they must come back. It's only the ugly things that stay out after they've had their day." Lapham could only venture very modestly, "Hardwood floors?" "In the music room, of course," consented the architect. "And in the drawing room?" "Carpet. Some sort of moquette, I should say, but I should prefer to consult Mrs. Lapham's taste in that matter." "And in the other rooms?" "Oh, carpets, of course." "And what about the stairs?" "Carpet. And I shall have the rail and banisters white. Banisters turned or twisted." The Colonel said under his breath, "Well, I'm darned!" But he gave no utterance to his astonishment in the architect's presence. When he went at last, the session did not end till 11 o'clock. Lapham said, "Well, Pert, I guess that fellow's 50 years behind, or 10 years ahead. I wonder what the Onge Pier style is." "I don't know. I hated to ask. But he seemed to understand what he was talking about. I declare he knows what a woman wants in a house better than she does herself." "And a man's simply nowhere in comparison," said Lapham. But he respected a fellow who could beat him at every point, and have a reason ready, as this architect had. And when he recovered from the daze into which the complete upheaval of all his preconceived notions had left him, he was in a fit state to swear by the architect. It seemed to him that he had discovered the fellow, as he always called him, and owned him now, and the fellow did nothing to disturb this impression. He entered into that brief but intense intimacy with the Laphams which the sympathetic architect holds with his clients. He was privy to all their differences of opinion and all the disputes about the house. He knew just where to insist upon his own ideas, and where to yield. He was really building several other houses, but he gave the Laphams the impression that he was doing none but theirs. The work was not begun till the frost was thoroughly out of the ground, which that year was not before the end of April. Even then it did not proceed very rapidly. Lapham said they might as well take their time to it. If they got the walls up and the thing closed in before the snow flew, they could be working at it all winter. It was found necessary to dig for the kitchen. At that point the original salt marsh lay near the surface, and before they began to put in the piles for the foundation they had to pump. The neighbourhood smelt like the hold of a ship after a 3 years' voyage. People who had cast their fortunes with the new land went by professing not to notice it. People who still hung on to the hill put their handkerchiefs to their noses and told each other the old terrible stories of the material used in filling up the Back Bay. Nothing gave Lapham so much satisfaction in the whole construction of his house as the pile driving. When this began early in the summer, he took Mrs. Lapham every day in his buggy and drove round to look at it, stopping the mare in front of the lot, and watching the operation with even keener interest than the little loafing Irish boys who superintended it in force. It pleased him to hear the portable engine chuckle out 100 thin whiffs of steam in carrying the big iron weight to the top of the framework above the pile, then seem to hesitate, and cough once or twice in pressing the weight against the detaching apparatus. There was a moment in which the weight had the effect of poising before it fell, then it dropped with a mighty whack on the iron-bound head of the pile, and drove it a foot into the earth. "By gracious," he would say, "there ain't anything like that in this world for business, Persis." Mrs. Lapham suffered him to enjoy the sight 20 or 30 times before she said, "Well, now drive on, Si." By the time the foundation was in, and the brick walls had begun to go up, there were so few people left in the neighbourhood that she might indulge with impunity her husband's passion for having her clamber over the floor timbers and the skeleton staircases with him. Many of the householders had boarded up their front doors before the buds had begun to swell and the assessor to appear in early May. Others had followed soon, and Mrs. Lapham was as safe from remark as if she had been in the depths of the country. Ordinarily, she and her girls left town in early July, going to one of the hotels at Nantasket, where it was convenient for the Colonel to get to and fro from his business by the boat. But this summer they were all lingering a few weeks later under the novel fascination of the new house, as they called it, as if there were no other in the world. Lapham drove there with his wife, after he had set Bartley Hubbard down at the events office, but on this day something happened that interfered with the stolid pleasure they usually took in going over the house. As the Colonel turned from casting anchor at the Mare's Head with the hitching weights, and after helping his wife to alight, he encountered a man to whom he could not help speaking, though the man seemed to share his hesitation, if not his reluctance, at the necessity. He was a tallish, thin man, with a dust-covered face, and a dead, clerical air, which somehow suggested at once feebleness and tenacity. Mrs. Lapham held out her hand to him. "Why, Mr. Rogers!" she exclaimed, and then, turning toward her husband, seemed to refer the two men to each other. They shook hands, but Lapham did not speak. "I didn't know you were in Boston," pursued Mrs. Lapham. "Is Mrs. Rogers with you?" "No," said Mr. Rogers, with a voice which had the flat, succinct sound of two pieces of wood clapped together. "Mrs. Rogers is still in Chicago." A little silence followed, and then Mrs. Lapham said, "I presume you are quite settled out there?" "No, we have left Chicago. Mrs. Rogers has merely remained to finish up a little packing." "Oh, indeed! Are you coming back to Boston?" "I cannot say as yet. We sometimes think of so doing." Lapham turned away and looked up at the building. His wife pulled a little at her glove, as if embarrassed, or even pained. She tried to make a diversion. "We are building a house," she said, with a meaningless laugh. "Oh, indeed," said Mr. Rogers, looking up at it. Then no one spoke again, and she said helplessly, "If you come to Boston, I hope I shall see Mrs. Rogers." "She will be happy to have you call," said Mr. Rogers. He touched his hat brim, and made a bow forward, rather than in Mrs. Lapham's direction. She mounted the planking that led into the shelter of the bare brick walls, and her husband slowly followed. When she turned her face toward him, her cheeks were burning, and tears that looked hot stood in her eyes. "You left it all to me!" she cried. "Why couldn't you speak a word?" "I hadn't anything to say to him," replied Lapham sullenly. They stood a while, without looking at the work which they had come to enjoy, and without speaking to each other. "I suppose we might as well go on," said Mrs. Lapham at last, as they returned to the buggy. The Colonel drove recklessly toward the mill dam. His wife kept her veil down, and her face turned from him. After a time she put her handkerchief up under her veil and wiped her eyes, and he set his teeth and squared his jaw. "I don't see how he always manages to appear just at the moment when he seems to have gone fairly out of our lives, and blight everything," she whimpered. "I supposed he was dead," said Lapham. "Oh, don't say such a thing! It sounds as if you wished it." "Why do you mind it? What do you let him blight everything for?" "I can't help it, and I don't believe I ever shall. I don't know as his being dead would help it any. I can't ever see him without feeling just as I did at first." "I tell you," said Lapham, "it was a perfectly square thing, and I wish, once for all, you would quit bothering about it. My conscience is easy as far as he is concerned, and it always was." And I can't look at him without feeling as if you'd ruined him, Silas." "Don't look at him, then," said her husband, with a scowl. "I want you should recollect in the first place, Persis, that I never wanted a partner." "If he hadn't put his money in when he did, you'd have broken down." "Well, he got his money out again, and more too," said the Colonel, with a sulky weariness. "He didn't want to take it out. I gave him his choice, buy out or go out." "You know he couldn't buy out then. It was no choice at all." "It was a business chance." "No, you had better face the truth, Silas. It was no chance at all. You crowded him out. A man that had saved you. No, you had got greedy, Silas. You had made your paint your god, and you couldn't bear to let anybody else share in his blessings. I tell you, he was a drag and a brake on me from the word go. You say he saved me. Well, if I hadn't got him out, he'd a ruined me sooner or later. So it's an even thing, as far forth as that goes." "No, it ain't an even thing, and you know it, Silas. Oh, if only I could get you once to acknowledge that you did wrong about it, then I should have some hope." "I don't say you meant wrong exactly, but you took an advantage. Yes, you took an advantage. You had him where he couldn't help himself, and then you wouldn't show him any mercy." "I'm sick of this," said Lapham. "If you'll tend to the house, I'll manage my business without your help." "You were very glad of my help once." "Well, I'm tired of it now. Don't meddle." "I will meddle. When I see you hardening yourself in a wrong thing, it's time for me to meddle, as you call it, and I will. I can't ever get you to own up the least bit about Rogers, and I feel as if it were hurting you all the while." "What do you want I should own up about a thing for when I don't even feel wrong? I tell you, Rogers ain't got anything to complain of, and that's what I told you from the start. It's a thing that's done every day. I was loaded up with a partner that didn't know anything, and couldn't do anything, and I unloaded. That's all." "You unloaded just at the time when you knew that your paint was going to be worth about twice what it had ever been, and you wanted all the advantage for yourself." "I had a right to it. I made the success." "Yes, you made it with Roger's money. And when you'd made it, you took his share of it. I guess you thought of that when you saw him, and that's why you couldn't look him in the face." At these words Lapham lost his temper. "I guess you don't want to ride with me any more to-day," he said, turning the mare abruptly around. "I'm as ready to go back as what you are," replied his wife. "And don't you ask me to go to that house with you any more. You can sell it for all me. I shan't live in it. There's blood on it." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The silken texture of the marriage tie bears a daily strain of wrong and insult to which no other human relation can be subjected without lesion. And sometimes the strength that knits society together may appear to the eye of faltering faith the curse of those immediately bound by it. Two people, by no means reckless of each other's rights and feelings, but even tender of them for the most part, may tear at each other's heartstrings in this sacred bond with perfect impunity. Though if they were any other two, they would not speak or look at each other again after the outrages they exchange. It is certainly a curious spectacle, and doubtless it ought to convince an observer of the divinity of the institution. If the husband and wife are blunt, outspoken people like the Laphams, they do not weigh their words. If they are more refined, they weigh them very carefully, and know accurately just how far they will carry, and in what most sensitive spot they may be planted with most effect. Lapham was proud of his wife, and when he married her it had been a rise in life for him. For a while he stood in awe of his good fortune, but this could not last, and he simply remained supremely satisfied with it. The girl, who had taught school with a clear head and a strong hand, was not afraid of work. She encouraged and helped him from the first, and bore her full share of the common burden. She had health, and she did not worry his life out with peevish complaints and vagaries. She had sense and principle, and in their simple lot she did what was wise and right. Their marriage was hallowed by an early sorrow, the loss of their boy, and it was years before they could look each other in the face and speak of him. No one gave up more than they when they gave up each other, and Lapham went to the war. When he came back, and began to work, her zeal and courage formed the spring of his enterprise. In that affair of the partnership she had tried to be his conscience, but perhaps she would have defended him if he had accused himself. It was one of those things in life which seem destined to await justice, or at least judgment, in the next. As he said, Lapham had dealt fairly by his partner in money. He had let Rogers take more money out of the business than he put into it. He had, as he said, simply forced out of it a timid and inefficient participant in advantages which he had created. But Lapham had not created them all. He had been dependent, at one time, on his partner's capital. It was a moment of terrible trial. Happy is the man for ever after who can choose the ideal, the unselfish part in such an exigency. Lapham could not rise to it. He did what he could maintain to be perfectly fair. The wrong, if any, seemed to be condoned to him, except when from time to time his wife brought it up. Then all the questions stung and burned anew, and had to be reasoned out and put away once more. It seemed to have an inextinguishable vitality. It slept, but it did not die. His course did not shake Mrs. Lapham's faith in him. It astonished her at first, and it always grieved her that he could not see that he was acting solely in his own interest. But she found excuses for him, which at times she made reproaches. She vaguely perceived that his paint was something more than business to him. It was a sentiment, almost a passion. He could not share its management and its profit with another without a measure of self-sacrifice far beyond that which he must make with something less personal to him. It was the poetry of that nature, otherwise so intensely prosaic, and she understood this, and for the most part forbore. She knew him good and true and blameless in all his life, except for this wrong, if it were a wrong, and it was only when her nerves tingled intolerably with some chance renewal of the pain she had suffered that she shared her anguish with him in true wifely fashion. With those two there was never anything like an explicit reconciliation. They simply ignored a quarrel, and Mrs. Lapham only had to say a few days after at breakfast, "I guess the girls would like to go round with you this afternoon and look at the new house," in order to make her husband grumble out as he looked down into his coffee cup, "I guess we better all go, hadn't we?" "Well, I'll see," she said. There was not really a great deal to look at when Lapham arrived on the ground in his four-seated beach wagon, but the walls were up, and the studding had already given skeleton shape to the interior. The floors were roughly boarded over, and the stairways were in place, with provisional treads rudely laid. They had not begun to lath and plaster yet, but the clean, fresh smell of the mortar in the walls, mingling with the pungent fragrance of the pine shavings, neutralized the Venetian odour that drew in over the water. It was pleasantly shady there, though for the matter of that the heat of the morning had all been washed out of the atmosphere by a tide of east wind setting in at noon, and the thrilling, delicious cool of a Boston summer afternoon bathed every nerve. The foreman went about with Mrs. Lapham, showing her where the doors were to be, but Lapham soon tired of this, and having found a pine stick of perfect grain, he abandoned himself to the pleasure of whittling it in what was to be the reception room, where he sat looking out on the street from what was to be the bay window. Here he was presently joined by his girls, who, after locating their own room on the water side above the music room, had no more wish to enter into details than their father. "Come and take a seat in the window bay, ladies," he called out to them, as they looked in at him through the ribs of the wall. He jocosely made room for them on the trestle on which he sat. They came gingerly and vaguely forward, as young ladies do when they wish not to seem to be going to do a thing they have made up their minds to do. When they had taken their places on the trestle, they could not help laughing with scorn, open and acceptable to their father. And Irene curled her chin up in a little way she had, and said, "How ridiculous!" to her sister. "Well, I can tell you what," said the Colonel, in fond enjoyment of their young ladyishness. "Your mother weren't ashamed to sit with me on a trestle when I called her out to look at the first coat of my paint that I ever tried on a house." "Yes, we've heard that story," said Penelope, with easy security of her father's liking what she said. "We were brought up on that story." "Well, it's a good story," said her father. At that moment a young man came suddenly in range, who began to look up at the signs of building as he approached. He dropped his eyes in coming abreast of the bay window where Lapham sat with his girls, and then his face lightened, and he took off his hat and bowed to Irene. She rose mechanically from the trestle, and her face lightened too. She was a very pretty figure of a girl, after our fashion of girls, round and slim and flexible, and her face was admirably regular; but her great beauty, and it was very great, was in her colouring. This was of an effect for which there is no word but delicious, as we use it of fruit or flowers. She had red hair, like her father in his earlier days, and the tints of her cheeks and temples were such as suggested mayflowers and apple blossoms and peaches. Instead of the grey that often dulls this complexion, her eyes were of a blue at once intense and tender, and they seemed to burn on what they looked at with a soft, lambent flame. It was well understood by her sister and mother that her eyes always expressed a great deal more than Irene ever thought or felt. But this is not saying that she was not a very sensible girl, and very honest. The young man faltered perceptibly, and Irene came a little forward, and then there gushed from them both a smiling exchange of greeting, of which the sum was that he supposed she was out of town, and that she had not known that he had got back. A pause ensued, and flushing again in her uncertainty as to whether she ought or ought not to do it, she said, "My father, Mr. Corey, and my sister." The young man took off his hat again, showing his shapely head, with a line of wholesome sunburn ceasing where the recently and closely clipped hair began. He was dressed in a fine summer check, with a blue white dotted neckerchief, and he had a white hat, in which he looked very well when he put it back on his head. His whole dress seemed very fresh and new, and in fact he had cast aside his Texan habiliments only the day before. "How do you do, sir?" said the Colonel, stepping to the window, and reaching out of it the hand which the young man advanced to take. "Won't you come in? We're at home here; house I'm building." "Oh, indeed!" returned the young man, and he came promptly up the steps, and through its ribs into the reception room. "Have a trestle?" asked the Colonel, while the girls exchanged little shocks of terror and amusement at the eyes. "Thank you," said the young man simply, and sat down. "Mrs. Lapham is upstairs interviewing the carpenter, but she'll be down in a minute." "I hope she's quite well," said Corey. I was afraid she might be out of town." "Well, we are off to Nantasket next week. The house kept us in town pretty late." "It must be very exciting, building a house," said Corey to the elder sister. "Yes, it is," she assented, loyally refusing in Irene's interest the opportunity of saying anything more. Corey turned to the latter. "I suppose you've all helped to plan it?" "Oh, no, the architect and mamma did that." "But they allowed the rest of us to agree, when we were good," said Penelope. Corey looked at her, and saw that she was shorter than her sister, and had a dark complexion. "It's very exciting," said Irene. "Come up," said the Colonel, rising, "and look round if you'd like to." "I should like to, very much," said the young man. He helped the young ladies over crevices of carpentry, and along narrow paths of planking, on which they had made their way unassisted before. The elder sister left the younger to profit solely by these offices as much as possible. She walked between them and her father, who went before, lecturing on each apartment, and taking the credit of the whole affair more and more as he talked on. "There," he said, "we're going to throw out a bay window here, so as to get the water all the way up and down. This is my girls' room," he added, looking proudly at them both. It seemed terribly intimate. Irene blushed deeply and turned her head away. But the young man took it all, apparently, as simply as their father. "What a lovely lookout," he said. The back bay spread its glassy sheet before them, empty but for a few small boats and a large schooner, with her sails close furled and dripping like snow from her spars, which a tug was rapidly towing toward Cambridge. The carpentry of that city, embanked and embowered in foliage, shared the picturesqueness of Charlestown in the distance. "Yes," said Lapham, "I go in for using the best rooms in your house yourself. If people come to stay with you, they can put up with the second best. Though we don't intend to have any second best. There ain't going to be an unpleasant room in the whole house from top to bottom." "Oh, I wish papa wouldn't brag so," breathed Irene to her sister, when they stood, a little apart, looking away together. The Colonel went on. "No, sir," he swelled out. "I have gone in for making a regular job of it. I've got the best architect in Boston, and I'm building a house to suit myself. And if money can do it, guess I'm going to be suited." "It seems very delightful," said Corey, "and very original." "Yes, sir. That fellow hadn't talked 5 minutes before I saw that he knew what he was about every time." "I wish mamma would come," breathed Irene again. "I shall certainly go through the floor if papa says anything more." "They are making a great many very pretty houses nowadays," said the young man. "It's very different from the old-fashioned building." "Well," said the Colonel, with a large toleration of tone and a deep breath that expanded his ample chest, "we spend more on our houses nowadays. I started out to build a $40,000 house. Well, sir, that fellow has got me in for more than 60,000 already, and I doubt if I get out of it much under 100. You can't have a nice house for nothing. It's just like ordering a picture of a painter. You can pay him enough, and he can afford to paint you a first-class picture, and if you don't, he can't. That's all there is of it. Why, they tell me that A.T. Stewart gave one of those French fellows $60,000 for a little 7x9 picture the other day. Yes, sir, give an architect money enough, and he'll give you a nice house every time." "I've heard that they're sharp at getting money to realise their ideas," assented the young man with a laugh. "Well, I should say so," exclaimed the Colonel. "They come to you with an improvement that you can't resist. It has good looks and common sense and everything in its favour, and it's like throwing money away to refuse. And they always manage to get you when your wife is around, and then you're helpless." The Colonel himself set the example of laughing at this joke, and the young man joined him less obstreperously. The girls turned, and he said, "I don't think I ever saw this view to better advantage. It's surprising how well the Memorial Hall and the Cambridge spires work up over there, and the sunsets must be magnificent." Lapham did not wait for them to reply. "Yes, sir, it's about the sightliest view I know of. I always did like the water side of Beacon. Long before I owned property here, or even expected to, my wife and I used to ride down this way, and stop the buggy to get this view over the water. When people talk to me about the hill, I can understand 'em. It's snug, and it's old-fashioned, and it's where they've always lived. But when they talk about Commonwealth Avenue, I don't know what they mean. It don't hold a candle to the water side of Beacon. You've got just as much wind over there, and you've got just as much dust, and all the view you've got is the view across the street. No, sir, when you come to the Back Bay at all, give me the water side of Beacon." "Oh, I think you're quite right," said the young man. "The view here is everything." Irene looked, "I wonder what papa is going to say next," at her sister, when their mother's voice was heard overhead, approaching the opening in the floor where the stairs were to be, and she presently appeared, with one substantial foot a long way ahead. She was followed by the carpenter, with his rule sticking out of his overalls pocket, and she was still talking to him about some measurements they had been taking when they reached the bottom, so that Irene had to say, "Mamma, Mr. Corey," before Mrs. Lapham was aware of him. He came forward with as much grace and speed as the uncertain footing would allow, and Mrs. Lapham gave him a stout squeeze of her comfortable hand. "Why, Mr. Corey, when did you get back?" "Yesterday. It hardly seems as if I had got back. I didn't expect to find you in a new house." "Well, you are our first caller. I presume you won't expect I should make excuses for the state you find it in. Has the Colonel been doing the honours?" "Oh, yes, and I've seen more of your house than I ever shall again, I suppose." "Well, I hope not," said Lapham. "There'll be several chances to see us in the old one yet, before we leave." He probably thought this a neat, off-hand way of making the invitation, for he looked at his womankind as if he might expect their admiration. "Oh, yes, indeed," said his wife. "We shall be very glad to see Mr. Corey, any time." "Thank you. I shall be glad to come." He and the Colonel went before, and helped the ladies down the difficult descent. Irene seemed less sure-footed than the others. She clung to the young man's hand an imperceptible moment longer than need be, or else he detained her. He found opportunity of saying, "It's so pleasant seeing you again," adding, "all of you." "Thank you," said the girl. "They must all be glad to have you at home again." Corey laughed. "Well, I suppose they would be, if they were at home to have me. But the fact is, there's nobody in the house but my father and myself, and I'm only on my way to Bar Harbour." "Oh, are they there?" "Yes. It seems to be the only place where my mother can get just the combination of sea and mountain air that she wants." "We go to Nantasket. It's convenient for papa, and I don't believe we shall go anywhere else this summer. Mamma's so taken up with building. We do nothing but talk house, and Pen says we eat and sleep house. She says it would be a sort of relief to go and live in tents for a while." "She seems to have a good deal of humour," the young man ventured, upon the slender evidence. The others had gone to the back of the house for a moment, to look at some suggested change. Irene and Corey were left standing in the doorway. A lovely light of happiness played over her face, and etherealised its delicious beauty. She had some ado to keep herself from smiling outright, and the effort deepened the dimples in her cheeks. She trembled a little, and the pendants shook in the tips of her pretty ears. The others came back directly, and they all descended the front steps together. The Colonel was about to renew his invitation, but he caught his wife's eye, and without being able to interpret its warning exactly, was able to arrest himself, and went about gathering up the hitching weight, while the young man handed the ladies into the phaeton. Then he lifted his hat, and the ladies all bowed, and the Laphams drove off, Irene's blue ribbons fluttering backward from her hat, as if they were her clinging thoughts. "So, that's young Corey, is it?" said the Colonel, letting the stately stepping, tall coupe horse make his way homeward, at the wheel with the beach wagon. "Well, he ain't a bad-looking fellow, and he's got a good, fair and square, honest eye. But I don't see how a fellow like that, that's had every advantage in this world, can hang round home and let his father support him. Seems to me, if I had his wealth and his education, I should want to strike out and do something for myself." The girls on the back seat had hold of each other's hands, and they exchanged electrical pressures at the different points their father made. "I presume," said Mrs. Lapham, "that he was down in Texas looking after something. He's come back without finding it, I guess." "Well, if his father has the money to support him, and don't complain of the burden, I don't see why we should." "Oh, I know it's none of my business, but I don't like the principle. I like to see a man act like a man. I don't like to see him taken care of like a young lady. Now, I suppose that fellow belongs to 2 or 3 clubs, and hangs around 'em all day, looking out the window. I've seen 'em, instead of trying to hunt up something to do for an honest livin'." "If I was a young man," Penelope struck in, "I would belong to 20 clubs, if I could find them, and I would hang around them all, and look out the window till I dropped." "Oh, you would you?" demanded her father, delighted with her defiance, and twisting his fat head around over his shoulder to look at her. "Well, you wouldn't do it on my money, if you were a son of mine, young lady." "Oh, you wait and see," retorted the girl. This made them all laugh, but the Colonel recurred seriously to the subject that night, as he was winding up his watch preparatory to putting it under his pillow. "I could make a man of that fellow if I had him in the business with me. There's stuff in him. But I spoke up the way I did because I didn't choose Irene should think I would stand any kind of loaf around. I don't care who he is, or how well educated or brought up. And I guess, from the way Pen spoke up, that 'Rene saw what I was driving at." The girl, apparently, was less anxious about her father's ideas and principles than about the impression which he had made upon the young man. She had talked it over and over with her sister before they went to bed, and she asked in despair, as she stood looking at Penelope brushing out her hair before the glass, "Do you suppose he'll think Papa always talks in that bragging way?" "He'll be right, if he does," answered her sister. "It's the way father always does talk. You never noticed it so much, that's all. And I guess if he can't make allowance for father's bragging, he'll be a little too good. I enjoyed hearing the Colonel go on." "I know you did," returned Irene in distress. Then she sighed. "Didn't you think he looked very nice?" "Who? The Colonel?" Penelope had caught up the habit of calling her father so from her mother, and she used his title in all her jocose and perverse moods. "You know very well I don't mean Papa," pouted Irene. "Oh, Mr. Corey! Why didn't you say Mr. Corey if you meant Mr. Corey? If I meant Mr. Corey, I should say Mr. Corey. It isn't swearing. Corey, Corey, Her sister clapped her hand over her mouth. "Will you hush, you wretched thing?" she whimpered. "The whole house can hear you." "Oh yes, they can hear me all over the square. Well, I think you looked well enough for a plain youth, who hadn't taken his hair out of curl papers for some time." "It was clipped pretty close," Irene admitted, and they both laughed at the drab effect of Mr. Corey's skull as they remembered it. "Did you like his nose?" asked Irene timorously. "Ah, now you're coming to something," said Penelope. "I don't know whether, if I had so much of a nose, I should want it all Roman." "I don't see how you can expect to have a nose part one kind and part another," argued Irene. "Oh, I do. Look at mine." She turned aside her face so as to get a 3/4 view of her nose in the glass, and crossing her hands, with the brush in one of them, before her, regarded it judicially. "Now, my nose started Grecian, but changed its mind before it got over the bridge, and concluded to be a snub the rest of the way." "You've got a very pretty nose, Pen," said Irene, joining in the contemplation of its reflection in the glass. "Don't say that in hopes of getting me to compliment his missus." She stopped, and then added deliberately, "See?" Irene also had a hair-brush in her hand, and now she sprang at her sister and beat her very softly on the shoulder with the flat of it. "You mean thing!" she cried, between her shut teeth, blushing hotly. "Well, D, then," said Penelope. "You've got nothing to say against D? Though I think C is just as nice an initial." "Oh!" cried the younger, for all expression of unspeakable things. "I think he has very good eyes," admitted Penelope. "Oh, he has! And didn't you like the way his sack coat set? So close to him, and yet free, kind of peeling away at the lapels." "Yes, I should say he was a young man of great judgment. He knows how to choose his tailor." Irene sat down on the edge of a chair. "It was so nice of you, Pen, to come in that way, about clubs." "Oh, I didn't mean anything by it except opposition," said Penelope. "I couldn't have father swelling on so, without saying something." "How he did swell!" sighed Irene. "Wasn't it a relief to have mamma come down, even if she did seem to be all stocking at first?" The girls broke into a wild giggle, and hid their faces in each other's necks. "I thought I should die," said Irene. "It's just like ordering a painting," said Penelope, recalling her father's talk, with an effect of dreamy absent-mindedness. "Give the painter money enough, and he can afford to paint you a first-class picture. Give an architect money enough, and he'll give you a first-class house, every time." "Oh, wasn't it awful?" moaned her sister. "No one would ever have supposed that he fought the very idea of an architect for weeks before he gave in." Penelope went on. "I always did like the water side of Beacon, long before I owned property there. When you come to the Back Bay at all, give me the water side of Beacon." "Ow!" shrieked Irene. "Do stop!" The door of their mother's chamber opened below, and the voice of the real Colonel called, "What are you doing up there, girls? Why don't you go to bed?" This extorted nervous shrieks from both of them. The Colonel heard a sound of scurrying feet, whisking drapery and slamming doors. Then he heard one of the doors opened again, and Penelope said, "I was only repeating something you said when you talked to Mr. Corey." "Very well now," answered the Colonel. "You postpone the rest of it till to-morrow at breakfast, and see that you're up in time to let me hear it." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the same moment young Corey let himself in at his own door with his latchkey, and went to the library, where he found his father turning the last leaves of a story in the Revue du Monde. He was a white-moustached old gentleman, who had never been able to abandon his pince-nez for the superior comfort of spectacles, even in the privacy of his own library. He knocked the glasses off as soon as his son came in, and looked up at him with lazy fondness, rubbing the 2 red marks that they always leave on the side of the nose. "Tom," he said, "where did you get such good clothes?" "I stopped over a day in New York," replied the son, finding himself a chair. "I'm glad you like them." "Yes, I always do like your clothes, Tom," returned the father thoughtfully, swinging his glasses, "but I don't see how you can afford 'em, I can't." "Well, sir," said the son, who dropped the "sir" into his speech with his father now and then, in an old-fashioned way that was rather charming, "you see, I have an indulgent parent." "Smoke?" suggested the father, pushing toward his son a box of cigarettes, from which he had taken one. "No, thank you," said the son. "I've dropped that." "Ah, is that so?" The father began to feel about on the table for matches, in the purblind fashion of elderly men. His son rose, lighted one, and handed it to him. "Well, thank you, Tom. I believe some statisticians prove that if you will give up smoking you can dress very well on the money your tobacco costs, even if you haven't got an indulgent parent. But I'm too old to try, though I confess I should rather like the clothes. Whom did you find at the club?" "There were a lot of fellows there," said young Corey, watching the accomplished fumigation of his father in an absent way. "It's astonishing what a hardy breed the young clubmen are," observed his father. "All summer through, in weather that sends the sturdiest female flying to the seashore, you find the clubs filled with young men who don't seem to mind the heat in the least." "Boston isn't a bad place, at the worst, in summer," said the son, declining to take up the matter in its ironical shape. "I dare say it isn't compared with Texas," returned the father, smoking tranquilly on. "But I don't suppose you find many of your friends in town outside of the club." "No. You're requested to ring at the rear door, all the way down Beacon Street and up Commonwealth Avenue. It's rather a blank reception for the returning prodigal." "Ah, the prodigal must take his chance if he comes back out of season. But I'm glad to have you back, Tom, even as it is, and I hope you're not going to hurry away. You must give your energies a rest." "I'm sure you never had to reproach me with abnormal activity," suggested the son, taking his father's jokes in good part. "No, I don't know that I have," admitted the elder. "You've always shown a fair degree of moderation, after all. What do you think of taking up next? I mean, after you have embraced your mother and sisters at Mount Desert. Real estate? It seems to me that it is about time for you to open out as a real estate broker. Or did you ever think of matrimony?" "Well, not just in that way, sir," said the young man. "I shouldn't quite like to regard it as a career, you know." No, I understand that, and I quite agree with you. But you know I've always contended that the affections could be made to combine pleasure and profit. I wouldn't have a man marry for money. That would be rather bad. But I don't see why, when it comes to falling in love, a man shouldn't fall in love with a rich girl as easily as a poor one. Some of the rich girls are very nice, and I should say that the chances of a quiet life with them are rather greater. They've always had everything, and they wouldn't be so ambitious and uneasy. Don't you think so?" "It would depend," said the son, "upon whether a girl's people had been rich long enough to have given her position before she married. If they hadn't, I don't see how she would be any better than a poor girl in that respect. Yes, there's sense in that, but the suddenly rich are on a level with any of us nowadays. Money buys position at once. I don't say that it isn't all right. The world generally knows what it's about, and knows how to drive a bargain. I dare say it makes the new rich pay too much. But there's no doubt but money is to the fore now. It's the romance, the poetry, of our age. It's the thing that chiefly strikes the imagination. The Englishmen who come here are more curious about the great new millionaires than about any one else, and they respect them more. It's all very well. I don't complain of it." "And you would like a rich daughter-in-law, quite regardless, then?" "Oh, not quite so bad as that, Tom," said his father. "A little youth, a little beauty, a little good sense and pretty behaviour, one mustn't object to those things, and they go just as often with money as without it. And I suppose I should like her people to be rather grammatical." "It seems to me that you are exacting, sir," said the son. "How can you expect people who have been strictly devoted to business to be grammatical? Isn't that rather too much?" "Perhaps it is. Perhaps you're right. But I understood your mother to say that those benefactors of hers, whom you met last summer, were very passably grammatical. The father isn't." The elder, who had been smoking with his profile towards his son, now turned his face full upon him. "I didn't know you had seen him." "I hadn't until to day," said young Corey, with a little heightening of his colour. "But I was walking down street this afternoon, and happened to look round at a new house some one was putting up, and I saw the whole family in the window. It appears that Mr. Lapham is building the house." The elder Corey knocked the ash of his cigarette into the holder at his elbow. "I am more and more convinced, the longer I know you, Tom, that we are descended from Giles Corey. The gift of holding one's tongue seemed to have skipped me, but you have it in full force. I can't say just how you would behave under peine forte et dure, but under ordinary pressure you are certainly able to keep your own counsel. Why didn't you mention this encounter at dinner? You weren't asked to plead to an accusation of witchcraft." "No, not exactly," said the young man, "but I didn't quite see my way to speaking of it. We had a good many other things before us." "Yes, that's true. I suppose you wouldn't have mentioned it now if I hadn't led up to it, would you?" "I don't know, sir. It was rather on my mind to do so. Perhaps it was I who led up to it." His father laughed. "Perhaps you did, Tom, perhaps you did. Your mother would have known you were leading up to something, but I'll confess that I didn't. What is it?" "Nothing very definite. But do you know that in spite of his syntax I rather liked him?" The father looked keenly at the son, but unless the boy's full confidence was offered, Corey was not the man to ask for it. "Well?" was all that was said. "I suppose that in a new country one gets to looking at people a little out of our tradition, and I dare say that if I hadn't passed a winter in Texas I might have found Colonel Lapham rather too much." "You mean that there are worse things in Texas?" "Not that exactly. I mean that I saw it wouldn't be quite fair to test him by our standards." "This comes of the error which I have often deprecated," said the elder Corey. "In fact, I am always saying that the Bostonian ought never to leave Boston. Then he knows, and then only, that there can be no standard but ours. We are constantly going away, and coming back with our convictions shaken to their foundations. One man goes to England, and returns with the conception of a grander social life. Another comes home from Germany with the notion of a more searching intellectual activity. A fellow just back from Paris has the absurdest ideas of art and literature, and you revert to us from the cowboys of Texas, and tell us to our faces that we ought to try Papa Lapham by a jury of his peers. It ought to be stopped. It ought, really. The Bostonian who leaves Boston ought to be condemned to perpetual exile." The son suffered the father to reach his climax with smiling patience. When he asked finally, "What are the characteristics of Papa Lapham that placed him beyond our jurisdiction?" the younger Corey crossed his long legs, and leaned forward to take one of his knees between his hands. Well, sir, he bragged, rather. Oh, I don't know that bragging should exempt him from the ordinary processes. I've heard other people brag in Boston. Ah, not just in that personal way, not about money. No, that was certainly different. I don't mean, said the young fellow with the scrupulosity which people could not help observing and liking in him, that it was more than an indirect expression of satisfaction and the ability to spend. No, I should be glad to express something of the kind myself, if the facts would justify me. The son smiled tolerantly again. But, if he was enjoying his money in that way, I didn't see why he shouldn't show his pleasure in it. It might have been vulgar, but it wasn't sordid, and I don't know that it was vulgar. Perhaps his successful strokes of business were the romance of his life. The father interrupted with a laugh. The girl must be uncommonly pretty. What did she seem to think of her father's brag? There were two of them, answered the son evasively. Oh, two! And is the sister pretty too? Not pretty, but rather interesting. She is like her mother. Then the pretty one isn't the father's pet? I can't say, sir. I don't believe, added the young man, that I can make you see Colonel Lapham just as I did. He struck me as very simple-hearted and rather wholesome. Of course, he could be tiresome, we all can, and I suppose his range of ideas is limited. But he is a force, and not a bad one. If he hasn't got over being surprised at the effect of rubbing his lamp. Oh, one can make out a case. I suppose you know what you are about, Tom. But remember that we are Essex County people, and that in savour we are just a little beyond the salt of the earth. I will tell you plainly that I don't like the notion of a man who has rivalled the hues of nature in her wildest haunts with the tints of his mineral paint. But I don't say there are not worse men. He isn't to my taste, though he might be ever so much to my conscience. I suppose, said the son, that there is nothing really to be ashamed of in mineral paint. People go into all sorts of things. His father took his cigarette from his mouth, and once more looked his son full in the face. Oh, is that it? It had crossed my mind, admitted the son. I must do something. I've wasted time and money enough. I've seen much younger men all through the West and South West taking care of themselves. I don't think I was particularly fit for anything out there, but I am ashamed to come back and live upon you, sir. His father shook his head with an ironical sigh. Ah, we shall never have a real aristocracy, while this plebeian reluctance to live upon a parent or a wife continues the animating spirit of our youth. It strikes at the root of the whole feudal system. I really think you owe me an apology, Tom. I suppose you wished to marry the girl's money, and here you are, basely seeking to go into business with her father. Young Corey laughed again, like a son who perceives that his father is a little antiquated, but keeps a filial faith in his wit. I don't know that it's quite so bad as that, but the thing had certainly crossed my mind. I don't know how it's to be approached, and I don't know that it's at all possible. But I confess that I took to Colonel Lapham from the moment I saw him. He looked as if he meant business, and I mean business too. The father smoked thoughtfully. Of course, people do go into all sorts of things, as you say, and I don't know that one thing is more ignoble than another, if it's decent and large enough. In my time, you would have gone into the China trade or the India trade, though I didn't, and a little later cotton would have been your manifest destiny, though it wasn't mine. But now a man may do almost anything. The real estate business is pretty full. Yes, if he had a deep inward vocation for it, I don't see why mineral paint shouldn't do. I fancy it's easy enough approaching the matter. We will invite Papa Lapham to dinner, and talk it over with him. Oh, I don't think that would be exactly the way, sir, said the son, smiling at his father's patrician unworldliness. No? Why not? I'm afraid it would be a bad start. I don't think it would strike him as business-like. I don't see why he should be punctilious if we're not. Ah, we might say that if we were making the advances. "Well, perhaps you are right, Tom. What is your idea?" "I haven't a very clear one. It seems to me I ought to get some business friend of ours, whose judgment he would respect, to speak a good word for me." "Give you a character?" "Yes. And of course I must go to Colonel Lapham. My notion would be to inquire pretty thoroughly about him, and then, if I liked the look of things, to go right down to Republic Street and let him see what he could do with me, if anything." "That sounds tremendously practical to me, Tom, though it may just be the wrong way. When are you going down to Mount Desert?" "To-morrow, I think, sir," said the young man. "I shall turn it over in my mind while I'm off." The father rose, showing something more than his son's height, with a very slight stoop, which the son's figure had not. "Well," he said whimsically, "I admire your spirit, and I don't deny that it is justified by necessity. It's a consolation to think that while I've been spending and enjoying, I have been preparing the noblest future for you, a future of industry and self-reliance. You could never draw, but this scheme of going into the mineral paint business shows that you have inherited something of my feeling for colour." The son laughed once more, and waiting till his father was well on his way upstairs, turned out the gas, and then hurried after him and preceded him into his chamber. He glanced over it to see that everything was there to his father's hand. Then he said, "Good night, sir," and the elder responded, "Good night, my son," and the son went into his own room. Over the mantel in the elder Corey's room hung a portrait which he had painted of his own father, and now he stood a moment and looked at this as if struck by something novel in it. The resemblance between his son and the old India merchant who had followed the trade from Salem to Boston when the larger city drew it away from the smaller must have been what struck him. Grandfather and grandson had both the Roman nose which appears to have flourished chiefly at the formative period of the Republic, and which occurs more rarely in the descendants of the conscript fathers, though it still characterises the profiles of a good many Boston ladies. Bromfield Corey had not inherited it, and he had made his straight nose his defence when the old merchant accused him of a want of energy. He said, "What could a man do whose unnatural father had left his own nose away from him?" This amused, but did not satisfy the merchant. "You must do something," he said, "and it's for you to choose. If you don't like the India trade, go into something else. Or, take up law or medicine. No Corey yet ever proposed to do nothing." "Ah, then, it's quite time one of us made a beginning," urged the man who was then young, and who was now old, looking into the somewhat fierce eyes of his father's portrait. He had inherited as little of the fierceness of the nose, and there was nothing predatory in his son either, though the aquiline beak had come down to him in such force. Bromfield Corey liked his son Tom for the gentleness which tempered his energy. "Well, let us compromise," he seemed to be saying to his father's portrait. "I will travel." "Travel? How long?" the keen eyes demanded. "Oh, indefinitely. I won't be hard with you, father." He could see the eyes soften, and the smile of yielding come over his father's face. The merchant could not resist a son who was so much like his dead mother. There was some vague understanding between them that Bromfield Corey was to come back and go into business after time, but he never did so. He travelled about over Europe, and travelled handsomely, frequenting good society everywhere, and getting himself presented at several courts, at a period when it was a distinction to do so. He had always sketched, and with his father's leave he fixed himself at Rome, where he remained, studying art and rounding the being inherited from his Yankee progenitors, till there's very little left of the ancestral angularities. After 10 years he came home and painted that portrait of his father. It was very good, if a little amateurish, and he might have made himself a name as a painter of portraits if he had not had so much money. But he had plenty of money, though by this time he was married and beginning to have a family. It was absurd for him to paint portraits for pay, and ridiculous to paint them for nothing, so he did not paint them at all. He continued a dilettante, never quite abandoning his art, but working at it fitfully, and talking more about it than working at it. He had his theory of Titian's method, and now and then a Bostonian insisted upon buying a picture of him. After a while he hung it more and more inconspicuously, and said apologetically, "Oh, yes, that's one of Bromfield Corey's things. It has nice qualities, but it's amateurish." In process of time the money seemed less abundant. There were shrinkages of one kind and another, and living had grown much more expensive and luxurious. For many years he talked about going back to Rome, but he never went, and his children grew up in the usual way. Before he knew it, his son had him out to his class day spread at Harvard, and then he had his son on his hands. The son made various unsuccessful provisions for himself, and still continued upon his father's hands, to their common dissatisfaction, though it was chiefly the younger who repined. He had the Roman nose and the energy without the opportunity, and at one of the reversions his father said to him, "You ought not to have that nose, Tom, then you would do very well. You would go and travel, as I did." Lapham and his wife continued talking after he had quelled the disturbance in his daughter's room overhead, and their talk was not altogether of the new house. "I tell you," he said, "if I had that fellow in the business with me I could make a man of him." "Well, Silas Lapham," returned his wife, "I do believe you've got mineral paint on the brain. Do you suppose a fellow like young Corey, brought up the way he's been, would touch mineral paint with a 10-foot pole?" "Why not?" hoarsely asked the Colonel. "Well, if you don't know already, there's no use trying to tell you." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Coreys had always had a house at Nahant, but after letting it for a season or two, they found they could get on without it, and sold it at the son's instance, who foresaw that if things went on as they were going, the family would be straitened to the point of changing their mode of life altogether. They began to be of the people of whom it was said that they stayed in town very late, and when the ladies did go away, it was for a brief summering in this place and that. The father remained at home altogether, and the son joined them in the intervals of his enterprises, which occurred only too often. At Bar Harbor, where he now went to find them after his winter in Texas, he confessed to his mother that there seemed no very good opening there for him. He might do as well at luring Stanton, but he doubted if Stanton was doing very well. Then he mentioned the new project which he had been thinking over. She did not deny that there was something in it, but she could not think of any young man who had gone into such a business as that, and it appeared to her that he might as well go into a patent medicine or a stove polish. There was one of his hideous advertisements, she said, painted on a reef that we saw as we came down. Corey smiled. "Well, I suppose, if it was in a good state of preservation, that is proof positive of the efficacy of the paint on the hulls of vessels." "It's very distasteful to me, Tom," said his mother. And if there was something else in her mind, she did not speak more plainly of it than to add, "It's not only the kind of business, but the kind of people you would be mixed up with." "I thought you didn't find them so very bad," suggested Corey. I hadn't seen them in Nankeen Square then. "You can see them on the water side of Beacon Street when you go back." Then he told of his encounter with the Lapham family in their new house. At the end his mother merely said, "It's getting very common down there," and she did not try to oppose anything further to his scheme. The young man went to see Colonel Lapham shortly after his return to Boston. He paid his visit at Lapham's office, and if he had studied simplicity in his summer dress, he could not have presented himself in a figure more to the mind of a practical man. His hands and neck still kept the brown of the Texan suns and winds, and he looked as businesslike as Lapham himself. He spoke up promptly and briskly in the outer office, and caused the pretty girl to look away from her copying at him. "Is Mr. Lapham in?" he asked, and after that moment for reflection which an array of bookkeepers so addressed likes to give the inquirer, A head was lifted from a ledger and nodded toward the inner office. Lapham had recognised the voice, and he was standing in considerable perplexity to receive Corey when the young man opened his painted glass door. It was a hot afternoon, and Lapham was in his shirt sleeves. Scarcely a trace of the boastful hospitality with which he had welcomed Corey to his house a few days before lingered in his present address. He looked at the young man's face, as if he expected him to dispatch whatever unimaginable fare he had come upon. "Won't you sit down? How are you? You will excuse me," he added, in brief allusion to the shirt sleeves. "I'm about roasted." Corey laughed. "I wish you'd let me take off my coat." "Why, take it off," cried the Colonel, with instant pleasure. "There is something in human nature which causes the man in his shirt sleeves to wish all other men to appear in the same dishabille." "I will, if you ask me after I've talked with you 2 minutes," said the young fellow, companionably pulling up the chair offered him toward the desk where Lapham had again seated himself. "But perhaps you haven't got 2 minutes to give me?" "Oh, yes, I have," said the Colonel. "I was just going to knock off. I can give you 20, and then I shall have 15 minutes to catch the boat." "All right," said Corey. "I want you to take me into the mineral paint business." The Colonel sat dumb. He twisted his thick neck, and looked round at the door to see if it was shut. He would not have liked to have any of those fellows outside hear him, but there is no saying what sum of money he would not have given if his wife had been there to hear what Corey had just said. "I suppose," continued the young man, "I could have got several people whose names you know to back my industry and sobriety, and say a word for my business capacity. But I thought I wouldn't trouble anybody for certificates till I found whether there was a chance, or the ghost of one, of your wanting me, so I came straight to you." Lapham gathered himself together as well as he could. He had not yet forgiven Corey for Mrs. Lapham's insinuation that he would feel himself too good for the mineral paint business. And though he was dispersed by that astounding shot at first, he was not going to let any one even hypothetically despise his paint with impunity. "How do you think I am going to take you on?" They took on hands at the works, and Lapham put it as if Corey was a hand coming to him for employment. Whether he satisfied himself by this or not, he reddened a little after he said it. Corey answered, ignorant of the offence. "I haven't a very clear idea, I'm afraid, but I've been looking a little into the matter from the outside." "I hope you hain't been paying any attention to that fellow's stuff in the events," Lapham interrupted. Since Bartley's interview had appeared, Lapham had regarded it with very mixed feelings. At first it gave him a glow of secret pleasure, blended with doubt as to how his wife would like the use of Bartley had made of her in it. But she had not seemed to notice it much, and Lapham had experienced the gratitude of the man who escapes. Then his girls had begun to make fun of it, and though he did not mind Penelope's jokes much, he did not like to see that Irene's gentility was wounded. Business friends met him with a kind of knowing smile about it that implied their sense of the fraudulent character of its praise, the smile of men who had been there and who knew how it was themselves. Lapham had his misgivings as to how his clerks and underlings looked at it. He treated them with stately severity for a while after it came out, and he ended by feeling rather sore about it. He took it for granted that everybody had read it. "I don't know what you mean," replied Corey. "I don't see the events regularly." "Oh, it was nothing. They sent a fellow down here to interview me, and he got everything about as twisted as he could." "I believe they always do," said Corey. "I hadn't seen it. Perhaps it came out before I got home." "Perhaps it did. My notion of making myself useful to you was based on a hint I got from one of your own circulars." Lapham was proud of those circulars. He thought they read very well. "What was that?" "I could put a little capital into the business," said Corey, with the tentative accent of a man who chances a thing. "I've got a little money, but I didn't imagine you cared for anything of that kind." "No, sir, I don't," returned the Colonel bluntly. "I've had one partner, and one's enough." Yes, assented the young man, who doubtless had his own ideas as to eventualities, or perhaps rather had the vague hopes of youth. I didn't come to propose a partnership, but to see that you are introducing your paint into the foreign markets, and there I really thought I might be of use to you, and to myself too. How? Asked the Colonel scantly. Well, I know 2 or 3 languages pretty well. I know French, and I know German, and I've got a pretty fair sprinkling of Spanish. You mean that you can talk them? Asked the Colonel, with the mingled awe and slight that such a man feels for such accomplishments. Yes, and I can write an intelligible letter in either of them. Lapham rubbed his nose. It's easy enough to get all the letters we want translated. Well, pursued Corey, not showing his discouragement if he felt any, I know the countries where you want to introduce this paint of yours. I've been there. I've been in Germany and France, and I've been in South America and Mexico. I've been in Italy, of course. I believe I could go to any of those countries and place it to advantage. Lapham had listened, with a trace of persuasion in his face, but now he shook his head. It's placing itself as fast as there's any call for it. I wouldn't pay us to send somebody out to look after it. Your salary and expenses would eat up about all we should make on it. Yes, returned the young man intrepidly, if you had to pay me any salary and expenses. You don't propose to work for nothing? I propose to work for a commission. The Colonel was beginning to shake his head again, but Corey hurried on. I haven't come to you without making some inquiries about the paint, and I know how it stands with those who know best. I believe in it. Lapham lifted his head and looked at the young man, deeply moved. It's the best paint in God's universe, he said with the solemnity of prayer. It's the best in the market, said Corey, and he repeated, I believe in it. You believe in it, began the Colonel, and then he stopped. If there had really been any purchasing power in money, a year's income would have bought Mrs. Lapham's instant presence. He warmed and softened to the young man in every way, not only because he must do so to anyone who believed in his paint, but because he had done this innocent person the wrong of listening to a defamation of his instinct and good sense, and had been willing to see him suffer for a purely supposititious offence. Corey rose. You mustn't let me outstay my 20 minutes, he said, taking out his watch. I don't expect you to give a decided answer on the spot. All that I ask is that you consider my proposition. Don't hurry, said Lapham. Sit still. I want to tell you about this paint, he added, in a voice husky with a feeling that his hearer could not divine. I want to tell you all about it. I could walk with you to the boat, suggested the young man. Never mind the boat. I can take the next one. Look here. The Colonel pulled open a drawer, as Corey sat down again, and took out a photograph of the locality of the mine. Here's where we get it. The photograph don't half do the place justice, he said, as if the imperfect art had slighted the features of a beloved face. It's one of the sightliest places in the country, and here's the very spot. He covered it with his huge forefinger, where my father found that paint more than 40 years ago, yes, sir. He went on and told the story in unsparing detail, while his chance for the boat passed unheeded, and the clerks in the outer office hung up their linen office coats and put on their seersucker or flannel street coats. The young lady went too, and nobody was left but the porter, who made from time to time a noisy demonstration of fastening a distant blind or putting something in place. At last the Colonel roused himself from the autobiographical delight of the history of his paint. Well, sir, that's the story. It's an interesting story, said Corey with a long breath, as they rose together, and Lapham put on his coat. That's what it is, said the Colonel. Well, he added, I don't see but what we've got to have another talk about this thing. It's a surprise to me, and I don't see exactly how you're going to make it pay. I'm willing to take the chances, answered Corey. As I said, I believe in it. I should try South America first. I should try Chile. Look here, said Lapham with his watch in his hand. I like to get things over, We've just got time for the 6 o'clock boat. Why don't you come down with me to Nantasket? I can give you a bed as well as not, and then we can finish up." The impatience of youth in Corey responded to the impatience of temperament in his elder. "Why, I don't see why I shouldn't," he allowed himself to say. "I confess I should like to have it finished up myself, if it could be finished up in the right way." "Well, we'll see. Dennis!" Lapham called the remote porter, and then the man came. "Want to send any word home?" he asked Corey. "No, my father and I come and go as we like, without keeping account of each other. If I don't come home, he knows that I'm not there. That's all." "Well, that's convenient. You'll find you can't do that when you're married." "Never mind, Dennis," said the Colonel. He had time to buy 2 newspapers on the wharf before he jumped on board the steamboat with Corey. "Just made it," he said, "and that's what I like to do. I can't stand it to be aboard much more than a minute before she shoves out." He gave one of the newspapers to Corey as he spoke, and set him the example of catching up a camp stool on their way to that point on the boat which his experience had taught him was the best. He opened his paper at once and began to run over its news, while the young man watched the spectacular recession of the city, and was vaguely conscious of the people about him, and of the gay life of the water and the boat. The air freshened, the craft thinned in number, they met larger sail, lagging slowly inward in the afternoon light. The islands of the bay waxed and waned as the steamer approached and left them behind. "I hate to see them stirring up those Southern fellows again," said the Colonel, speaking into the paper in his lap. "Seems to me it's time to let those old issues go." "Yes," said the young man. "What are they doing now?" "Oh, stirring up the Confederate brigadiers in Congress. I don't like it. Seems to me, if our party hain't got any other stock in trade, we better shut up shop altogether," Lapham went on, as he scanned the newspaper, to give his ideas of public questions in a fragmentary way, while Corey listened patiently, and waited for him to come back to business. He folded up his paper at last, and stuffed it into his coat pocket. "There's one thing I always make it a rule to do," he said, "and that is to give my mind a complete rest from business while I'm going down on the boat. I like to get the fresh air all through me, soul and body. I believe a man can get his mind a rest, just the same as he can give his legs a rest, or his back. All he's got to do is use his will power. Why, I suppose if I hadn't adopted some such rule, with the strain I've had on me for the last 10 years, I should have been a dead man long ago. That's the reason I like a horse. You've got to give your mind to the horse. You can't help it, unless you want to break your neck. But a boat's different, and there you've got to use your will power. You've got to take your mind right up and put it where you want it. And make it a rule to read the paper on the boat. Hold on." He interrupted himself to prevent Corey from paying his fare to the man who had come round for it. "I've got tickets, and when I get through the paper I try to get somebody to talk to, or I watch the people. It's an astonishing thing to me where they all come from. I've been riding up and down on these boats for 6 or 7 years, and I don't know but very few of the faces I see on board. Seems to be a perfectly fresh lot every time. Well, of course, town's full of strangers in the summer season anyway, and folks keep coming down from the country. They think it's a great thing to get down to the beach, and they've all heard of the electric light on the water, and they want to see it. But you take faces now. The astonishing thing to me is not what a face tells, but what it don't tell. When you think of what a man is, or a woman is, and what most of 'em have been through before they get to be 30, it seems as if their experience would burn right through, but it don't. I like to watch the couples, and try to make out which are engaged or going to be, and which are married, or better be. But half the time I can't make any sort of guess. Of course, where they're young and kittenish you can tell, but where they're anyways on, you can't, hey?" "Yes, I think you're right," said Corey, not perfectly reconciled to philosophy in the place of business, but accepting it as he must. "Well," said the Colonel, "I don't suppose it was meant we should know what was in each other's minds. It would take a man out of his own hands. As long as he's in his own hands, there's some hopes of his doing something with himself, but if a fellow has been found out, even if he hasn't been found out to be so very bad. It's pretty much all up with him. No, sir, I don't want to know people through and through." The greater part of the crowd on board, and of course the boat was crowded, looked as if they might not only be easily but safely known. There was little style and no distinction among them. They were people who were going down to the beach for the fun or the relief of it, and were able to afford it. In fact, they were commonplace, with nothing but the American poetry of vivid purpose to light them up, where they did not wholly lack fire. But they were nearly all shrewd and friendly looking, with an apparent readiness for the humorous intimacy native to us all. The women were dandified in dress, according to their means and taste, and the men differed from each other in degrees of indifference to it. To a straw-hatted population, such as ours is in summer, no sort of personal dignity is possible. We have not even the power over observers which comes from the fantasticality of an Englishman when he discards the conventional dress. In our straw hats and our serge or flannel sacks, we are no more imposing than a crowd of boys. "Some day," said Lapham, rising as the boat drew near the wharf of the final landing, "there's going to be an awful accident on these boats. Just look at that jam." He meant the people thickly packed on the pier, and under strong restraint of lock and gates, to prevent them from rushing on board the boat, and possessing her for the return trip before she had landed her Nantasket passengers. "Overload 'em every time," he continued, with a sort of dry impersonal concern at the impending calamity, as if it could not possibly include him. "They take about twice as many as they ought to carry, and about 10 times as many as they could save if anything happened. Yes, sir, it's bound to come. Hello! There's my girl!" He took out his folded newspaper, and waved it towards a group of phaetons and barouches, drawn up on the pier a little apart from the pack of people, and a lady in one of them answered with a flourish of her parasol. When he had made his way with his guest through the crowd, she began to speak to her father before she noticed Corey. "Well, Colonel, you've improved your last chance. We've been coming to every boat since 4 o'clock, or Jerry has, and I told my mother that I'd become myself once, and see if I couldn't fetch you, and if I failed, you could walk next time. You're getting perfectly spoiled." The Colonel enjoyed letting her scold him to the end before he said, with a twinkle of pride in his guest, and satisfaction in her probably being able to hold her own against any discomfiture, "I've brought Mr. Corey down for the night with me, and I was showing him things all the way, and it took time." The young fellow was at the side of the open beach wagon, making a quick bow, and Penelope Lapham was cosily drawling, "Oh, how do you do, Mr. Corey?" before the Colonel had finished his explanation. "Get right in there, alongside of Miss Lapham, Mr. Corey," he said, pulling himself up into the place beside the driver. "No, no," he added quickly, at some signs of polite protest in the young man. "I don't give up the best place to anybody. Jerry, suppose you let me have hold of the leathers a minute." This was his way of taking the reins from the driver, and in half the time he specified he had skilfully turned the vehicle on the pier, among the crooked lines and groups of foot passengers, and was spinning up the road towards the stretch of verandahed hotels and restaurants in the sand along the shore. "Pretty gay down here," he said, indicating all this with a turn of his whip, as he left it behind him. "But I've got about sick of the hotels, and this summer I made up my mind that I'd take a cottage. Well, Pen, how are the folks?" He looked halfway round for her answer, and with the eye thus brought to bear upon her he was able to give her a wink of supreme content. The Colonel, with no sort of ulterior design, and nothing but his triumph over Mrs. Lapham definitely in his mind, was feeling, as he would have said, about right. The girl smiled a daughter's amusement at her father's boyishness. "I don't think there's much change since morning. Did Irene have a headache when you left?" "No," said the Colonel. "Well, then, there's that to report." "Pshaw!" said the Colonel, with vexation in his tone. "I'm sorry Miss Irene isn't well," said Corey politely. "I think she must have got it from walking too long on the beach. The air is so cool here that you forget how hot the sun is." "Yes, that's true," assented Corey. "A good night's rest will make it all right," suggested the Colonel, without looking round. "But you girls have got to look out." "If you're fond of walking," said Corey, "I suppose you find the beach a temptation." "Oh, it isn't so much that," returned the girl. "You keep walking on and on because it's so smooth and straight before you. We've been here so often that we know it all by heart. Just how it looks at high tide, and how it looks at low tide, and how it looks after a storm. We're as well acquainted with the crabs and stranded jellyfish as we are with the children digging in the sand and the people sitting under umbrellas. I think they're always the same, all of them." The Colonel left the talk to the young people. When he spoke next it was to say, "Well, here we are," and he turned from the highway and drove up in front of a brown cottage with a vermilion roof and a group of geraniums clutching the rock that cropped up in the loop formed by the road. It was treeless and bare all round, and the ocean, unnecessarily vast, weltered away a little more than a stone's cast from the cottage. A hospitable smell of supper filled the air, and Mrs. Lapham was on the veranda, with that demand in her eyes for her belated husband's excuses, which she was obliged to check on her tongue at sight of Corey. Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The exultant Colonel swung himself down lightly from his seat. "I've brought Mr. Corey with me," he nonchalantly explained. Mrs. Lapham made their guest welcome, and the Colonel showed him to his room, briefly assuring himself that there was nothing wanting there. Then he went to wash his own hands, carelessly ignoring the eagerness with which his wife pursued him to their chamber. "What gave Irene a headache?" he asked, making himself a fine lather for his hairy paws. "Never you mind Irene," promptly retorted his wife. "How came he to come? Did you press him? If you did, I'll never forgive you, Silas." The Colonel laughed, and his wife shook him by the shoulder to make him laugh lower. "Shh!" she whispered. "Do you want him to hear everything? Did you urge him?" The Colonel laughed the more. He was going to get all the good out of this. "No, I didn't urge him. Seemed he wanted to come." "I don't believe it. Where did you meet him?" "At the office." "What office?" "Mine." "Nonsense! What was he doing there?" "Oh, nothing much." "What did he come for?" "Come for? Oh, he said he wanted to go into the mineral paint business." Mrs. Lapham dropped into a chair, and watched his bulk shaken with smothered laughter. "Silas Lapham!" she gasped. "If you try to get off any more of those things on me—" The Colonel applied himself to the towel. "Had a notion he could work it in South America. I don't know what he's up to." "Never mind," cried his wife. "I'll get even with you yet." "So I told him he had better come down and talk it over," continued the Colonel, in well-affected simplicity. "I knew he wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole." "Go on," threatened Mrs. Lapham. "Right thing to do, weren't it?" A tap was heard at the door, and Mrs. Lapham answered it. A maid announced supper. "Very well," she said. "Come to tea now, but I'll make you pay for this, Silas." Penelope had gone to her sister's room as soon as she entered the house. "Is your head any better, 'Rene?" she asked. "Yes, a little," came a voice from the pillows. "But I shall not come to tea. I don't want anything. If I keep still I shall be all right by morning." "Well, I'm sorry," said the elder sister. "He's come down with father." "He hasn't! Who?" cried Irene, starting up in simultaneous denial and demand. "Oh, well, if you say he hasn't, what's the use of me telling you who?" "Oh, how can you treat me so?" moaned the sufferer. "What do you mean, Pen?" "I guess I'd better not tell you," said Penelope, watching her like a cat playing with a mouse. "If you're not coming to tea, it would just excite you for nothing." The mouse moaned and writhed upon the bed. "Oh, I wouldn't treat you so." The cat seated herself across the room, and asked quietly, "Well, what could you do if it was Mr. Corey? You couldn't come to tea, you say, but he'll excuse you. I've told him you had a headache. Why, of course you can't come. It would be too barefaced. But you needn't be troubled, Irene. I'll do my best to make the time pass pleasantly for him." Here the cat gave a low titter, and the mouse girded itself up with momentary courage and self-respect. "I should think you would be ashamed to come here and tease me so." "I don't see why you shouldn't believe me," argued Penelope. "Why shouldn't he come down with father, if father asked him? And he'd be sure to, if he thought of it. I don't see any pints about that frog that's any better than any other frog." The sense of her sister's helplessness was too much for the tease. She broke down into a fit of smothered laughter, which convinced her victim that it was nothing but an ill-timed joke. "Well, Pen, I wouldn't use you so," she whimpered. Penelope threw herself on the bed beside her. "Oh, poor Irene, he is here. It's a solemn fact." And she caressed and soothed her sister while she choked with laughter. "You must get up and come out. I don't know what brought him here, but here he is." "It's too late now," said Irene desolately. Then she added, with wild despair, "What a fool I was to take that walk." "Well," coaxed her sister, "come out and get some tea. The tea will do you good." No, I can't come. But send me a cup here." "Yes, and then perhaps you can see him later in the evening." "I shall not see him at all." An hour after Penelope came back to her sister's room and found her before the glass. "You might as well have kept still and been well by morning, 'Rene," she said. "As soon as we were done, father said, 'Well, Mr. Corey and I have got to talk over a little matter of business, and will excuse you, ladies.' He looked at mother in a way that I guess was pretty hard to bear. 'Rene, you ought to have heard the Colonel swelling at supper. It would have made you feel that all he said the other day was nothing." Mrs. Lapham suddenly opened the door. "Now see here, Pen," she said, as she closed it behind her. "I've had just as much as I can stand from your father, and if you don't tell me this instant what it all means—" She left the consequences to imagination, and Penelope replied, with her mock soberness, "Well, the Colonel does seem to be on his high horse, ma'am, but you mustn't ask me what his business with Mr. Corey is, for I don't know. All that I know is that I met them at the landing, and that they conversed all the way down on literary topics." "Nonsense! What do you think it is?" "Well, if you want my candid opinion, I think that this talk about business is nothing but a blind. It seems a pity Irene shouldn't have been up to receive him," she added. Irene cast a mute look of imploring at her mother, who was too much preoccupied to afford her the protection it asked. "Your father said he wanted to go into the business with him." Irene's look changed to a stare of astonishment and mystification, but Penelope preserved her imperturbability. "Well, it's a lucrative business, I believe." "Well, I don't believe a word of it," cried Mrs. Lapham, "and so I told your father." "Did it seem to convince him?" inquired Penelope. Her mother did not reply. "I know one thing," she said. "He's got to tell me every word, or there'll be no sleep for him this night." "Well, ma'am," said Penelope, breaking down into one of her queer laughs, "I shouldn't be a bit surprised if you were right." "Go on and dress, Irene," ordered her mother, "and then you and Pen come out into the parlour. They can have just 2 hours for business, and then we must all be there to receive him. You haven't got a headache enough to hurt you." "Oh, it's all gone now," said the girl. At the end of the limit she had given the Colonel, Mrs. Lapham looked into the dining room, which she found blue with his smoke. "I think you gentlemen will find the parlour pleasanter now, and we can give it up to you." "Oh, no, you needn't," said her husband. "We've got about through." Corey was already standing, and Lapham rose too. "I guess we can join the ladies now. We can leave that little point till tomorrow." Both of the young ladies were in the parlour when Corey entered with their father, and both were frankly indifferent to the few books and the many newspapers scattered about on the table where the large lamp was placed. But after Corey had greeted Irene, he glanced at the novel under his eye, and said in the dearth that sometimes befalls people at such times, "I see you're reading Middlemarch. Do you like George Eliot?" "Who?" asked the girl. Penelope interposed. "I don't believe Irene's read it yet. I just got it out of the library. I heard so much talk about it. I wish she would let you find out a little about the people for yourself," she added. But here her father struck in. "I can't get the time for books. It's as much as I can do to keep up with the newspapers, and when night comes I'm tired, and I'd rather go out to the theatre or a lecture, if they've got a good stereopticon to give you views of the places. But I guess we all like a play better than most anything else. I want something that'll make me laugh. I don't believe in tragedy. There's enough of that in real life, without putting it on the stage. Seen Joshua Whitcomb?" The whole family joined in the discussion, and it appeared that they all had their opinions of the plays and actors. Mrs. Lapham brought the talk back to literature. "I guess Penelope does most of our reading." "Now, mother, you're not going to put it all on me," said the girl in comic protest. Her mother laughed, and then added with a sigh, "I used to like to get a hold of a good book when I was a girl, but we weren't allowed to read many novels in those days. My mother called them all lies, and I guess she wasn't so very far wrong about some of them." "They're certainly fictions," said Corey, smiling. "Well, we do buy a good many books, first and last," said the Colonel, who probably had in mind the costly volumes which they presented to one another on birthdays and holidays. "But I get about all the reading I want in the newspapers, and when the girls want a novel I tell 'em to get it out of the library. That's what the library's for. Phew!" he panted, blowing away the whole unprofitable subject. "How close you women folks like to keep a room. You go down to the seaside or up to the mountains for a change of air, and then you cork yourselves into a room so tight you don't have any air at all. Here, you girls get on your bonnets and go and show Mr. Corey the view of the hotels from the rocks." Corey said that he should be delighted. The girls exchanged looks with each other, and then with their mother. Irene curved her pretty chin in comment upon her father's incorrigibility, and Penelope made a droll mouth, but the Colonel remained serenely content with his finesse. "I got him out of the way," he said, as soon as they were gone, and before his wife had time to fall upon him, "because I've got through my talk with him, and now I want to talk with you. It's just as I said, Persis, he wants to go into business with me." "It's lucky for you," said his wife, meaning that now he would not be made to suffer for attempting to hoax her. But she was too intensely interested to pursue that matter further. "What in the world do you suppose he means by it?" "Well, I should judge by his talk that he has been trying a good many different things since he left college, and he hain't found just the thing he likes, or the thing that likes him. It ain't so easy. And now he's got an idea that he can take hold of the paint and push it in other countries. Push it in Mexico and push it in South America. He's a splendid Spanish scholar." This was Lapham's version of Corey's modest claim to a smattering of the language. "And he's been among the natives enough to know their ways. And he believes in the paint," added the Colonel. "I guess he believes in something else besides the paint," said Mrs. Lapham. "What do you mean?" "Well, Silas Lapham, if you can't see now that he's after Irene, I don't know whatever can open your eyes. That's all." The Colonel pretended to give the idea silent consideration, as if it had not occurred to him before. "Well, then, all I've got to say is that he's going a good way round. I don't say you're wrong, but if it is Irene, I don't see why he should want to go off to South America to get her, and that's what he proposes to do. I guess there's some paint about it too, Persis. He says he believes in it." The Colonel devoutly lowered his voice. "And he's willing to take the agency on his own account down there, and run it for a commission on what he can sell." "Of course, he isn't going to take hold of it any way so as to feel beholden to you. He's got too much pride for that." "He ain't going to take hold of it at all, if you don't mean paint in the first place and Irene afterward. I don't object to him, as I know, either way, but the two things won't mix, and I don't propose he should pull the wool over my eyes, or anybody else. But, as far as heard from up to date, he means paint first, last, and all the time. At any rate, I'm going to take him on that basis. He's got some pretty good ideas about it, and he's been stirring up by this talk just now about getting our manufactures into the foreign markets. There's an overstock in everything, and we've got to get rid of it, or we've got to shut down till the home demand begins again. We've had 2 or 3 such flurries before now, and they didn't amount to much. They say we can't extend our commerce under the high tariff system we've got now, because there ain't any sort of reciprocity on our side. We want to have the other fellows show all their reciprocity, and the English have got the advantage of us every time. I don't know whether it's so or not, but I don't see why it should apply to my paint. Anyway, he wants to try it, and I've about made up my mind to let him. Of course I ain't going to let him take all the risk. I believe in the paint too, and I shall pay his expenses anyway." "So you want another partner after all?" Mrs. Lapham could not forbear saying. "Yes, if that's your idea of a partner. It isn't mine," returned her husband dryly. "Well, if you've made up your mind, Si, I suppose you're ready for advice," said Mrs. Lapham. The Colonel enjoyed this. "Yes, I am. What have you got to say against it?" "I don't know as I've got anything. I'm satisfied if you are." "Well?" "When is he going to start for South America?" "I shall take him into the office for a while. He'll get off some time in the winter, but he's got to know the business first." "Oh, indeed! Are you going to take him to board in the family?" "What are you after, Persis?" "Oh, nothing. I presume he will feel free to visit in the family, even if he don't board with us." "I presume he will." "And if you don't use his privileges, do you think he'll be a fit person to manage your paint in South America?" The Colonel reddened consciously. "I'm not taking him on that basis." "Oh, yes, you are. You may pretend you ain't to yourself, but you mustn't pretend so to me, because I know you." The Colonel laughed. "Pshaw!" he said. Mrs. Lapham continued, "I don't see any harm in hoping that he'll take a fancy to her. But if you really think that it won't do to mix the two things, I advise you not to take Mr. Corey into the business. It will do all very well if he does take a fancy to her, but if you don't, you know how you'll feel about it. And I know you well enough, Silas, to know that you can't do him justice if that happens. And I don't think it's right you should take this step unless you're pretty sure. I can see that you've set your heart on this thing." "I haven't set my heart on it at all," protested Lapham. "And if you can't bring it about, you're going to feel unhappy over it," pursued his wife, regardless of his protest. "Oh, very well," he said. "If you know more about what's in my mind than I do, there's no use arguing, as I can see." He got up, to carry off his consciousness, and sauntered out of the door onto his piazza. He could see the young people down on the rocks, and his heart swelled in his breast. He had always said that he did not care what a man's family was, but the presence of young Corey as an applicant to him for employment, as his guest, as the possible suitor of his daughter, was one of the sweetest flavours that he had yet tasted in his success. He knew who the Coreys were very well, and, in his simple, brutal way, he had long hated their name as a symbol of splendour which, unless he should live to see at least 3 generations of his descendants gilded with mineral paint, he could not hope to realise in his own. He was acquainted in a business way with the tradition of old Phillips Corey, and he had heard a great many things about the Corey who had spent his youth abroad and his father's money everywhere, and done nothing but say smart things. Lapham could not see the smartness of some of them which had been repeated to him. Once he had encountered the fellow, and it seemed to Lapham that the tall, slim, white-moustached man, with the slight stoop, was everything that was offensively aristocratic. He had bristled up aggressively at the name when his wife told how she had met the acquaintance of the fellow's family the summer before, and he had treated the notion of young Corey's caring for Irene with the contempt which such a ridiculous superstition deserved. He had made up his mind about young Corey beforehand, yet when he met him he felt an instant liking for him, which he frankly acknowledged, and he had begun to assume the burden of his wife's superstition, of which she seemed now ready to accuse him of being the inventor. Nothing had moved his thick imagination like this day's events since the girl who had taught him spelling and grammar in the school at Lumberville had said she would have him for a husband. The dark figures stationary on the rocks began to move, and he could see that they were coming toward the house. He went indoors, so as not to appear to have been watching them. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A week after she had parted with her son at Bar Harbour, Mrs. Corey suddenly walked in upon her husband in their house in Boston. He was at breakfast, and he gave her the patronizing welcome with which the husband who has been staying in town all summer receives his wife when she drops down upon him from the mountains or the seaside. For a little moment she feels herself strange in the house, and suffers herself to be treated like a guest, before envy of his comfort vexes her back into possession and authority. Mrs. Corey was a lady, and she did not let her envy take the form of open reproach. "Well, Anna, you find me here in the luxury you left me to. How did you leave the girls?" "The girls were well," said Mrs. Corey, looking absently at her husband's brown velvet coat, in which he was so handsome. No man had ever grown grey more beautifully. His hair, while not remaining dark enough to form a theatrical contrast with his moustache, was yet some shades darker, and in becoming a little thinner, it had become a little more gracefully wavy. His skin had the pearly tint which that of elderly men sometimes assumes, and the lines which time had traced upon it were too delicate for the name of wrinkles. He had never had any personal vanity, and there was no consciousness in his good looks now. "I am glad of that. The boy I have with me," he returned. "That is, when he is with me." "Why, where is he?" demanded the mother. "Probably carousing with the Boone Lapham somewhere. He left me yesterday afternoon to go and offer his allegiance to the mineral paint king, and I haven't seen him since." "Bromfield!" cried Mrs. Corey. "Why didn't you stop him?" "Well, my dear, I'm not sure that it isn't a very good thing." "A good thing? It's horrid." "No, I don't think so. It's decent. Tom had found out, without consulting the landscape, which I believe proclaims it everywhere, hideous, that it's really a good thing, and he thinks that he has some ideas in regard to its dissemination in the parts beyond seas." "Why shouldn't he go into something else?" lamented the mother. "I believe he has got into nearly everything else and come out of it, so there is a chance of his coming out of this. But as I had nothing to suggest in place of it, I thought it best not to interfere. In fact, what good would my telling him that mineral paint was nasty had done? I dare say you told him it was nasty." "Yes, I did." "And you see with what effect, though he values your opinion 3 times as much as he values mine. Perhaps you came up to tell him again that it was nasty?" "I feel very unhappy about it. He is throwing himself away. Yes, I should like to prevent it if I could." The father shook his head. "If Lapham hasn't prevented it, I fancy it's too late. But there may be some hopes of Lapham. As for Tom's throwing himself away, I don't know. There's no question but he is one of the best fellows under the sun. He's tremendously energetic, and he has plenty of the kind of sense which we call horse. But he isn't brilliant. No, Tom is not brilliant. I don't think he would get on in a profession, and he instinctively kept out of everything of the kind. But he has got to do something. What shall he do? He says mineral paint, and really I don't see why he shouldn't. If money is fairly and honestly earned, why should we pretend to care what it comes out of, when we don't really care? That superstition is exploded everywhere." "Oh, it isn't the paint alone," said Mrs. Corey, and then she perceptibly arrested herself, and made a diversion in continuing. "I wish he had married some one." "With money," suggested her husband. "From time to time I have attempted Tom's corruption from that side, but I suspect Tom has a conscience against it, and I rather like him for it. I married for love myself," said Corey, looking across the table at his wife. She returned his look tolerantly, though she felt it right to say, "What nonsense!" "Besides," continued her husband, "if you come to money, there is the paint princess. She will have plenty." "Ah, that's the worst of it," sighed the mother. "I suppose I could get on with the paint." "But not with the princess? I thought you said she was a very pretty, well-behaved girl." "She is very pretty, and she is well-behaved, but there is nothing of her. She is insipid. She is very insipid." "But Tom seemed to like her flavour, such as it was." "How can I tell? We were under a terrible obligation to them, and I naturally wished him to be polite to them. In fact, I asked him to be so." "And he was too polite?" "I can't say that he was, but there is no doubt that the child is extremely pretty." "Tom says there are 2 of them. Perhaps they will neutralise each other." "Yes, there is another daughter," assented Mrs. Corey. I don't see how you can joke about such things, Bromfield," she added. "Well, I don't either, my dear, to tell you the truth. My hardihood surprises me. Here is a son of mine whom I see reduced to making his living by a shrinkage in values." "It's very odd," interjected Corey, "that some values should have this peculiarity of shrinking. You never hear of values in a picture shrinking, but rent, stocks, real estate, all those values shrink abominably. Perhaps it might be argued that one should put all his values into pictures. I've got a good many of mine there." "Tom needn't earn his living," said Mrs. Corey, refusing her husband's jest. "There is still enough for all of us." "That is what I have sometimes urged upon Tom. I have proved to him that with economy and strict attention to business he need do nothing as long as he lives. Of course, he would be somewhat restricted, and it would cramp the rest of us, but it is a world of sacrifices and compromises. He couldn't agree with me, and he was not in the least moved by the example of persons of quality in Europe, which I alleged in support of a life of idleness. It appears that he wishes to do something for himself. I am afraid that Tom is selfish." Mrs. Corey smiled wanly. 30 years before, she had married the rich young painter in Rome, who said so much better things than he painted. Charming things, just things to please the fancy of a girl who was disposed to take life a little too seriously and practically. She saw him in a different light when she got him home to Boston, but he had kept on saying the charming things, and he had not done much else. In fact, he had fulfilled the promise of his youth. It was a good trait in him that he was not actively but only passively extravagant. He was not adventurous with his money. His tastes were as simple as an Italian's. He had no expensive habits. In the process of time he had grown to lead a more and more secluded life. It was hard to get him out anywhere, even to dinner. His patience with their narrowing circumstances had a pathos which she felt the more she came into charge of their joint life. At times it seemed too bad that the children and their education and pleasures should cost so much. She knew, besides, that if it had not been for them she would have gone back to Rome with him, and lived princely there for less than it took to live respectably in Boston. "Tom hasn't consulted me," continued his father, "but he has consulted other people, and he has arrived at the conclusion that mineral paint is a good thing to go into. He has found out all about it, and about its founder or inventor. It's quite impressive to hear him talk. And if he must do something for himself, I don't see why his egotism shouldn't as well take that form as another. Combined with the paint princess, it isn't so agreeable, but that's only a remote possibility for which your principal ground is your motherly solicitude. But even if it were probable and imminent, what could you do? The chief consolation that we American parents have in these matters is that we can do nothing. If we were Europeans, even English, we should take some cognizance of our children's love affairs, and in some measure teach their young affections how to shoot. But it is our custom to ignore them until they have shot, and then they ignore us. We are altogether too delicate to arrange the marriages of our children, and when they have arranged them we don't like to say anything, for fear we should only make bad worse. The right way is for us to school ourselves to indifference. That is what the young people have to do elsewhere, and that is the only logical result of our position here. It is absurd for us to have any feeling about what we don't interfere with." "Oh, people do interfere with their children's marriages very often," said Mrs. Corey. "Yes, but only in a half-hearted way, so as not to make it disagreeable for themselves if the marriages go on in spite of them, as they're pretty apt to do. Now, my idea is that I ought to cut Tom off with a shilling. That would be very simple, and it would be economical. But you would never consent, and Tom wouldn't mind it." "I think that our whole conduct in regard to such things is wrong," said Mrs. Corey. "Oh, very likely. But our whole civilization is based upon it. And who is going to make a beginning? To which father in our acquaintance shall I go and propose an alliance for Tom with his daughter? I should feel like an ass. And will you go to some mother and ask her sons in marriage for our daughters? You would feel like a goose. No, the only motto for us is, hands off altogether." "I should certainly speak to Tom when the time comes," said Mrs. Corey. "And I shall ask leave to be absent from your discomfiture, my dear," answered her husband. The son returned that afternoon, and confessed his surprise at finding his mother in Boston. He was so frank that she had not quite the courage to confess in turn why she had come, but trumped up an excuse. "Well, mother," he said promptly, "I have made an engagement with Mr. Lapham." "Have you, Tom?" she asked faintly. "Yes. For the present I am going to have charge of his foreign correspondence, and if I see my way to the advantage I expect to find in it, I am going out to manage that side of his business in South America and Mexico. He's behaved very handsomely about it. He says that, if it appears for our common interest, he shall pay me a salary as well as a commission. I've talked with Uncle Jim, and he thinks it's a good opening." "Your Uncle Jim does?" queried Mrs. Corey in amaze. "Yes, I consulted him the whole way through, and have acted on his advice." This seemed an incomprehensible treachery on her brother's part. "Yes, I thought you would like to have me, and besides, I couldn't possibly have gone to anyone so well fitted to advise me." His mother said nothing. In fact, the mineral paint business, however painful its interest, was, for the moment, superseded by a more poignant anxiety. She began to feel her way cautiously toward this. "Have you been talking about your business with Mr. Lapham all night?" "Well, pretty much," said her son with a guiltless laugh. "I went to see him yesterday afternoon, after I had gone over the whole ground with Uncle Jim, and Mr. Lapham asked me to go down with him and finish up." "Down?" repeated Mrs. Corey. "Yes, to Nantasket. He has a cottage down there." "At Nantasket?" Mrs. Corey knitted her brows a little. "What in the world can a cottage at Nantasket be like?" "Oh, very much like a cottage anywhere. It has the usual allowance of red roof and veranda. There are the regulation rocks by the sea, and the big hotels on the beach about a mile off, flaring away with electric lights and Roman candles at night. We didn't have them at Nahant." "No," said his mother. "Is Mrs. Lapham well? And her daughter?" "Yes, I think so," said the young man. "The young ladies walked me down to the rocks in the usual way after dinner, and then I came back and talked paint with Mr. Lapham till midnight. We didn't settle anything till this morning coming up on the boat." "What sort of people do they seem to be at home?" "What sort? Well, I don't know that I noticed." Mrs. Corey permitted herself the first part of a sigh of relief, and her son laughed, but apparently not at her. "They're just reading Middlemarch. They say there's so much talk about it. Oh, I suppose they're very good people. They seem to be on very good terms with each other." "I suppose it's the plain sister who's reading Middlemarch." "Plain? Is she plain?" asked the young man, as if searching his consciousness. "Yes, it's the older one who does the reading, apparently, but I don't believe that she ever overdoes it. They like to talk better. They reminded me of Southern people in that." The young man smiled, as if amused by some of his impressions of the Lapham family. "The living, as the country people call it, is tremendously good. The Colonel, he's a colonel, talked of the coffee as his wife's coffee, as if she had personally made it in the kitchen, though I believe it was merely inspired by her. And there was everything in the house that money could buy. But money has its limitations." This was a fact which Mrs. Corey was beginning to realise more and more unpleasantly in her own life, but it seemed to bring her a certain comfort in its application to the Laphams. "Yes, there is a point where taste has to begin," she said. "They seemed to want to apologise to me for not having more books," said Corey. "I don't know why they should. The Colonel said they bought a good many books, first and last, but apparently they don't take 'em to the seaside." "I dare say they never buy a new book. I've met some of those moneyed people lately, and they lavish on every conceivable luxury, and then borrow books, and get them in the cheaper paper editions." "I fancy that's the way with the Lapham family," said the young man smilingly. "But they are very good people. The other daughter is humorous." "Humorous?" Mrs. Corey knitted her brows in some perplexity. "Do you mean like Mrs. Sayre?" she asked, naming the lady whose name must come into every Boston mind when humour is mentioned. "Oh, no, nothing like that. She never says anything that you can remember, nothing in flashes or ripples, nothing the least literary. But it's a sort of droll way of looking at things, or a droll medium through which things present themselves. I don't know. She tells what she's seen, and mimics a little." "Oh," said Mrs. Corey coldly. After a moment she asked, "And is Miss Irene as pretty as ever?" "She's a wonderful complexion," said the son unsatisfactorily. "I should want to be by when father and Colonel Lapham meet," he added with a smile. "Ah, yes, your father," said the mother, in that way in which a wife at once compassionates and censures her husband to their children. "Do you really think it's going to be a trial to him?" asked the young man quickly. No, I can't say it is, but I confess I wish it was some other business, Tom." "Well, mother, I don't see why. The principal thing looked at now is the amount of money, and while I would rather starve than touch a dollar that was dirty with any sort of dishonesty—" "Of course you would, my son," interposed his mother proudly. "I shouldn't at all mind its having a little mineral paint on it. I'll use my influence with Colonel Lapham, if I ever have any, to have his paint scraped off the landscape." "I suppose you won't begin till the autumn." "Oh, yes, I shall," said the son, laughing at his mother's simple ignorance of business. "I shall begin to-morrow morning." "To-morrow morning?" "Yes. I've had my desk appointed already, and I shall be down there at 9 in the morning to take possession." "Tom," cried his mother, "why do you think Mr. Lapham has taken you into business so readily? I always heard that it was so hard for young men to get in." "And do you think I found it easy with him? We had about 12 hours solid talk." "And don't you suppose there was any sort of personal consideration?" "Why, I don't know exactly what you mean, mother. I suppose he likes me." Mrs. Corey could not say just what she meant. She answered, ineffectually enough, "Yes. You wouldn't like it to be a favour, would you?" "I think he's a man who may be trusted to look after his own interest. But I don't mind his beginning by liking me. It'll be my own fault if I don't make myself essential to him." "Yes," said Mrs. Corey. "Well," demanded her husband, at their first meeting after her interview with their son, "what did you say to Tom?" "Very little, if anything. I found him with his mind made up, and it would have only distressed him if I had tried to change it." "That is precisely what I said, my dear." "Besides, he had talked the matter over fully with James, and seems to have been advised by him. I can't understand James." "Oh, it's in regard to the paint, and not the Princess, that he's made up his mind. Well, I think you were wise to let him alone, Anna. We represent a faded tradition. We don't really care what business a man is in, so it is large enough, and he doesn't advertise offensively, but we think it was fine to affect reluctance." "Do you really feel so, Bromfield?" asked his wife seriously. "Certainly I do. There was a long time in my misguided youth when I supposed myself some sort of porcelain, but it's a relief to be of the common clay, after all, and to know it. If I get broken, I can be easily replaced." "If Tom must go into such a business," said Mrs. Corey, "I'm glad James approves of it." "I am afraid it wouldn't matter to Tom if he didn't, and I don't know that I should care," said Corey, betraying the fact that he had perhaps had a good deal of his brother-in-law's judgment in the course of his life. "You had better consult him in regard to Tom's marrying the Princess." "There is no necessity at present for that," said Mrs. Corey with dignity. After a moment she asked, "Should you feel quite so easy if it were a question of that, Bromfield?" "It would be a little more personal." "You feel about it as I do. Of course, we have both lived too long and seen too much of the world to suppose we can control such things. The child is good, I haven't the least doubt, and all those things can be managed so that they won't disgrace us. But she has had a certain sort of bringing up. I should prefer Tom to marry a girl with another sort, and this business venture of his increases the chances that he won't. That's all. 'Tis not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door, but 'twill serve." "I shouldn't like it." "Well, it hasn't happened yet." "Oh, you can never realise anything beforehand." "Perhaps that has saved me some suffering. But you have at least the consolation of two anxieties at once. I always find that a great advantage. You can play one off against the other." Mrs. Corey drew a long breath, as if she did not experience the suggested consolation, and she arranged to quit, the following afternoon, the scene of her defeat, which she had not had the courage to make a battlefield. A son went down to see her off at the boat, after spending his first day at his desk in Lapham's office. He was in a gay humour, and she departed in a reflected gleam of his good spirits. He told her all about it, as he sat talking with her at the stern of the boat, lingering till the last moment, and then stepping ashore, with as little waste of time as Lapham himself, on the gangplank which the deckhands had laid hold of. He touched his hat to her from the wharf to reassure her of his escape from being carried away with her, and the next moment his smiling face hid itself in the crowd. He walked on smiling up the long wharf, encumbered with trucks and hacks and piles of freight, and taking his way through the deserted business streets beyond this bustle, made a point of passing the door of Lapham's warehouse, on the jambs of which his name and paint were lettered in black, on a square ground of white. The door was still open, and Corey loitered a moment before it, tempted to go upstairs and fetch away some foreign letters which he had left on his desk, and which he thought he might finish up at home. He was in love with his work, and felt the enthusiasm for it which nothing but the work we can do well inspires in us. He believed that he had found his place in the world, after a good deal of looking, and he had the relief, the repose, of fitting into it. Every little incident of the momentous, uneventful day was a pleasure in his mind, from his sitting down at his desk, to which Lapham's boy brought him the foreign letters, till his rising from it an hour ago. Lapham had been in view within his office, but he had given Corey no formal reception, and had, in fact, not spoken to him till toward the end of the forenoon, when he suddenly came out of his den with some more letters in his hand, and after a brief "How d'ye do?" had spoken a few words about them, and then left them with him. He was in his shirt-sleeves again, and his sanguine person seemed to radiate the heat with which he suffered. He did not go out to lunch, but had it brought to him in his office, where Corey saw him eating it before he left his own desk to go out and perch on a swinging seat before the long counter of downtown restaurant. He observed that all the others lunched at 12, and he resolved to anticipate his usual hour. When he returned, the pretty girl who had been clicking away at a typewriter all the morning was neatly putting out of sight the evidences of pie from the table where her machine stood, and was preparing to go on with her copying. In his office, Lapham lay asleep in his armchair, with a newspaper over his face. Now, while Corey lingered at the entrance to the stairway, these two came down the stairs together, and he heard Lapham saying, "Well, then, you'd better get a divorce." He looked red and excited, and the girl's face, which she veiled at sight of Corey, showed traces of tears. She slipped round him into the street. But Lapham stopped, and said, with a show of no feeling but surprise, "Hello, Corey. Do you want to go up?" "Yes, there were some letters I hadn't quite got through with." "You'll find Dennis up there, but I guess you'd better let them go till tomorrow. I always made it a rule to stop work when I'm done." "Perhaps you're right," said Corey, yielding. "Come along down as far as the boat with me. There's a little matter I want to talk over with you." It was a business matter, and related to Corey's proposed connection with the house. The next day, the head bookkeeper, who had lunched at the long counter of the same restaurant with Corey, began to talk with him about Lapham. Walker had not apparently got his place by seniority, though with his forehead, bald far up toward the crown, and his round smooth face, one might have taken him for a plump elder, if he had not looked equally like a robust infant. The thick drabbish yellow moustache was what arrested decision in either direction, and the prompt vigour of all his movements was that of a young man of 30, which was really Walker's age. He knew, of course, who Corey was, and he had waited for a man who might look down on him socially to make the overtures towards something more than business acquaintance. But, these made, he was readily responsive, and drew freely on his philosophy of Lapham and his affairs. "I think about the only difference between people in this world is that some know what they want, and some don't." "Well, now," said Walker, beating the bottom of his salt box to make the salt come out, "the old man knows what he wants every time, and generally he gets it. Yes, sir, he generally gets it. He knows what he's about, and I'll be blessed if the rest of us do half the time. Anyway, we don't till he's ready to let us. You take my position in most business houses. It's confidential. The head bookkeeper knows right along pretty much everything the house has got in hand. I'll give you my word I don't. He may open up to you a little more in your department, but as far as the rest of us go, he don't open up any more than an oyster on a hot brick. They say he had a partner once. I guess he's dead. I wouldn't like to be the old man's partner. Well, you see, this paint of his is like his heart's blood. Better not try to joke him about it. I've seen people come in occasionally and try it. They didn't get much fun out of it." While he talked, Walker was plucking out morsels from his plate, tearing off pieces of French bread from the long loaf, and feeding them into his mouth in an impersonal way, as if he were firing up an engine. "I suppose he thinks," suggested Corey, "that if he doesn't tell, nobody else will." Walter took a draught of beer from his glass, and wiped the foam from his moustache. "Oh, but he carries it too far. It's a weakness with him. He's just so about everything. Look at the way he keeps it up about that typewriter girl of his. You'd think she was some princess travelling incognito. There isn't one of us knows who she is, or where she came from, or who she belongs to. He brought her and her machine into the office one morning, and set 'em down on a table, and that's all there is about it, as far as we're concerned. It's pretty hard on the girl, for I guess she'd like to talk, but to anyone that didn't know the old man—" Walker broke off and drained his glass of what was left in it. Corey thought of the words he had overheard from Lapham to the girl, but he said, "She seems to be kept pretty busy." "Oh, yes," said Walker. "There ain't much loafing round the place in any of the departments from the old man's down. That's just what I say. He's got to work just twice as hard if he wants to keep everything in his own mind, but he ain't afraid of work. That's one good thing about him, and Miss Dewey has to keep step with the rest of us, but she don't look like one that would take to it naturally. Such a pretty girl as that generally thinks she does enough when she looks her prettiest." "She's a pretty girl," echoed Corey non-committally, "but I suppose a great many pretty girls have to earn their living." "Don't any of 'em like to do it," returned the bookkeeper. "They think it's a hardship, and I don't blame 'em. They have got a right to get married, and they ought to have the chance. And Miss Dewey's smart, too. She's as bright as a biscuit. I guess she's had trouble. I shouldn't be much more than half surprised if Miss Dewey wasn't Miss Dewey, or hadn't always been. Yes, sir," continued the bookkeeper, who prolonged the talk as they went back to Lapham's warehouse together. "I don't know exactly what it is. It isn't any one thing in particular, but I should say that girl had been married. I wouldn't speak so freely to any of the rest, Mr. Corey. I want you to understand that. And it isn't any of my business, anyway, but that's my opinion." Corey made no reply as he walked beside the bookkeeper, who continued, "It's curious what a difference marriage makes in people. Now, I know that I don't look any more like a bachelor of my age than I do like the man in the moon, and yet I couldn't say where the difference came in to save me, and it's just so with a woman. The minute you catch sight of her face, there's something in it that tells you whether she's married or not. What do you suppose it is?" "I'm sure I don't know," said Corey, willing to laugh away the topic. "And from what I read occasionally of some people who go about repeating their happiness, I shouldn't say that the intangible evidences were always unmistakable." "Oh, of course," admitted Walker, easily surrendering his position. "All signs fail in dry weather. Hello, what's that?" He caught Corey by the arm, and they both stopped. At a corner, half a block ahead of them, the summer noon solitude of the place was broken by a bit of drama. A man and woman issued from the intersecting street, and at the moment of coming into sight the man, who looked like a sailor, caught the woman by the arm, as if to detain her. A brief struggle ensued, the woman trying to free herself, and the man half coaxing, half scolding. The spectators could now see that he was drunk, but before they could decide whether it was a case for their interference or not, the woman suddenly set both hands against the man's breast and gave him a quick push. He lost his footing and tumbled into a heap in the gutter. The woman faltered for an instant, as if to see whether he was seriously hurt, and then turned and ran. When Corey and the bookkeeper re-entered the office, Miss Dewey had finished her lunch, and was putting a sheet of paper into her typewriter. She looked up at them with her eyes of turquoise blue under her low white forehead, with the hair neatly rippled over it, and then began to beat the keys of her machine. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. Recording is in the public domain. Lapham had the pride which comes of self-making, and he would not openly lower his crest to the young fellow he had taken into his business. He was going to be obviously master in his own place to everyone, and during the hours of business he did nothing to distinguish Corey from the half-dozen other clerks and bookkeepers in the outer office. But he was not silent about the fact that Bromfield Corey's son had taken a fancy to come to him. "Did you notice that fellow at the desk facing my typewriter, girl? Well, sir, that's the son of Bromfield Corey, old Phillips Corey's grandson. And I'll say this for him, that there isn't a man in the office that looks after his work better. There isn't anything he's too good for. He's right here at 9 every morning, before the clock gets in the word. I guess it's his grandfather coming out in him. He's got charge of the foreign correspondence. We're pushing the paint everywhere." He flattered himself that he did not lug the matter in. He had been warned against that by his wife, but he had the right to do Corey justice, and his brag took the form of illustration. "Talk about training for business, I tell you it's all in the man himself. I used to believe in what old Horace Greeley said about college graduates being the poorest kind of horned cattle, but I've changed my mind a little. You take that fellow Corey. He's been through Harvard, and he's had about every advantage that a fellow could have, been everywhere, and talks half a dozen languages like English. I suppose he's got money enough to live without lifting a hand, any more than his father does, son of Bromfield Corey, you know. But the thing was in him. He's a natural-born businessman, and I've had many a fellow with me that had come up out of the street, and worked hard all his life, without ever losing his original opposition to the thing. But Corey likes it. I believe the fellow would like to stick at that desk of his night and day. I don't know where he got it. I guess it must be his grandfather, old Phillips Corey. It often skips a generation, you know. But what I say is, a thing has got to be born in a man, and if it ain't born in him, all the privations in the world won't put it there, and if it is, all the college training won't take it out." Sometimes Lapham advanced these ideas at his own table to a guest whom he had brought to Nantasket for the night. Then he suffered exposure and ridicule at the hands of his wife when opportunity offered. She would not let him bring Corey down to Nantasket at all. "No, indeed," she said. "I am not going to have them think we're running after him. If he wants to see Irene, he can find out ways of doing it for himself." "Who wants him to see Irene?" reported the Colonel angrily. "I do," said Mrs. Lapham, "and I want him to see her without any of your connivance, Silas. I'm not going to have it said that I put my girls at anybody. Why don't you invite some of your other clerks?" "He ain't just like the other clerks. He's going to take charge of a part of the business. It's quite another thing." "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Lapham vexatiously. "Then you are going to take a partner." "I shall ask him down if I choose," returned the Colonel, disdaining her insinuation. His wife laughed with the fearlessness of a woman who knows her husband. "But you won't choose when you've thought it over, Si." Then she applied an emollient to his chafed surface. "Don't you suppose I feel as you do about it? I know just how proud you are, and I'm not going to have you do anything that will make you feel meeching afterward. You just let things take their course. If he wants Irene, he's going to find out some way of seeing her, and if he don't, all the plotting and planning in the world isn't going to make him." "Who's plotting?" again returned the Colonel, shuddering at the utterance of hopes and ambitions which a man hides with shame, but a woman talks over as freely and coolly as if they were items of a milliner's bill. "Oh, not you," exulted his wife. "I understand what you want. You want to get this fellow, who is neither partner nor clerk, down here to talk business with him. Well, now, you just talk business with him at the office." The only social attention which Lapham succeeded in offering Corey was to take him in his buggy now and then, for a spin out over the mill dam. He kept the mare in town, and on a pleasant afternoon he liked to knock off early, as he phrased it, and let the mare out a little. Corey understood something about horses, though in a passionless way, and he would have preferred to talk business when obliged to talk horse. but he deferred to his business superior with the sense of discipline which is innate in the apparently insubordinate American nature. If Corey could hardly have helped feeling the social difference between Lapham and himself, in his presence he silenced his traditions, and showed him all the respect that he could have exacted from any of his clerks. He talked horse with him, and when the Colonel wished, he talked house. Besides himself and his paint, Lapham had not many other topics, and if he had a choice between the Mayor and the edifice on the water side of Beacon Street, it was just now the latter. Sometimes, in driving in or out, he stopped at the house, and made Corey his guest there, if he might not at Nantasket, and one day it happened that the young man met Irene there again. She had come up with her mother alone, and they were in the house, interviewing the carpenter as before, when the Colonel jumped out of his buggy and cast anchor at the pavement. More exactly, Mrs. Lapham was interviewing the carpenter, and Irene was sitting in the bow window on a trestle, and looking out at the driving. She saw him come up with her father, and bowed and blushed. Her father went on upstairs to find her mother, and Corey pulled up another trestle, which he found in the back part of the room. The first floorings had been laid throughout the house, and the partitions had been lathed, so that one could realise the shape of the interior. "I suppose you will sit at this window a good deal," said the young man. "Yes, I think it will be very nice. There is so much more going on than there is in the square. It must be very interesting to you to see the house grow." "It is, only it doesn't seem to grow so fast as I expected." "Why, I'm amazed at the progress your carpenter has made every time I come." The girl looked down, and then lifting her eyes she said, with a sort of timorous appeal, "I've been reading that book since you were down at Nantasket." "Book?" repeated Corey, while she reddened with disappointment. "Oh, yes, Middlemarch. Did you like it?" "I haven't got through with it yet. Pen has finished it." "What does she think of it?" "Oh, I think she likes it very well. I haven't heard her talk about it much. Do you like it?" "Yes, I liked it immensely, but it's several years since I read it." "I didn't know it was so old. It's just got into the seaside library," she urged, with a little sense of injury in her tone. "Oh, it hasn't been out such a very great while," said Corey politely. "It came a little before Daniel Deronda." The girl was silent again. She followed the curl of a shaving on the floor with the point of her parasol. "Do you like that Rosamond Vincy?" she asked, without looking up. Corey smiled in his kind way. "I didn't suppose she was expected to have any friends. I can't say I liked her, but I don't think I disliked her so much as the author does. She's pretty hard on her good-looking—" He was going to say girls, but as if that might have been rather personal, he said, "people." "Yes, that's what Pen says. She says she doesn't give her any chance to be good. She says she should have been just as bad as Rosamond if she had been in her place." The young man laughed. "Your sister is very satirical, isn't she?" "I don't know," said Irene, still intent on the convolutions of the shaving. "She keeps us laughing. Pa thinks there's nobody that can talk like her." She gave the shaving a little toss from her, and took the parasol up across her lap. The unworldliness of the Lapham girls did not extend to their dress. Irene's costume was very stylish, and she governed her head and shoulders stylishly. "We are going to have the back room upstairs for a music room and library," she said abruptly. "Yes?" returned Corey. "I should think that would be charming." "We're expected to have bookcases, but the architect wants to build the shelves in." The fact seemed to be referred to Corey for his comment. "It seems to me that would be the best way. They'll look like part of the room then. You can make them low, and hang your pictures above them." "Yes, that's what he said." The girl looked out of the window, and adding, "I presume with nice bindings it will look very well." "Oh, nothing furnishes a room like books." No, there will have to be a good many of them." "That depends upon the size of your room and the number of your shelves." "Oh, of course. I presume," said Irene thoughtfully, "we shall have to have Gibbon." "If you want to read him," said Corey, with a laugh of sympathy for an imaginable joke. "We had a great deal about him at school. I believe we had one of his books. Mine's lost, but Pen will remember." The young man looked at her, and then said seriously, "You will want Greene, of course, and Motley, and Parkman." "Yes. What kind of writers are they?" "They're historians, too." "Oh, yes, I remember now. That's what Gibbon was. Is it Gibbon or Gibbons?" The young man decided the point with apparently superfluous delicacy. "Gibbon, I think." "There used to be so many of them," said Irene gaily. "I used to get them mixed up with each other, and I couldn't tell them from the poets. Should you want to have poetry?" "Yes, I suppose some edition of the English poets." "We don't any of us like poetry. Do you like it?" "I'm afraid I don't very much," Corey owned. "But of course there was a time when Tennyson was a great deal more to me than he is now." "We had something about him at school, too. I think I remember the name. I think we ought to have all the American poets." "Well, not all. 5 or 6 of the best. You want Longfellow, and Bryant, and Whittier, and Holmes, and Emerson, and Lowell." The girl listened attentively, as if making mental note of the names. "And Shakespeare," she added. "Don't you like Shakespeare's plays?" "Oh, yes, very much." "I used to be perfectly crazy about his plays. Don't you think Hamlet is splendid? We had ever so much about Shakespeare. Weren't you perfectly astonished when you found out how many other plays of his there were? I always thought there was nothing but Hamlet and Romeo and Juliet and Macbeth and Richard III. and King Lear. And that one that Robson and Crane have. Oh, yes, Comedy of Errors." "Those are usually the ones they play," said Corey. "I presume we shall have to have Scott's works," said Irene, returning to the question of books. "Oh, yes." "One of the girls used to think he was great. She was always talking about Scott." Irene made a pretty little amiably contemptuous mouth. "He isn't American, though," she suggested. "No," said Corey. "He's Scotch, I believe." Irene passed her glove over her forehead. "I always get him mixed up with Cooper. Well, papa has got to get them. If we have a library, we've got to have books in it. Pen says it's perfectly ridiculous having one. But papa thinks whatever the architect says is right. He fought him hard enough at first. I don't see how anyone can keep the poets and the historians and novelists separate in their mind. Of course papa will buy them if we say so, but I don't see how I'm ever going to tell him which ones." The joyous light faded out of her face, and left it pensive. "Why, if you like," said the young man, taking out his pencil, "I'll put down the names we've been talking about." He clapped himself on his breast pockets to detect some lurking scrap of paper. "Will you?" she cried delightedly. "Here, take one of my cards." She pulled out her card case. "The carpenter writes on a 3-cornered block and puts it into his pocket, and it's so uncomfortable he can't help remembering it. Pen says she's going to adopt the 3-cornered block plan with papa." "Thank you," said Corey. "I believe I'll use your card." He crossed over to her, and at a moment sat down on the trestle beside her. She looked over the card as he wrote. "Those are the ones we mentioned, but perhaps I'd better add a few others." "Oh, thank you," she said, when he had written the card full on both sides. "He has got to get them in the nicest binding, too. I shall tell him about their helping to furnish the room, and then he can't object." She remained with the card, looking at it rather wistfully. Perhaps Corey divined her trouble of mind. If he will take that to any bookseller, and tell him what binding he wants, he will fill the order for him. "Oh, thank you very much," she said, and put the card back into her card case with great apparent relief. Then she turned her lovely face toward the young man, beaming with the triumph a woman feels in any bit of successful manoeuvring. and began to talk with the recovered gaiety of other things, as if, having got rid of a matter annoying out of all proportion to its importance, she was now going to indemnify herself. Corey did not return to his own trestle. She found another shaving within reach of her parasol, and began poking that with it, and trying to follow it through its folds. Corey watched her a while. "You seem to have a great passion for playing with shavings," he said. "Is this a new one?" "New what?" "Passion." "I don't know," she said, dropping her eyelids, and keeping on with her effort. She looked shyly aslant at him. "Perhaps you don't approve of playing with shavings?" "Oh, yes, I do. I admire it very much. But it seems rather difficult. I've a great ambition to put my foot on the shaving's tail and hold it for you." "Well," said the girl. "Thank you," said the young man. He did so, and now she ran her parasol point easily through it. They looked at each other and laughed. "That was wonderful. Would you like to try another?" he asked. "No, I thank you," she replied. "I think one will do." They both laughed again, for whatever reason, or no reason, and then the young girl became sober. To a girl, everything a young man does is of significance, and if he holds a shaving down with his foot while she pokes through it with her parasol, she must ask herself what he means by it. "They seem to be having rather a long interview with the carpenter to-day," said Irene, looking vaguely toward the ceiling. She turned with polite ceremony to Corey. "I'm afraid you're letting them keep you. You mustn't." "Oh, no, you're letting me stay," he returned. She bridled and bit her lip for pleasure. "I presume they will be down before a great while. Didn't you like the smell of the wood and the mortar? It's so fresh." "Yes, it's delicious." He bent forward and picked up from the floor the shaving with which they had been playing, and put it to his nose. "It's like a flower. May I offer it to you?" he asked, as if it had been one. "Oh, thank you, thank you!" She took it from him and put it into her belt, and then they both laughed once more. Steps were heard descending. When the elder people reached the floor where they were sitting, Corey rose and presently took his leave. "What makes you so solemn, 'Rene?" asked Mrs. Lapham. "Solemn?" echoed the girl. "I'm not a bit solemn. What can you mean?" Corey dined at home that evening, and as he sat looking across the table at his father, he said, "I wonder what the average literature of non-cultivated people is." "Ah," said the elder, "I suspect the average is pretty low even with cultivated people. You don't read a great many books yourself, Tom." "No, I don't," the young man confessed. "I read more books when I was with Stanton last winter than I had since I was a boy. But I read them because I must. There was nothing else to do. It wasn't because I was fond of reading. Still, I think I read with some sense of literature and the difference between authors. I don't suppose that people generally do that. I have met people who have read books without troubling themselves to find out even the author's name, much less trying to decide upon his quality. I suppose that's the way the vast majority of people read." "Yes. If authors were not almost necessarily recluses, and ignorant of the ignorance about them, I don't see how they could endure it. Of course they are fated to be overwhelmed by oblivion at last, poor fellows, but to see it weltering all around them while they are in the very act of achieving immortality must be tremendously discouraging. I don't suppose that we who have the habit of reading, and at least a nodding acquaintance with literature, can imagine the bestial darkness of the great mass of people, even people whose houses are rich and whose linen is purple and fine. But occasionally we get glimpses of it. I suppose you found the latest publications lying all about in Lapham Cottage when you were down there?" Young Corey laughed. "It wasn't exactly cumbered with them." "No?" "To tell the truth, I don't suppose they ever buy books. The young ladies get novels that they hear talked of out of the circulating library." "Had they knowledge enough to be ashamed of their ignorance?" "Yes, in certain ways, to a certain degree." "It's a curious thing, this thing we call civilization," said the elder musingly. "You think it is an affair of epochs and of nations. It's really an affair of individuals. One brother will be civilized and the other a barbarian. I've occasionally met young girls who are so brutally, insolently, wilfully indifferent to the arts which make civilization that they ought to have been clothed in the skin of wild beasts and gone about barefoot with clubs over their shoulders. Yet they were of polite origin, and their parents were at least respectful of the things that these young animals despised. I don't think that is exactly the case with the Lapham family, said the son, smiling. Their father and mother rather apologized about not getting time to read, and the young ladies by no means scorned it. They are quite advanced. They are going to have a library in their Beacon Street house. Oh, poor things! How are they ever going to get the books together? Well, sir, said the son, colouring a little, I have been indirectly applied to for help. You, Tom! His father dropped back in his chair and laughed. I recommended the standard authors, said the son. Oh, I never supposed your prudence would be at fault, Tom. But seriously, said the young man, generously smiling in sympathy with his father's enjoyment, they are not unintelligent people. They are very quick, and they are shrewd and sensible. I have no doubt that some of the Sioux are so, but that is not saying that they are civilized. All civilization comes through literature now, especially in our country. A Greek got his civilization by talking and looking, and in some measure a Parisian may still do it. But we, who live remote from history and monuments, must read or we must barbarize. Once we were softened, if not polished, by religion, but I suspect that the pulpit counts for much less now in civilizing. They're enormous devourers of newspapers, and theatre-goers, and they go a great deal to lectures. The Colonel prefers them with the stereopticon. They might get a something in that way, said the elder thoughtfully. Yes, I suppose one must take those things into account, especially the newspapers and the lectures. I doubt if the theatre is a factor in civilization among us. I dare say it doesn't deprave a great deal, but from what I've seen of it, I should say that it was intellectually degrading. Perhaps they might get some sort of lift from it, I don't know. Tom, he added, after a moment's reflection, I really think I ought to see this patron of yours. Don't you think it would be rather decent in me to make his acquaintance? Well, if you have the fancy, sir, said the young man. But there's no sort of obligation. Colonel Lapham would be the last man in the world to want to give our relation any sort of social character. The meeting will come about in the natural course of things. I didn't intend to propose anything immediate, said the father. One can't do anything in the summer, and I should prefer your mother's superintendence. Still, I can't rid myself of the idea of a dinner. It appears to me that there ought to be a dinner. Oh, pray don't feel there's any necessity. Well, said the elder, with easy resignation, there's at least no hurry. There is one thing I don't like, said Lapham, in the course of one of those talks which came up between his wife and himself concerning Corey. Or at least, I don't understand it, and that's the way his father behaves. I don't want to force myself on any man, but it seems to me pretty queer the way he holds off. I should think he would take enough interest in his son to want to know something about his business. What is he afraid of? Demanded Lapham angrily. Does he think I'm going to jump at a chance to get in with him, if he gives me one? He's mightily mistaken if he does. I don't want to know him. Silas, said his wife, making a wife's free version of a husband's words, and replying to their spirit rather than their letter. I hope you never said a word to Mr. Corey to let him know the way you feel. I never mentioned his father to him, roared the Colonel. That's the way I feel about it. Because it would spoil everything. I wouldn't have them think that we cared the least thing in the world for their acquaintance. We shouldn't be a bit better off. We don't know the same people they do, and we don't care for the same kind of things. Lapham was breathless with resentment of his wife's implication. Don't I tell you, he gasped, that I don't want to know them? Who began it? They're friends of yours, if they're anybody's. They're distant acquaintances of mine, returned Mrs. Lapham quietly. And this young Corey is a clerk of yours. And I want we should hold ourselves so that when they get ready to make the advances we can meet them half-way or not, just as we choose." "That's what grinds me," cried her husband. "Why should we wait for them to make the advances? Why shouldn't we make 'em? Are they any better than we are? My note of hand would be worth 10 times what Bromfield Corey is on the street to-day. And I made my money. I haven't loafed my life away." "Oh, it isn't what you've got, and it isn't what you've done exactly. It's what you are." "Well then, what's the difference?" "None that really amounts to anything, or that need give you any trouble, if you don't think of it. But he's been all his life in society, and he knows just what to say and what to do, and he can talk about the things that society people like to talk about, and you can't." Lapham gave a furious snort. "And does that make him any better?" "No. But it puts him where he can make the advances without demeaning himself, and it puts it where you can't. Now look here, Silas Lapham. You understand this thing as well as I do. You know that I appreciate you, and that I'd sooner die than have you humble yourself to a living soul. But I'm not going to have you coming to me and pretending that you can meet Bromfield Corey as an equal on his own ground. You can't. He's got a better education than you, and if he hasn't got more brains than you, he's got different. And he and his wife, and their fathers and grandfathers before 'em, have always had a high position, and you can't help it. If you want to know them, you've got to let them make the advances. If you don't, all well and good." "I guess," said the chafed and vanquished Colonel, after a moment for swallowing the pill, "that they'd have been in a pretty fix if you'd waited to let them make the advances last summer." "That was a different thing altogether. I didn't know who they were, or maybe I should have waited. But all I say now is that if you've got young Corey into business with you, in hopes of our getting into society with his father, you'd better ship him at once, for I ain't going to have it on that basis." "Who wants to have it on that basis?" retorted her husband. "Nobody, if you don't," said Mrs. Lapham tranquilly. Irene had come home with the shaving in her belt, unnoticed by her father, and unquestioned by her mother, but her sister saw it at once, and asked her what she was doing with it. "Oh, nothing," said Irene, with a joyful smile of self-betrayal, taking the shaving carefully out, and laying it among the laces and ribbons in her drawer. "Hadn't you better put it in water, 'Rene? It'll be all wilted by morning," said Pen. "You mean thing!" cried the happy girl. "It isn't a flower." "Oh, I thought it was a whole bouquet. Who gave it to you?" "I shan't tell you," said Irene saucily. "Oh, well, never mind. Did you know Mr. Corey had been down here this afternoon, walking on the beach with me?" He wasn't at all. He was at the house with me. There, I've caught you fairly." "Is that so?" drawled Penelope. "Then I never could guess who gave you that precious shaving." "No, you couldn't," said Irene, flushing beautifully. "And you may guess, and you may guess, and you may guess." With her lovely eyes she coaxed her sister to keep on teasing her, and Penelope continued the comedy with the patience that women have for such things. "Well, I'm not going to try, if it's no use. But I didn't know it got to be the fashion to give shavings instead of flowers. But there's some sense in it. They can be used for kindlings when they get old, and you can't do anything with old flowers. Perhaps you'll get to sending 'em by the barrel." Irene laughed for pleasure in this tormenting. "Oh, Pen, I want to tell you how it all happened." "Oh, he did give it to you, then? Well, I guess I don't care to hear." "You shall, and you've got to." Irene ran and caught her sister, who feigned to be going out of the room, and pushed her into a chair. "There now." She pulled up another chair, and hemmed her in with it. "He came over, and sat down on the trestle alongside of me." "What? As close as you are to me now?" "You wretch! I will give it to you. No, at a proper distance. And here was this shaving on the floor that I'd been poking with my parasol." "To hide your embarrassment." "Pshaw! I wasn't a bit embarrassed. I was just as much at my ease, and then he asked me to let him hold the shaving down with his foot, while I went on with my poking, and I said, yes, he might. What a bold girl! You said he might hold down a shaving for you. And then, continued Irene, lifting her eyes absently, and losing herself in a beatific recollection. And then, oh yes, then I asked him if he didn't like the smell of pine shavings. And then he picked it up, and said it smelt like a flower. And then he asked if he might offer it to me, just for a joke, you know, and I took it and stuck it in my belt. And we had such a laugh. We got into a regular gale, and oh, Pen, what do you suppose he meant by it?" She suddenly caught herself to her sister's breast, and hid her burning face on her shoulder. "Well, there used to be a book about the language of flowers, but I never knew much about the language of shavings, and I can't say exactly—" "Oh, don't, Pen!" And here Irene gave over laughing, and began to sob in her sister's arms. "Why, Irene!" cried the elder girl. "You know he didn't mean anything. He doesn't care a bit about me. He hates me. He despises me. Oh, what shall I do?" A trouble passed over the face of the sister as she silently comforted the child in her arms. Then the drolling light came back into her eyes. "Well, 'Rene, you haven't got to do anything. That's the one advantage girls have got. If it is an advantage. I'm not always sure." Irene's tears turned to laughing again. When she lifted her head, it was to look into the mirror confronting them, where her beauty showed all the more brilliant for the shower that had passed over it. She seemed to gather courage from the sight. "It must be awful to have to do," she said, smiling into her own face. "I don't see how they ever can." "Some of 'em can't, especially when there's such a tearing beauty around." "Oh, pshaw, Pen, you know that isn't so. You've got a real pretty mouth, Pen," she added thoughtfully, surveying the feature in the glass, and then pouting her own lips for the sake of that effect on them. "It's a useful mouth," Penelope admitted. "I don't believe I could get along without it now. I've had it so long. It's got such a funny expression, just the mate of the look in your eyes as if you were just going to say something ridiculous. He said, the very first time he saw you, that he knew you were humorous." "Is it possible? It must be so, if the Grand Mogul said it. Why didn't you tell me so before, and not let me keep on going round just like a common person?" Irene laughed, as if she liked to have her sister take his praises in that way, rather than another. "I've got such a stiff, prim kind of mouth," she said, drawing it down, and then looking anxiously at it. "I hope you didn't put on that expression when he offered you the shaving. If you did, I don't believe he'll ever give you another splinter." The severe mouth broke into a lovely laugh, and then pressed itself into a kiss against Penelope's cheek. "There, be done, you silly thing. I'm not going to have you accepting me before I've offered myself, anyway." She freed herself from her sister's embrace, and ran from her round the room. Irene pursued her, in the need of hiding her face against her shoulder again. "Oh, Pen! Oh, Pen!" she cried. The next day, at the first moment of finding herself alone with her eldest daughter, Mrs. Lapham asked, as if knowing that Penelope must have already made it a subject of inquiry, "What was Irene doing with that shaving in her belt yesterday?" "Oh, just some nonsense of hers with Mr. Corey. He gave it to her at the new house." Penelope did not choose to look up and meet her mother's grave glance. "What do you think he meant by it?" Penelope repeated Irene's account of the affair, and her mother listened without seeming to derive much encouragement from it. "He doesn't seem like one to flirt with her," she said at last. Then, after a thoughtful pause, "Irene is as good a girl as ever breathed, and she's a perfect beauty. But I should hate the day when a daughter of mine was married for her beauty." "You're safe as far as I'm concerned, mother." Mrs. Lapham smiled ruefully. "She isn't really equal to him, Pen. I misdoubted that from the first, and it's been borne in upon me more and more ever since. She hasn't mind enough." "Didn't know that a man fell in love with a girl's intellect," said Penelope quietly. "Oh no, he hasn't fallen in love with Irene at all. If he had, it wouldn't matter about the intellect." Penelope let the self-contradiction pass. "Perhaps he has, after all." "No," said Mrs. Lapham. "She pleases him when he sees her, but he doesn't try to see her." "He has no chance. You won't let father bring him here?" "He would find excuses to come without being brought, if he wished to come," said the mother. "But she isn't in his mind enough to make him. He goes away and doesn't think anything more about her. She's a child. She's a good child, and I shall always say it, but she's nothing but a child. No, she's got to forget him." "Perhaps that won't be so easy." "No, I presume not. And now your father has got the notion into his head, and he will move heaven and earth to bring it to pass. I can see that he's always thinking about it." "The Colonel has a will of his own," observed the girl, rocking to and fro where she sat looking at her mother. "I wish we had never met them," cried Mrs. Lapham. "I wish we had never thought of building. I wish he had kept away from your father's business." "Well, it's too late now, mother," said the girl. "Perhaps it isn't so bad as you think." "Well, we must stand it, anyway," said Mrs. Lapham, with the grim antique Yankee submission. "Oh yes, we've got to stand it," said Penelope, with the quaint modern American fatalism. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was late June, almost July, when Corey took up his life in Boston again, where the summer slips away so easily. If you got out of town early, it seems a very long summer when you come back in October, but if you stay, it passes swiftly, and seen foreshortened in its flight, seems scarcely a month's length. It has its days of heat, when it is very hot, but for the most part it is cool, with baths of the east wind that seem to saturate the soul with delicate freshness. Then there are stretches of grey westerly weather, when the air is full of the sentiment of early autumn, and the frying of the grasshopper in the blossomed weed of the vacant lots on the Back Bay is intershot with the carol of crickets, and the yellowing leaf on the long slope of Mount Vernon Street smites the sauntering observer with tender melancholy. The caterpillar, gorged with the spoil of the lindens on Chestnut, and weaving his own shroud about him in his lodgment on the brickwork, records the passing of summer by mid-July, and if after that comes August, its breath is thick and short, and September is upon the sojourner before he has fairly had time to philosophize the character of the town out of season. But it must have appeared that its most characteristic feature was the absence of everybody he knew. This was one of the things that commended Boston to Bromfield Corey during the summer, and if his son had any qualms about the life he had entered upon with such vigour, it must have been a relief to him that there was scarcely a soul left to wonder or pity. By the time people got back to town the fact of his connection with the mineral paint man would be an old story, heard afar off with different degrees of surprise, and considered with different degrees of indifference. A man has not reached the age of 26 in any community where he was born and reared without having had his capacity pretty well ascertained, and in Boston the analysis is conducted with an unsparing thoroughness which may fitly impress the un-Bostonian mind, darkened by the popular superstition that the Bostonians blindly admire one another. A man's qualities are sifted as closely in Boston as they doubtless were in Florence or Athens, and, if final mercy was shown in those cities because a man was, with all his limitations, an Athenian or a Florentine, some abatement might as justly be made in Boston for like reason. Corey's powers had been gauged in college, and he had not given his world reason to think very differently of him since he came out of college. He was rated as an energetic fellow, a little indefinite a name, with the smallest amount of inspiration that can save a man from being commonplace. If he was not commonplace, it was through nothing remarkable in his mind, which was simply clear and practical, but through some combination of qualities of the heart that made men trust him and women call him sweet, a word of theirs which conveys otherwise indefinable excellences. Some of the more nervous and excitable said that Tom Corey was as sweet as he could live, but this perhaps meant no more than the word alone. No man ever had a son less like him than Bromfield Corey. If Tom Corey had ever said a witty thing, no one could remember it, and yet the father had never said a witty thing to a more sympathetic listener than his own son. The clear mind which produced nothing but practical results reflected everything with charming lucidity, and it must have been this which endeared Tom Corey to every one who spoke 10 words with him. In the city where people have good reason for liking to shine, a man who did not care to shine must be a little short of universally acceptable without any other effort for popularity. And those who admired and enjoyed Bromfield Corey loved his son. Yet, when it came to accounting for Tom Corey, as it often did in a community where everyone's generation is known to the remotest degrees of cousinship, they could not trace his sweetness to his mother, for neither Anna Bellingham nor any of her family, though there were so many blocks of Wenham ice for purity and rectangularity, had ever had any such savour, and in fact it was to his father, whose habit of talk wronged it in himself, that they had to turn for this quality of the sons. They traced to the mother the traits of practicality and common sense in which he bordered upon the commonplace, and which, when they had dwelt upon them, made him seem hardly worth the close inquiry they had given him. While the summer wore away, he came and went methodically about his business, as if it had been the business of his life, sharing his father's bachelor liberty and solitude, and expecting with equal patience the return of his mother and sisters in the autumn. Once or twice he found time to run down to Mount Desert and see them, and then he heard how the Philadelphia and New York people were getting in everywhere, and was given reason to regret their house at Nahant, which he had urged to be sold. He came back, and applied himself to his desk with a devotion that was exemplary rather than necessary, for Lapham made no difficulty about the brief absences which he asked, and set no term to the apprenticeship that Corey was serving in the office before setting off upon that mission to South America in the early winter, for which no date had yet been fixed. The summer was a dull season for the paint as well as for everything else. Till things should brisk up, as Lapham said, in the fall, he was letting the new house take a great deal of his time. Aesthetic ideas had never been intelligibly present to him before, and he found a delight in apprehending them that was very grateful to his imaginative architect. At the beginning, the architect had foreboded a series of mortifying defeats and disastrous victories in his encounters with his client, but he had never had a client who could be more reasonably led on from one outlay to another. It appeared that Lapham required but to understand or feel the beautiful effect intended, and he was ready to pay for it. His bull-headed pride was concerned in a thing which the architect made him see, and then he believed that he had seen it himself, perhaps conceived it. In some measure the architect seemed to share his delusion, and freely said that Lapham was very suggestive. Together they blocked out windows here, and bricked them up there. They changed doors and passages, pulled down cornices and replaced them with others of different design, experimented with costly devices of decoration, and went to extravagant lengths in novelties of finish. Mrs. Lapham, beginning with a woman's adventurousness in the unknown region, took fright at the reckless outlay at last, and refused to let her husband pass a certain limit. He tried to make her believe that a far-seeing economy dictated the expense, and that if he put the money into the house, he could get it out any time by selling it. She would not be persuaded. "I don't want you should sell it, and you've put more money into it now than you'll ever get out again, unless you find as big a goose to buy it, and that isn't likely. No, sir. You just stop at 100,000, and don't you let him get you a cent beyond. Why, you're perfectly bewitched with that fellow. You've lost your head, Silas Lapham, and if you don't look out you'll lose your money too." The Colonel laughed. He liked her to talk that way, and promised he would hold up a while. "But there's no call to feel anxious, Pert. It's only a question what to do with the money. I can reinvest it, but I've never had so much of it to spend before." "Spend it, then," said his wife. "Don't throw it away. And how came you to have so much more money than you know what to do with, Silas Lapham?" she asked. "Oh, I've made a very good thing in stocks lately." "In stocks? When did you take up gambling for a living?" "Gambling? Stuff! What gambling? Who said it was gambling?" "You have, many a time." "Oh, yes, buying and selling on a margin. But this was a bona fide transaction. I bought at 43 for an investment, and I sold at 107, and the money passed both times." "Well, you'd better let stocks alone," said his wife, with the conservatism of her sex. "Next time you'll buy at 107 and sell at 43, then where you'll be." "Left," admitted the Colonel. "You better stick to paint a while yet." The Colonel enjoyed this too, and laughed again with the ease of a man who knows what he is about. A few days after that he came down to Nantasket with the radiant air which he wore when he had done a good thing in business and wanted his wife's sympathy. He did not say anything of what had happened till he was alone with her in their own room, but he was very gay the whole evening, and made several jokes, which Penelope said nothing but very great prosperity could excuse. They all understood these moods of his. "Well, what is it, Silas?" asked his wife when the time came. "Any more big bugs wanting to go into the mineral paint business with you?" "Something better than that." "I could think of a good many better things," said his wife, with a sigh of latent bitterness. "What's this one?" "I've had a visitor." "Who?" "Can't you guess?" "I don't want to try. Who was it?" "Rogers." Mrs. Lapham sat down with her hand in her lap, and stared at the smile on her husband's face, where he sat facing her. "I guess you wouldn't want to joke on that subject, Si," she said a little hoarsely, "and you wouldn't grin about it, unless you had some good news. I don't know what the miracle is, but if you could tell quick—" She stopped like one who can say no more. "I will, Persis," said her husband, and with that awed tone in which he rarely spoke of anything but the virtues of his paint. "He came to borrow money of me, and I lent him it. That's the short of it. The long—" "Go on," said his wife, with gentle patience. "Well, Pert, I was never so much astonished in my life as I was to see that man come into my office. You might have knocked me down with I don't know what." "I don't wonder. Go on." "And he was as much embarrassed as I was. There we stood, gaping at each other, and hadn't hardly sense enough to ask him to take a chair. I don't know just how we got at it, and I don't remember just how it was that he said he came to me. But he had got hold of a patent right that he wanted to go into on a large scale, and there he was, wanting me to supply him the funds." "Go on," said Mrs. Lapham, with her voice further in her throat. "I never felt the way you did about Rogers, but I know how you always did feel, and I guess I surprised him with my answer. He brought along a lot of stock as security." "You didn't take it, Silas!" his wife flashed out. "Yes, I did, though," said Lapham. "You wait. We settled our business, and then we went into the old thing from the very start, and we talked it all over. And when we got through we shook hands. Well, I don't know when it's done me so good to shake hands with anybody." "And you told him? You owned up to him that you were in the wrong, Silas?" "No, I didn't," returned the Colonel promptly, "for I wasn't. And before we got through I guess he saw it the same as I did." "Oh, no matter. So you had the chance to show how you felt." "But I never felt that way," persisted the Colonel. "I've lent him the money, and I've kept his stocks, and he got what he wanted out of me." "Give him back his stocks." "No, I shan't. Rogers came to borrow, he didn't come to beg. You needn't be troubled about his stocks. They're going to come up in time. But just now they're so low down that no bank would take them as security, and I've got to hold them till they do rise. I hope you're satisfied now, Persis," said her husband, and he looked at her with the willingness to receive the reward of a good action which we all feel when we have performed one. I lent him the money you kept me from spending on the house." "Truly, Si? Well, I'm satisfied," said Mrs. Lapham, with a deep, tremulous breath. "The Lord has been good to you, Silas," she continued solemnly. "You may laugh if you choose, and I don't know as I believe in his interfering a great deal, but I believe he's interfered this time. And I tell you, Silas, it ain't always he gives people a chance to make it up to others in this life. I've been afraid you'd die, Silas, before you got the chance, but he's let you live to make it up to Rogers." "I'm glad to be let live," said Lapham stubbornly. "But I hadn't anything to make up to Milton K. Rogers, and if God has let me live for that—" "Oh, say what you please, Si, say what you please now you've done it. I shan't stop you. You've taken the one spot, the one speck, off you that was ever there, and I'm satisfied." "There weren't ever any speck there," Lapham held out, lapsing more and more into his vernacular. "And what I done for you, Persis." "And I thank you for your own soul's sake, Silas." "I guess my soul's all right," said Lapham. "And I want you should promise me one thing more." "Thought you said you were satisfied." "I am. But I want you should promise me this, that you won't let anything tempt you, anything, to ever trouble Rogers for that money you lent him. No matter what happens, no matter if you lose it all. Do you promise?" "Why, I don't ever expect to press him for it. That's what I said to myself when I lent it. And of course I'm glad to have that old trouble healed up. I don't think I ever did Rogers any wrong, and I never did think so, but if I did do it, if I did, I'm willing to call it square, if I never see a cent of my money back again." "Well, that's all," said his wife. They did not celebrate his reconciliation with his old enemy, for such they had always felt him to be since he ceased to be an ally, by any show of joy or affection. It was not in their tradition, as stoical for the woman as for the man, that they should kiss or embrace each other at such a moment. She was content to have told him that he had done his duty, and he was content with her saying that. But before she slept she found words to add that she always feared the selfish part he had acted toward Rogers had weakened him, and left him less able to overcome any temptation that might beset him, and that was one reason why she could never be easy about it. Now she should never fear for him again. This time he did not explicitly deny her forgiving impeachment. "Well, it's all gone and past now, anyway, and I don't want you should think anything more about it." He was man enough to take advantage of the high favour in which he stood when he went up to town, and to abuse it by bringing Corey down to supper. His wife could not help condoning the sin of disobedience in him at such a time. Penelope said that between the admiration she felt for the Colonel's boldness and her mother's forbearance, she was hardly in a state to entertain company that evening, but she did what she could. Irene liked being talked to better than talking, and when her sister was by she was always, tacitly or explicitly, referring to her for confirmation of what she said. She was content to sit and look pretty as she looked at the young man and listened to her sister's drolling. She laughed and kept glancing at Corey to make sure that he was understanding her. When they went out on the veranda to see the moon and the water, Penelope led the way, and Irene followed. They did not look at the moonlight long. The young man perched on the rail of the veranda, and Irene took one of the red-painted rocking chairs where she could conveniently look at him and her sister, who sat leaning forward lazily and running on, as the phrase is. That low, crooning note of her was delicious. Her face, glimpsed now and then in the moonlight, as she turned it or lifted it a little, had a fascination which kept his eye. Her talk was very unliterary, and its effect seemed hardly conscious. She was far from epigram in her funning. She told of this trifle and that. She sketched the characters and looks of people who had interested her, and nothing seemed to have escaped her notice. She mimicked a little, but not much. She suggested, and then the affair represented itself as if without her agency. She did not laugh. When Corey stopped, she made a soft cluck in her throat, as if she liked his being amused, and went on again. The Colonel, left alone with his wife for the first time since he had come from town, made haste to take the word. "Well, Pet, I've arranged the whole thing with Rogers, and I hope you'll be satisfied to know that he owes me $20,000, and that I've got security from him to the amount of 1/4 of that, if I was to force his stocks to a sale." "How came he to come down with you?" asked Mrs. Lapham. "Who? Rogers?" "Mr. Corey." "Corey? Oh!" said Lapham, affecting not to have thought she could mean Corey. "He proposed it." "Likely," jeered his wife, but with perfect amiability. "It's so," protested the Colonel. "We got talking about a matter just before I left, and he walked down to the boat with me, and then he said if I didn't mind he guessed he'd come along down and go back on the return boat. Of course I couldn't let him do that." "It's well for you, you couldn't." "And I couldn't do less than to bring him here to tea." "Oh, certainly not." "But he ain't going to stay the night, unless," faltered Lapham, "you want him to." "Oh, of course, I want him to. I guess he'll stay, probably." "Well, you know how crowded that last boat always is, and he can't get any other now." Mrs. Lapham laughed at the simple wile. "I hope you'll be just as well satisfied, Si, if it turns out he doesn't want Irene after all." "Pshaw, Persis, what are you always bringing that up for?" pleaded the Colonel. Then he fell silent, and presently his rude, strong face was clouded with an unconscious frown. "There!" cried his wife, startling him from his abstraction. "I see how you'd feel, and I hope that you'll remember who you've got to blame." "I'll risk it," said Lapham, with the confidence of a man used to success. From the veranda the sound of Penelope's lazy tone came through the closed windows, with joyous laughter from Irene and peals from Corey. "Listen to that," said her father within, swelling up with inexpressible satisfaction. "That girl can talk for 20 right straight along. She's better than circus any day. I wonder what she's up to now." "Oh, she's probably getting off some of those yarns of hers, or telling about some people. She can't step out of the house without coming back with more things to talk about than most folks would bring back from Japan. There ain't a ridiculous person she's ever seen but what she's got something from them to make you laugh at. And I don't believe we've ever had anybody in the house since the girl could talk that she hain't got some saying from, or some trick that'll paint 'em out so you can see 'em and hear 'em. Sometimes I want to stop her, but when she gets into one of her gales, there ain't any standing up against her. I guess it's lucky for Irene that she's got Pen there to help entertain her company. I can't ever feel down where Pen is." "That's so," said the Colonel. "And I guess she's got about as much culture as any of them, don't you?" "She reads a great deal," admitted her mother. "She seems to be at it the whole while. I don't want she should injure her health, and sometimes I feel like snatching the books away from her. I don't know as it's good for a girl to read so much anyway, especially novels. I don't want she should get notions." "Oh, I guess Pen knows how to take care of herself," said Lapham. "She's got sense enough, but she ain't so practical as Irene. She's more up in the clouds, more of what you may call a dreamer. Irene's wide awake every minute, and I declare any one to see these two together when there's anything to be done, or any lead to be taken, would say Irene was the oldest 9 times out of 10. It's only when they get to talking that you can see Pen's got twice as much brains." "Well," said Lapham, tacitly granting this point, and leaning back in his chair in supreme content, "did you ever see much nicer girls anywhere?" His wife laughed at his pride. "I presume they're as much swans as anybody's geese." "No, but honestly now." "Oh, they'll do, but don't you be silly if you can help it, Si." The young people came in, and Corey said it was time for his boat. Mrs. Lapham pressed him to stay, but he persisted, and he would not let the Colonel send him to the boat. He said he would rather walk. Outside, he pushed along toward the boat, which presently he could see lying at her landing in the bay, across the sandy track to the left of the hotels. From time to time he almost stopped in his rapid walk, as a man does whose mind is in a pleasant tumult. And then he went forward at a swifter pace. "She's charming," he said, and he thought he had spoken aloud. He found himself floundering about in the deep sand, wide of the path. He got back to it, and reached the boat just before she started. The clerk came to take his fare, and Corey looked radiantly up at him in his lantern light, with a smile that he must have been wearing a long time. His cheek was stiff with it. Once some people who stood near him edged suddenly and fearfully away, and then he suspected himself of having laughed outright. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Corey put off his set smile with the help of a frown, of which he first became aware after reaching home, when his father asked, "Anything gone wrong with your department of the fine arts today, Tom?" "Oh, no. No, sir," said the son, instantly relieving his brows from the strain upon them, and beaming again. "But I was thinking whether you were not perhaps right in your impression that it might be well for you to make Colonel Lapham's acquaintance before a great while." "Has he been suggesting it in any way?" asked Bromfield Corey, laying aside his book, and taking his lean knee between his clasped hands. "Oh, not at all," the young man hastened to reply. "I was merely thinking whether it might not begin to seem intentional, your not doing it." "Well, Tom, you know I have been leaving it altogether to you." "Oh, I understand, of course, and I didn't mean to urge anything of the kind. You are so very much more of a Bostonian than I am, you know, that I have been waiting your motion in entire confidence that you would know just what to do, and when to do it. If I had been left quite to my own lawless impulses, I think I should have called upon your padrone at once. It seems to me that my father would have found some way of showing that he expected as much as that from people placed in the relation to him that we hold to Colonel Lapham." "Do you think so?" asked the young man. "Yes, but you know I don't pretend to be an authority in such matters. As far as they go, I am always in the hands of your mother and you children." "I'm very sorry, sir. I had no idea I was overruling your judgment. I only wanted to spare you a formality that didn't seem quite a necessity yet. I'm very sorry," he said again, and this time with more comprehensive regret. "I shouldn't like to have seemed remiss with a man who has been so considerate of me. They are all very good-natured." "I dare say," said Bromfield Corey, with the satisfaction which no elder can help feeling in disabling the judgment of a younger man, "that it won't be too late if I go down to your office with you to-morrow." "No, no, I didn't imagine you doing it at once, sir." "Ah, but nothing can prevent me from doing a thing when I once take the bit in my teeth," said the father, with the pleasure which men of weak will sometimes take in recognizing their weakness. "How does their new house get on?" "I believe they expect to be in it before New Year." "Will they be a great addition to society?" asked Bromfield Corey, with unimpeachable seriousness. "I don't quite know what you mean," returned the son, a little uneasily. "Oh, I see that you do, Tom." "No one can help feeling that they are all people of good sense and right ideas." "Oh, that won't do. If society took in all the people of right ideas and good sense, it would expand beyond the calling capacity of its most active members. Even your mother's social conscientiousness could not compass it. Society is a very different sort of thing from good sense and right ideas. It is based upon them, of course, but the airy, graceful, winning superstructure which we all know demands different qualities. Have your friends got these qualities, which may be felt, but not defined?" The son laughed. "To tell you the truth, sir, I don't think they have the most elemental ideas of society as we understand it. I don't believe Mrs. Lapham ever gave a dinner." "And with all that money!" sighed the father. "I don't believe they have the habit of wine at the table. I suspect that when they don't drink tea and coffee with their dinner, they drink ice water." "Horrible!" said Bromfield Corey. "It appears to me that this defines them." "Oh, yes, there are people who give dinners and who are not cognoscible. But people who have never yet given a dinner, how is society to assimilate them?" "It digests a great many people," suggested the young man. "Yes, but they have always brought some sort of sauce piquante with them. Now, as I understand you, these friends of yours have no such sauce." "Oh, I don't know about that," cried the son. "Oh, rude, native flavours, I dare say, but that isn't what I mean. Well, then, they must spend. There is no other way for them to win their way to general regard. We must have the Colonel elected to the 10 o'clock club, and he must put himself down in the list of those willing to entertain. Any one can manage a large supper. Yes, I see a gleam of hope for him in that direction." In the morning, Bromfield Corey asked his son whether he should find Lapham at his place as early as 11. "I think you might find him even earlier. I've never been there before him. I doubt if the porter is there much sooner." "Well, suppose I go with you, then?" "Why, if you like, sir," said the son, with some deprecation. "Oh, the question is, will he like?" "I think he will, sir." And the father could see that his son was very much pleased. Lapham was wending an impatient course through the morning's news when they appeared at the door of his inner room. He looked up from the newspaper spread on the desk before him, and then he stood up, making an indifferent feint of not knowing that he knew Bromfield Corey by sight. "Good morning, Colonel Lapham," said the son, and Lapham waited for him to say further, "I wish to introduce my father." Then he answered, "Good morning," and added rather sternly for the elder Corey, "How do you do, sir? Will you take a chair?" And he pushed him one. They shook hands and sat down, and Lapham said to his subordinate, "Have a seat," but young Corey remained standing, watching them in their observance of each other with an amusement which was a little uneasy. Lapham made his visitor speak first by waiting for him to do so. "I am glad to make your acquaintance, Colonel Lapham, and I ought to have come sooner to do so. My father in your place would have expected it of a man in my place at once, I believe, but I can't feel myself altogether a stranger as it is. I hope Mrs. Lapham is well. And your daughter?" "Thank you," said Lapham. "They are quite well." "They were very kind to my wife—" "Oh, that was nothing," cried Lapham. "There's nothing like Mrs. Lapham likes better than a chance of that sort. Mrs. Corey and the young ladies well?" "Very well, when I heard from them. They're out of town." "Yes, so I understand," said Lapham, with a nod toward the son. "I believe Mr. Corey here told Mrs. Lapham." He leaned back in his chair, stiffly resolute to show that he was not incommoded by the exchange of these civilities. "Yes," said Bromfield Corey. "Tom has had the pleasure, which I hope for, of seeing you all. I hope you're able to make him useful to you here." Corey looked round Lapham's room vaguely, and then out at the clerks in their railed enclosure, where his eye finally rested on an extremely pretty girl who was operating a typewriter. "Well, sir," replied Lapham, softening for the first time with this approach to business, "I guess it will be our own fault if we don't. By the way, Corey," he added, to the younger man, as he gathered up some letters from his desk, "here's something in your line. Spanish or French, I guess." "I'll run them over," said Corey, taking them to his desk. His father made an offer to rise. "Don't go," said Lapham, gesturing him down again. "I just wanted to get him away a minute. I don't care to say it to his face. I don't like the principle. But since you ask me about it, I'd just as lief say that I've never had any young man take hold here equal to your son. I don't know as you care." "You make me very happy," said Bromfield Corey. "Very happy indeed. I've always had the idea that there was something in my son, if he could only find the way to work it out, and he seems to have gone into your business for the love of it." "He went to work in the right way, sir. He told me about it. He looked into it, and that paint is a thing that will bear looking into." "Oh, yes. You might think he had invented it if you heard him celebrating it." "Is that so?" demanded Lapham, pleased through and through. "Well, there ain't any other way. You've got to believe in a thing before you can put any heart in it. Why, I had a partner in this thing once along back just after the war, and he used to be always wanting to tinker with something else. 'Why,' says I, 'you've got the best thing in God's universe now. Why ain't you satisfied?' I had to get rid of him at last. I stuck to my paint, and that fellow's drifted around pretty much all over the whole country, whittling his capital down all the while, till here the other day I had to lend him some money to start him new. No, sir, you've got to believe in a thing, and I believe in your son. And I don't mind telling you that, so far as he's gone, he's a success." "That's very kind of you." "No kindness about it. As I was saying the other day to a friend of mine, I've had many a fellow right out of the street that had to work hard all his life, and didn't begin to take hold like this son of yours." Lapham expanded with profound self-satisfaction. As he probably conceived it, He had succeeded in praising, in a perfectly casual way, the supreme excellence of his paint, and his own sagacity and benevolence. And here he was, sitting face to face with Bromfield Corey, praising his son to him, and receiving his grateful acknowledgments, as if he were the father of some office boy whom Lapham had given a place half but of charity. "Yes, sir. When your son proposed to take hold here, I didn't have much faith in his ideas, that's the truth. But I had faith in him, and I saw that he meant business from the start. I could see it was born in him. Anyone could." "I'm afraid he didn't inherit it directly from me," said Bromfield Corey, "but it's in the blood, on both sides." "Well, sir, we can't help those things," said Lapham compassionately. "Some of us have got it, and some of us haven't. The idea is to make the most of what we have got." "Oh, yes, that is the idea, by all means." "And you can't ever tell what's in you till you try. Why, when I started this thing, I didn't more than half understand my own strength. I wouldn't have said, looking back, that I could have stood the wear and tear of what I've been through, but I developed as I went along. It's just like exercising your muscles in a gymnasium. You can lift twice or 3 times as much after you've been in training a month as you could before. And I can see that it's going to be just so with your son. His going through college won't hurt him. He'll soon slough all that off, and his bringing up won't. Don't be anxious about it. I noticed in the army that some of the fellows that had the most go-ahead were fellows that hadn't ever had much more to do than girls before the war broke out. Your son will get along." "Thank you," said Bromfield Corey, and smiled, whether because his spirit was safe in the humility he sometimes boasted, or because it was triply armed in pride against anything the Colonel's kindness could do. "He'll get along. He's a good business man, and he's a fine fellow." "Must you go?" asked Lapham, as Bromfield Corey now rose more resolutely. "Well, glad to see you. It was natural you should want to come and see what he was about, and I'm glad you did. I should have felt just so about it. Here is some of our stuff," he said, pointing out the various packages in his office, including the Persis brand. "Ah, that's very nice indeed," said his visitor. "The colour through that jar. Very rich. Delicious. Is Persis brand a name?" Lapham blushed. "Well, Persis is. I don't know if you saw an interview that fellow published in the Events a while back." "What is the Events?" "Well, it's that newspaper Witherby's started." "No," said Bromfield Corey, "I haven't seen it. I read the Daily," he explained, by which he meant the Daily Advertiser, the only daily there is in the old-fashioned Bostonian sense. "He put a lot of stuff in my mouth that I never said," resumed Lapham, "but that's neither here nor there, so long as you haven't seen it. Here's the department your son's in," and he showed him the foreign labels. Then he took him out into the warehouse to see the large packages. At the head of the stairs, where his guest stopped to nod to his son and say, "Good-bye, Tom," Lapham insisted upon going down to the lower door with him. "Well, call again," he said in hospitable dismissal. "I shall always be glad to see you. There ain't a great deal doing at this season." Bromfield Corey thanked him, and let his hand remain perforce in Lapham's lingering grasp. "If you ever like to ride after a good horse," the Colonel began. "Oh, no, thank you. The better the horse, the more I should be scared. Tom has told me of your driving." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the Colonel. "Well, every one to his taste. Well, good morning, sir." And he suffered him to go. "Who is the old man blowing to this morning?" asked Walker, the bookkeeper, making an errand to Corey's desk. "My father." "Oh, that your father? I thought he must be one of your Italian correspondents that you've been showing round, or Spanish." In fact, as Bromfield Corey found his way at his leisurely pace up through the streets on which the prosperity of his native city was founded, hardly any figure could have looked more alien to its life. He glanced up and down the facades and through the crooked vistas like a stranger, and the swarthy fruiterer of whom he bought an apple, apparently for the pleasure of holding it in his hand, was not surprised that the purchase should be transacted in his own tongue. Lapham walked back through the outer office to his own room without looking at Corey, and during the day he spoke to him only of business matters. That must have been his way of letting Corey see that he was not overcome by the honour of his father's visit. But he presented himself at Nantasket with the events so perceptibly on his mind that his wife asked, Well, Silas, has Rogers been borrowing any more money off you? I don't want you should let things go too far. You've done enough." "You needn't be afraid. I've seen the last of Rogers for one while." He hesitated, to give the fact an effect of no importance. "Corey's father called this morning." "Did he?" said Mrs. Lapham, willing to humour his feint of indifference. "Did he want to borrow some money too?" "Not as I understood." Lapham was smoking at great ease, and his wife had some crocheting on the other side of the lamp from him. The girls were on the piazza looking at the moon on the water again. "There's no man in it to night," Penelope said, and Irene laughed forlornly. "What did he want then?" asked Mrs. Lapham. "Oh, I don't know. Seemed to just be a friendly call. Said he ought to have come before." Mrs. Lapham was silent a while. Then she said, "Well, I hope you're satisfied now." Lapham rejected the sympathy too openly offered. "I don't know about being satisfied. I weren't in any hurry to see him." His wife permitted him this pretence also. "What sort of a person is he, anyway?" "Well, not much like his son. There's no sort of business about him. I don't know just how you'd describe him. He's tall, and he's got white hair and a moustache, and his fingers are very long and limber. I couldn't help noticing them as he sat there with his hands on top of his cane. Didn't seem to be dressed very much, and acted just like anybody. Didn't talk much. Guess I did most of the talking. Said he was glad I seemed to be getting along so well with his son. He asked after you and Irene, and he said he couldn't feel just like a stranger. Said you had been very kind to his wife. Of course, I turned it off." "Yes," said Lapham thoughtfully, with his hands resting on his knees, and his cigar between the fingers of his left hand. "I guess he meant to do the right thing every way. Don't know as I ever saw a much pleasanter man. Dunno but what he's about the pleasantest man I ever did see." He was not letting his wife see in his averted face the struggle that revealed itself there, the struggle of stalwart achievement not to feel flattered at the notice of sterile elegance, not to be sneakingly glad of its amiability, but to stand up and look at it with eyes on the same level. God, who made us so much like himself, but out of the dust, alone knows when that struggle will end. The time had been when Lapham could not have imagined any worldly splendour which his dollars could not buy if he chose to spend them for it. But his wife's half-discoveries, taking form again in his ignorance of the world, filled him with helpless misgiving. A cloudy vision of something unpurchasable where he had supposed that there was nothing, had cowed him in spite of the burly resistance of his pride. "I don't see why he shouldn't be pleasant," said Mrs. Lapham. "He's never done anything else." Lapham looked up consciously with an uneasy laugh. "Pshaw, Persis, you never forget anything." "Oh, I've got more than that to remember. I suppose you asked him to ride after the mare?" "Well," said Lapham, reddening guiltily, "he said he was afraid of a good horse." "Then, of course, you hadn't asked him." Mrs. Lapham crocheted in silence, and her husband leaned back in his chair and smoked. At last he said, "I'm going to push that house forward. They're loafing on it. There's no reason why we shouldn't be in it by Thanksgiving. I don't believe in moving in the dead of winter." "We can wait till spring. We're very comfortable in the old place," answered his wife. Then she broke out on him. "Why are you in such a hurry to get into that house for? Do you want to invite the Coreys to a house-warming?" Lapham looked at her without speaking. "Don't you suppose I can see through you? I declare, Silas Lapham, if I didn't know different, I should say that you were about the biggest fool. Don't you know anything? Don't you know that it wouldn't do to ask those people to our house before they've asked us to theirs? They'd laugh in our faces." "I don't believe they'd laugh in our faces. What's the difference between our asking them and their asking us?" demanded the Colonel sulkily. "Oh, well, if you don't see." "Well, I don't see. But I don't want to ask them to the house. I suppose, if I want to, I can invite him down to a fish dinner at Taft's." Mrs. Lapham fell back in her chair and let her work drop in her lap, with that "Shh!" in which her sex knows how to express utter contempt and despair. "What's the matter?" "Well, if you do such a thing, Silas, I'll never speak to you again. It's no use. It's no use. I did think after you've behaved so well about Rogers I might trust you a little. But I see I can't. I presume as long as you live you'll have to be nosed about like a perfect I don't know what." "What are you making such a fuss about?" demanded Lapham, terribly crestfallen, but trying to pluck up a spirit. "I haven't done anything yet. I can't ask your advice about anything any more without having you fly out. Confound it! I shall do as I please after this." But, as if he could not endure that contemptuous atmosphere, he got up, and his wife heard him in the dining room pouring himself out a glass of ice water, and then heard him mount the stairs to their room and slam its door after him. "Do you know what your father's wanting to do now?" Mrs. Lapham asked her eldest daughter, who lounged in the parlour a moment with her wrap stringing from her arm, while the younger went straight to bed. "He wants to invite Mr. Corey's father to a fish dinner at Taft's." Penelope was yawning with her hand on her mouth. She stopped, and with a laugh of amused expectance, sank into a chair, her shoulders shrugged forward. "Why? What in the world has put the Colonel up to that?" "Put him up to it? There's that fellow, who ought to have come to see him long ago, drops into his office this morning, and talks 5 minutes with him, and your father is flattered out of his 5 senses. He's crazy to get in with those people, and I should have a perfect battle to keep him within bounds." "Well, Persis, ma'am, you can't say but what you began it," said Penelope. "Oh, yes, I began it," confessed Mrs. Lapham. "Pen," she broke out, "what do you suppose he means by it?" "Who? Mr. Corey's father? What does the Colonel think?" "Oh, the Colonel!" cried Mrs. Lapham. She added tremulously, "Perhaps he is right. He did seem to take a fancy to her last summer, and now if he's called in that way—" She left her daughter to distribute the pronouns aright, and resumed, "Of course, I should have said once that there wasn't any question about it. I should have said so last year, and I don't know what it keeps me from saying so now. I suppose I know a little more about things than I did, and your father's being so bent on it sets me all a-twitter. He thinks his money can do everything. Well, I don't say but what it can, a good many. And 'Rene is as good a child as there ever was. And I don't see but what she's a pretty appearing enough to suit any one. She's pretty behaved, too, and she is the most capable girl. I presume young men don't care very much for such things nowadays, but there ain't a great many girls can go right into the kitchen and make such custard as she did yesterday. And look at the way she does through the whole house. She can't seem to go into a room without the things fly right into their places. And if she had to do it tomorrow, she can make all of her own dresses a great deal better than we pay to do it. I don't say but what he's about as nice a fellow as ever stepped. But there, I'm ashamed of going on so." "Well, mother," said the girl after a pause, in which she looked as if a little weary of the subject, "why do you worry about it? If it's to be, it'll be, and if it isn't—" "Yes, that's what I tell your father. But when it comes to myself, I see how hard it is for him to rest quiet. I'm afraid we shall all do something we'll repent of afterwards." "Well, ma'am," said Penelope, "I don't intend to do anything wrong, but if I do, I promise not to be sorry for it. I'll go that far. And I think I wouldn't be sorry for it beforehand, if I were in your place, mother. Let the Colonel go on. He likes to manoeuvre, and he isn't going to hurt any one. The Corey family can take care of themselves, I guess." She laughed in her throat, drawing down the corners of her mouth, and enjoying the resolution with which her mother tried to fling off the burden of her anxieties. "Pen, I believe you're right. You always do see things in such a light. There, I don't care if it brings him down every day." "Well, ma'am," said Pen, "I don't believe 'Rene would, either. She's just so indifferent." The Colonel slept badly that night, and in the morning Mrs. Lapham came to breakfast without him. "Your father ain't well," she reported. "He's had one of his turns." "I should have thought he had 2 or 3 of them," said Penelope, "by the stamping round I heard. Isn't he coming to breakfast?" "Not just yet," said her mother. "He's asleep, and he'll be all right if he just gets his nap out. I don't want you girls should make any great noise." "Oh, we'll be quiet enough," returned Penelope. "Well, I'm glad the Colonel isn't sojourning. At first I thought he might be sojourning." She broke into a laugh, and struggling indolently with it, looked at her sister. "You don't think it'll be necessary for any one to come down from the office and take orders from him while he's laid up, do you, mother?" she inquired. "Pen!" cried Irene. "He'll be well enough to go up on the 10 o'clock boat," said the mother sharply. "I think papa works too hard all through the summer. Why don't you make him take a rest, mamma?" asked Irene. "Oh, take a rest! The man slaves hard every year. It used to be that he'd take a little time off now and then, but I declare he hardly ever seems to breathe now away from his office. And this year he says he doesn't intend to go down to Lapham, except to see after the works for a few days. I don't know what to do with the man any more. Seems as if the more money he's got, the more he wanted to get. It scares me to think what would happen to him if he lost it. I know one thing," concluded Mrs. Lapham. "He shall not go back to the office to-day." "Then he won't go up on the 10 o'clock boat?" Pen reminded her. "No, he won't. You can just drive over to the hotel as soon as you're through, girls, and telegraph that he's not well and won't be at the office till tomorrow. I'm not going to have them send anybody down here to bother him." "That's a blow," said Pen. "I didn't know but they might send—" she looked demurely at her sister. "Dennis." "Mamma!" cried Irene. "Well, I declare, there's no living with this family any more." "There, Pen, be done," commanded her mother. But perhaps she did not intend to forbid her teasing. It gave a pleasant sort of reality to the affair that was in her mind, and made what she wished to appear not only possible but probable. Lapham got up and lounged about, fretting and rebelling as each boat departed without him, through the day. Before night he became very cross, in spite of the efforts of the family to soothe him, and grumbled that he had been kept from going up to town. "I might as well have gone as not," he repeated, till his wife lost her patience. "Well, you shall go to-morrow, Silas, if you have to be carried to the boat." "I declare," said Penelope, "the Colonel don't pet worth a cent." The 6 o'clock boat brought Corey. The girls were sitting on the piazza, and Irene saw him first. "Oh, Pen!" she whispered, with her heart in her face, and Penelope had no time for mockery before he was at the steps. "I hope Colonel Lapham isn't ill," he said, and they could hear their mother engaged in a moral contest with their father indoors. "Go and put on your coat. I say you shall. It don't matter how he sees you at the office, shirt sleeves or not. You're in a gentleman's house now, or you ought to be, and you shan't see company in your dressing gown." Penelope hurried in to subdue her mother's anger. "Oh, he's very much better, thank you," said Irene, speaking up loudly to drown the noise of the controversy. "I'm glad of that," said Corey, and when she led him indoors the vanquished Colonel met his visitor in a double-breasted frock coat which he was still buttoning up. He could not persuade himself at once that Corey had not come upon some urgent business matter, and when he was clear that he had come out of civility, surprise mingled with his gratification that he should be the object of solicitude to the young man. In Lapham's circle of acquaintance they complained when they were sick, but they made no womanish inquiries after one another's health, and certainly paid no visits of sympathy till matters were serious. He would have enlarged upon the particulars of his indisposition if he had been allowed to do so, and after tea, which Corey took with them, he would have remained to entertain him if his wife had not sent him to bed. She followed him to see that he took some medicine she had prescribed for him, but she went first to Penelope's room, where she found the girl with a book in her hand, which she was not reading. "You'd better go down," said the mother. "I've got to go to your father, and Irene is all alone with Mr. Corey, and I know she'll be on pins and needles without you there to help make it go off." "She'd better try to get along without me, mother," said Penelope soberly. "I can't always be with them." "Well," replied Mrs. Lapham, "then I must. It'll be a perfect Quaker meeting down there." "Oh, I guess 'Rene will find something to say if you leave her to herself. Or if she don't, he must. It'll be all right for you to go down when you get ready, but I shan't go down toward the last. If he's coming here to see Irene, and I don't believe he's come on father's account, he wants to see her, and not me. If she can't interest him alone, perhaps he'd as well find it out now as any time. At any rate, I guess you'd better make the experiment. You know whether it's a success if he comes again." "Well," said the mother, "maybe you're right. I'll go down directly. It does seem as if he did mean something after all." Mrs. Lapham did not hasten to return to her guest. In her own girlhood it was supposed that if a young man seemed to be coming to see a girl, it was only common sense to suppose that he wished to see her alone, and her life in town had left Mrs. Lapham's simple traditions in this respect unchanged. She did with her daughter as her mother would have done with her. Where Penelope sat with her book, she heard the continuous murmur of voices below, and after a long interval she heard her mother descend. She did not read the open book that lay in her lap, though she kept her eyes fast on the print. Once she rose and almost shut the door, so that she could scarcely hear. Then she opened it wide again with a self-disdainful air, and resolutely went back to her book, which again she did not read. But she remained in her room till it was nearly time for Corey to return to his boat. When they were alone again, Irene made a feint of scolding her for leaving her to entertain Mr. Corey. "Why, didn't you have a pleasant call?" asked Penelope. Irene threw her arms around her. "Oh, it was a splendid call. I don't suppose I can make it go off so well. We nearly talked the whole time about you." "I don't think that was a very interesting subject." "He kept asking about you. He asked everything. You don't know how much he thinks of you, Pen. Oh, Pen, what do you think made him come? Do you think he really did come to see how Papa was?" Irene buried her face in her sister's neck. Penelope stood with her arms at her side, submitting. "Well," she said, "I don't think he did, altogether." Irene, all glowing, released her. "Don't you? Don't you really? Oh, Pen, don't you think he is nice? Don't you think he's handsome? Don't you think I behaved horribly when we first met him this evening, not thanking him for coming? I know he thinks I've no manners, but it seemed as if it would be thanking him for coming to see me. Ought I to have asked him to come again when he said good night? I didn't. I couldn't. Do you believe he'll think I don't want him to? You don't believe he would keep coming if he didn't want to?" "He hasn't kept coming a great deal yet," suggested Penelope. "No, I know he hasn't. But if he should, then I should think he wanted to." "Oh, would you? Would you? Oh, how good you always are, Pen, and you always say what you think. I wish there was some one coming to see you too. That's all that I don't like about it. Perhaps he was telling about his friend there in Texas." "Well," said Penelope, "his friend couldn't call often from Texas. You needn't ask Mr. Corey to trouble about me, 'Rene. I think I can manage to worry along, if you're satisfied." "Oh, I am, Pen. When do you suppose he'll come again?" Irene pushed some of Penelope's things aside on the dressing-case, to rest her elbow and talk at ease. Penelope came up and put them back. "Well, not tonight," she said. "And if that's what you're sitting up for—" Irene caught her round the neck again, and ran out of the room. The Colonel was packed off on the 8 o'clock boat the next morning, but his recovery did not prevent Corey from repeating his visit in a week. This time Irene came radiantly up to Penelope's room, where she had again withdrawn herself. "You must come down, Pen," she said. "He's asked if you're not well, and Mamma says you've got to come." After that, Penelope helped Irene through with her calls, and talked them over with her far into the night after Corey was gone. But when the impatient curiosity of her mother pressed her for some opinion of the affair, she said, "You know as much as I do, Mother." "Don't he ever say anything to you about her? Praise her up any?" "He's never mentioned Irene to me." "He hasn't to me either," said Mrs. Lapham with a sigh of trouble. "Then what makes him keep coming?" "I can't tell you. One thing, he says there isn't a house open in Boston where he's acquainted. Wait till some of his friends get back, and then if he keeps coming it'll be time to inquire." "Well," said the mother. But as the weeks passed she was less and less able to attribute Corey's visits to his loneliness in town, and turned to her husband for comfort. "Silas, I don't know whether we ought to let young Corey keep coming so. I don't quite like it, with all his family away." "He's of age," said the Colonel. "He can go where he pleases. It don't matter whether his family's here or not." "Yes, but if they don't want he should come, should you feel just right about letting him?" "How are you going to stop him? I swear, Persis, I don't know what's got over you. What is it? You didn't used to be so. But to hear you talk, you'd think those Coreys were too good for this world, and we weren't fit for 'em to walk on." "I'm not going to have 'em say we took advantage of their being away and told on him." "I should like to hear 'em say it," cried Lapham, "or anybody." "Well," said his wife, relinquishing this point of anxiety, "I can't make out whether he cares anything for her or not, and Pen can't tell either, or else she won't." "Oh, I guess he cares for her fast enough," said the Colonel. "I can't make out that he said or done the first thing to show it." "Well, I was better than a year getting my courage up." "Oh, that was different," said Mrs. Lapham, in contemptuous dismissal of the comparison, and yet with certain fondness. "I guess if he cared for her, a fellow in his position won't be long getting up his courage to speak to Irene." Lapham brought down his fist on the table between them. "Look here, Persis. Once and for all, if you don't ever let me hear you say anything like that again, I'm worth nigh on to $1,000,000, and I've made it every cent myself, and my girls are the equal of anybody, I don't care who it is. He ain't the fellow to take on any airs, but he ever tries it with me, I'll send him to the right about mighty quick. I'll have a talk with him if—" "No, no, don't do that," implored his wife. "I didn't mean anything. I don't know as I meant anything. He's just as unassuming as he can be, and I think Irene's a match for anybody. You just let things go on. It'll be all right. You can never tell how it is with young people. Perhaps she's offish. Now you ain't going to say anything?" Lapham suffered himself to be persuaded, the more easily, no doubt, because after his explosion he must have perceived that his pride itself stood in the way of what his pride had threatened. He contented himself with his wife's promise that she would never again present that offensive view of the case, and she did not remain without a certain support in his sturdy self-assertion. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Corey returned with her daughters in the early days of October, having passed 3 or 4 weeks at Intervale after leaving Bar Harbour. They were somewhat browner than they were when they left the town in June, but they were not otherwise changed. Lily, the elder of the girls, had brought back a number of studies of kelp and toadstools, with accessory rocks and rotten logs, which she would never finish up and never show anyone, knowing the slightness of their merit. Nanny, the younger, had read a great many novels with a keen sense of their inaccuracy as representations of life, and had seen a great deal of life with a sad regret for its difference from fiction. They were both nice girls, accomplished, well dressed of course, and well enough looking, but they had met no one at the seaside or the mountains whom their taste would allow to influence their fate, and they had come home to the occupations they had left, with no hopes and no fears to distract them. In the absence of these, they were fitted to take the more vivid interest in their brothers' affairs, which they could see weighed upon their mother's mind after the first hours of greeting. "Oh, it seems to have been going on, and your father has never written a word about it," she said, shaking her head. "What good would it have done?" asked Nanny, who was little and fair, with rings of light hair that filled a bonnet front very prettily. She looked best in a bonnet. "It would only have worried you. He could not have stopped Tom. You couldn't, when he came home to do it." "I dare say papa didn't know much about it," suggested Lily. She was a tall, lean, dark girl, who looked as if she were not quite warm enough, and whom you always associated with wraps of different aesthetic effect after you had once seen her. It is a serious matter always to the women of his family when a young man gives them cause to suspect that he is interested in some other woman. A son-in-law or brother-in-law does not enter the family. He need not be caressed or made anything of, but the son's or brother's wife has a claim upon his mother and sisters which they cannot deny. Some convention of their sex obliges them to show her affection, to like or to seem to like her, to take her into their intimacy, however odious she might be to them. With the Coreys it was something more than an affair of sentiment. They were by no means poor, and they were not dependent money-wise upon Tom Corey, But the mother had come, without knowing it, to rely upon his sense, his advice in everything; and the sisters, seeing him hitherto so indifferent to girls, had insensibly grown to regard him as altogether their own till he should be released, not only by his marriage, but by theirs, an event which had not approached with the lapse of time. Some kinds of girls, they believed that they could readily have chosen a kind, might have taken him without taking him from them, but this generosity could not be hoped for in such a girl as Miss Lapham. "Perhaps," urged their mother, "it would not be so bad. She seems an affectionate little thing with her mother, without a great deal of character, though she was so capable about some things." "Oh, she'll be an affectionate little thing with Tom too, you may be sure," said Nanny. "And that characterless capability becomes the most intense narrow-mindedness. She'll think we were against her from the beginning." "She has no cause for that," Lily interposed, "and we shall not give her any." "Yes, we shall," retorted Nanny. "We can't help it, and if we can't, her own ignorance will be cause enough." "I can't feel that she's altogether ignorant," said Mrs. Corey justly. "Of course she can read and write," admitted Nanny. "I can't imagine what he finds to talk about with her," said Lily. "Oh, that's very simple," returned her sister. "They talk about themselves, with occasional references to each other. I have heard people 'going on' in the hotel piazzas. She's embroidering or knitting or tatting or something of that kind, and he says she seems quite devoted to needlework. And she says, yes, she has a perfect passion for it, and everybody laughs at her for it, but she can't help it. She always was so from a child, and supposes she always shall be, with remote and minute particulars. And she ends by saying that perhaps he does not like people to tat, or knit, or embroider, or whatever. And he says, oh yes, he does. What can make her think such a thing? But for his part, he likes boating rather better, or if you're in the woods camping. Then she lets him take up one corner of her work, and perhaps touch her fingers, and that encourages him to say that he supposes nothing could induce her to drop her work long enough to go down on the rocks, or out among the huckleberry bushes. And she puts her head on one side, and says she doesn't know really, and then they go, and he lies at her feet on the rocks, or picks huckleberries and drops them in her lap, and they go on talking about themselves, comparing notes to see how they differ from each other, and—" "That will do, Nanny," said her mother. Lily smiled autumnally. "Oh, disgusting!" "Disgusting? Not at all," protested her sister. "It's very amusing when you see it, and when you do it—" "It's always a mystery what people see in each other," observed Mrs. Corey severely. "Yes," Nanny admitted, "but I don't know that there is much comfort for us in the application." "No, there isn't," said her mother. "The most that we can do is to hope for the best till we know the worst. Of course, we shall make the best of the worst when it comes." "Yes, and perhaps it would not be so very bad. I was saying to your father when I was here in July that those things can always be managed. You must face them as if they were nothing out of the way, and try not to give any cause for bitterness among ourselves." "That's true, but I don't believe in too much resignation beforehand. It amounts to concession," said Nanny. "Of course we should oppose it in all proper ways," returned her mother. Lily had ceased to discuss the matter. In virtue of her artistic temperament, she was expected not to be very practical. It was her mother and her sister who managed, submitting to the advice and consent of Corey what they intended to do. "Your father wrote me that he had called on Colonel Lapham at his place of business," said Mrs. Corey, seizing her first chance of approaching the subject with her son. "Yes," said Corey. "A dinner was father's idea, but he came down to a call at my suggestion." "Oh," said Mrs. Corey in a tone of relief, as if the statement threw a new light on the fact that Corey had suggested the visit. "He said so little about it in his letter that I didn't know just how it came about." "I thought it was right they should meet," explained the son, "and so did father. I was glad that I suggested it afterward. It was extremely gratifying to Colonel Lapham." "Oh, it was quite right in every way. I suppose you had seen something of the family during the summer?" "Yes, a good deal. I've been down at Nantasket rather often." Mrs. Corey let her eyes droop. Then she asked, "Are they well?" "Yes, except Lapham himself now and then. I went down once or twice to see him. He hasn't given himself any vacation this summer. He has such a passion for his business that I fancy he finds it hard being away from it at any time, and he's made his new house an excuse for staying." "Oh yes, his house. Is it to be something fine?" "Yes, it's a beautiful house. Seymour is doing it." "Then, of course, it will be very handsome. I suppose the young ladies are very much taken up with it, and Mrs. Lapham." "Mrs. Lapham, yes. I don't think the young ladies care so much about it." "It must be for them. Aren't they ambitious?" asked Mrs. Corey, delicately feeling her way. Her son thought a while, then he answered with a smile, "No, I don't really think they are. They are unambitious, I should say." Mrs. Corey permitted herself a long breath, but her son added, "It's the parents who are ambitious for them," and her respiration became shorter again. "Yes," she said. "They're very simple, nice girls," pursued Corey. "I think you'll like the elder when you come to know her." "When you come to know her." The words implied an expectation that the two families were to be better acquainted. "Then she is more intellectual than her sister?" Mrs. Corey ventured. "Intellectual?" repeated her son. "No, that isn't the word, quite. Though she certainly has more mind." "The younger seems very sensible." "Oh, sensible, yes, and as practical as she's pretty. She can do all sorts of things, and likes to be doing them. Don't you think she's an extraordinary beauty?" Yes, she is," said Mrs. Corey, at some cost. "She's good, too," said Corey, "and perfectly innocent and transparent. I think you will like her the better the more you know her." "I thought her very nice from the beginning," said the mother heroically, and then nature asserted itself in her. "But I should be afraid that she might perhaps be a little bit tiresome at last. Her range of ideas seems so extremely limited." "Yes, that's what I was afraid of. But, as a matter of fact, she isn't. She interests you by her very limitations. You can see the workings of her mind, like that of a child. She isn't at all conscious even of her beauty." "I don't believe young men can tell whether girls are conscious or not," said Mrs. Corey. "But I am not saying the Miss Laphams are not." Her son sat musing, with an inattentive smile on his face. "What is it?" "Oh, nothing. I was thinking of Miss Lapham and something she was saying. She's very droll, you know." "The elder sister? Yes, you told me that. Can you see the workings of her mind, too?" "No. She's everything that's unexpected." Corey fell into another reverie, and smiled again, but he did not offer to explain what amused him, and his mother would not ask. "I don't know what to make of his admiring the girl so frankly," she said afterward to her husband. "That couldn't come naturally till after he had spoken to her, and I feel sure that he hasn't yet." "You women haven't risen yet. It's an evidence of the backwardness of your sex to a conception of the Bismarck idea in diplomacy. If a man praises one woman, you still think he's in love with another. Do you mean that because Tom didn't praise the elder sister so much, he has spoken to her?" Mrs. Corey refused the consequence, saying that it did not follow. Besides, he did praise her. "You ought to be glad that matters are in such good shape, then. At any rate, she can do absolutely nothing." "Oh, I know it," sighed Mrs. Corey. "I wish Tom would be a little opener with me." "He's as open as it's in the nature of an American-born son to be with his parents. I dare say if you asked him plumply what he meant in regard to the young lady, he would have told you, if he knew." "Why, don't you think he does know, Bromfield?" "I am not at all sure that he does. You women think that because a young man dangles after a girl, or girls, he's attached to them. It doesn't at all follow. He dangles because he must, and doesn't know what to do with his time, and because they seem to like it. I dare say that Tom has dangled a good deal in this instance because there was nobody else in town." "Do you really think so?" "I throw out the suggestion. And it strikes me that a young lady couldn't do better than stay in or near Boston during the summer. Most of the young men are here, kept by business through the week, with evenings available only on the spot, or a few miles off. What was the proportion of the sexes at the seashore and the mountains?" "Oh, 20 girls at least for even an excuse of a man. It's shameful. You see, I am right in one part of my theory. Why shouldn't I be right in the rest?" "I wish you were, and yet I can't say that I do. Those things are very serious with girls. I shouldn't like Tom to have been going to see those people if he meant nothing by it." "And you wouldn't like it if he did. You are difficult, my dear." Her husband pulled an open newspaper toward him from the table. "I feel that it wouldn't be at all like him to do so," said Mrs. Corey, going on to entangle herself in her words, as women often do when their ideas are perfectly clear. "Don't go to reading, please, Bromfield. I am really worried about this matter. I must know how much it means. I can't let it go on so. I don't see how you can rest easy without knowing." "I don't in the least know what's going to become of me when I die, and yet I sleep well," replied Bromfield Corey, putting his newspaper aside. "Ah, but that is a very different thing." "So much more serious. Well, what can you do? We had this out when you were here in the summer, and you agreed with me then that we could do nothing. The situation hasn't changed at all." "Yes, it has. It's continued the same," said Mrs. Corey, again expressing the fact by a contradiction in terms. "I think I must ask Tom outright." "You know you can't do that, my dear." "Then why doesn't he tell us?" "Ah, that's what he can't do, if he's making love to Miss Irene, that's her name, I believe, on the American plane. He will tell us after he has told her. That was the way I did. Don't ignore our own youth, Anna. It was a long while ago, I'll admit." "It was very different," said Mrs. Corey, a little shaken. "I don't see how. I dare say Mamma Lapham knows whether Tom is in love with her daughter or not, and no doubt Papa Lapham knows it at second hand. But we shall not know it until the girl herself does. Depend upon that. Your mother knew, and she told your father, but my poor father knew nothing about it till we were engaged, and I've been hanging about, dangling, as you call it." "No, no, you called it that." "Was it I? For a year or more." The wife could not refuse to be a little consoled by the image of her young love which the words conjured up, however little she liked its relation to her son's interest in Irene Lapham. She smiled pensively. "Then you think it hasn't come to an understanding with them yet?" "An understanding? Oh, probably." "An explanation, then?" "The only logical inference from what we've been saying is that it hasn't. But I don't ask you to accept it on that account. May I read now, my dear?" "Yes, you may read now," said Mrs. Corey, with one of those sighs which perhaps express a feminine sense of the unsatisfactoriness of husbands in general, rather than a personal discontent with her own. "Thank you, my dear. Then I think I'll smoke, too," said Bromfield Corey, lighting a cigar. She left him in peace, and she made no further attempt upon her son's confidence. But she was not inactive for that reason. She did not, of course, admit to herself, and far less to others, the motive with which she went to pay an early visit to the Laphams, which had now come up from Nantasket to Nankeen Square. She said to her daughters that she had always been a little ashamed of using her acquaintance with them to get money for her charity, and then seeming to drop it. Besides, it seemed to her that she ought somehow to recognise the business relation that Tom had formed with the father. They must not think that his family disapproved of what he had done. "Yes, business is business," said Nanny with a laugh. "Do you wish us to go with you again?" "No, I will go alone this time," replied the mother with dignity. Her coupe now found its way to Nankeen Square without difficulty, and she sent up a card, which Mrs. Lapham received in the presence of her daughter Penelope. "I presume I've got to see her," she gasped. "Well, don't look so guilty, mother," joked the girl. "You haven't been doing anything so very wrong." "It seems as if I had. I don't know what's come over me. I wasn't afraid of the women before, and now I don't seem to feel as if I could look her in the face. He's been coming here of his own accord, and I fought against his coming long enough, goodness knows. I didn't want him to come. As far forth as that goes, we are as respectable as they are, and your father's got twice their money any day. We've no need to go begging for their favour. I guess they were glad enough to let him in with your father." "Yes, those are all good points, mother," said the girl, "and if you keep saying them over, and count 100 every time before you speak, I guess you'll worry through." Mrs. Lapham had been fussing distractedly with her hair and ribbons, in preparation for her encounter with Mrs. Corey. She now drew in a long quivering breath, stared at her daughter without seeing, and hurried downstairs. It was true that when she met Mrs. Corey before, she had not been awed by her. But since then she had learned at least her own ignorance of the world, and she had talked over the things she had misconceived and the things she had shrewdly guessed so much that she could not meet her on the former footing of equality. In spite of as brave a spirit and as good a conscience as women need have, Mrs. Lapham cringed inwardly and tremulously wondered what her visitor had come for. She turned from pale to red, and was hardly coherent in her greetings. She did not know how they got to where Mrs. Corey was saying exactly the right things about her son's interest and satisfaction in his new business, and keeping her eyes fixed on Mrs. Lapham's, reading her uneasiness there, and making her feel, in spite of her indignant innocence, that she had taken a base advantage of her, in her absence, to get her son away from her and marry him to Irene. Then, presently, while this was painfully revolving itself in Mrs. Lapham's mind, she was aware of Mr. Corey's asking if she was not to have the pleasure of seeing Miss Irene. "No, she's out just now," said Mrs. Lapham. "I don't know just when she'll be in. She went to get a book." And here she turned red again, knowing that Irene had gone to get the book because it was one that Corey had spoken of. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Mrs. Corey. "I had hoped to see her. And your other daughter, whom I never met?" "Penelope?" asked Mrs. Lapham, eased a little. "She is at home. I will go and call her." The Laphams had not yet thought of spending their superfluity on servants who could be rung for. They kept 2 girls and a man to look after the furnace, as they had for the last 10 years. If Mrs. Lapham had rung in the parlour, her second girl would have gone to the street door to see who was there. She went upstairs for Penelope herself, and the girl, after some rebellious derision, returned with her. Mrs. Corey took account of her, as Penelope withdrew to the other side of the room after their introduction, and sat down, indolently submissive on the surface to the tests to be applied, and followed Mrs. Corey's lead of the conversation in an odd drawl. "You young ladies will be glad to be getting into your new house," she said politely. "I don't know," said Penelope. "We're so used to this one." Mrs. Corey looked a little baffled, but she said sympathetically, "Of course you will be sorry to leave your old home." Mrs. Lapham could not help putting in, on behalf of her daughters, "I guess if it was left to the girls to say, we shouldn't leave it at all." "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Corey. "Are they so much attached? But I can quite understand it. But my children would be heartbroken too if we were to leave the old place." She turned to Penelope. "But you must think of the lovely new house, and the beautiful position." "Yes, I suppose we shall get used to them too," said Penelope, in response to this didactic consolation. "Oh, I could imagine your getting very fond of them," pursued Mrs. Corey patronisingly. "My son has told me of the lovely outlook you're to have over the water. He thinks you have such a beautiful house. I believe he had the pleasure of meeting you all there when he first came home." "Yes, I think he was our first visitor." "He's a great admirer of your house," said Mrs. Corey, keeping her eyes very sharply, however politely, on Penelope's face, as if to surprise there the secret of any other great admiration of her son's that might helplessly show itself. "Yes," said the girl. "He's been there several times with father, and he wouldn't be allowed to overlook any of its good points." Her mother took a little more courage from her daughter's tranquillity. "The girls make such fun of their father's excitement about his building, and the way he talks it into everybody." "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Corey, with civil misunderstanding and inquiry. Penelope flushed, and her mother went on, "I tell him he's more of a child about it than any of them." "Young people are very philosophical nowadays," remarked Mrs. Corey. "Yes, indeed," said Mrs. Lapham. "I tell them they've always had everything, so that nothing's a surprise to them. It was different with us in our young days." "Yes," said Mrs. Corey, without assenting. "I mean the Colonel and myself," explained Mrs. Lapham. "Oh, yes, yes," said Mrs. Corey. "I'm sure," the former went on, rather helplessly, "we had to work hard enough for everything we got, and so we appreciated it." "So many things were not done for young people then," said Mrs. Corey, not recognising the early hardship standpoint of Mrs. Lapham. "But I don't know that they are always the better for it now," she added vaguely, but with the satisfaction we all feel in uttering a just commonplace. "It's rather hard living up to blessings that you've always had," said Penelope. "Yes," replied Mrs. Corey distractedly, and coming back to her slowly from the virtuous distance to which she had absented herself. She looked at the girl searchingly again, as if to determine whether this were a touch of the drolling her son had spoken of, but she only added, "You will enjoy the sunsets on the Back Bay so much." "Well, not unless they're new ones," said Penelope. "I don't believe I could promise to enjoy any sunset that I was used to a great deal." Mrs. Lapham looked at her with misgiving, hardening into dislike. "No," she breathed vaguely. "My son spoke of the fine effect of the lights about the hotel from your cottage at Nantasket," she said to Mrs. Lapham. "Yes, they're splendid," exclaimed that lady. "I guess the girls went down every night with him to see them from the rocks." "Yes," said Mrs. Corey, a little dryly, and she permitted herself to add, "He spoke of those rocks. I suppose both you young ladies spend a great deal of your time on them when you're there. At Nahant my children were constantly on them." "Irene likes the rocks," said Penelope. "I don't care much about them, especially at night." "Oh, indeed! I suppose you find it quite as well looking at the lights comfortably from the veranda." "No, you can't see them from the house." "Oh," said Mrs. Corey. After a perceptible pause, she turned to Mrs. Lapham. "I don't know what my son would have done for a breath of sea air this summer, if you had not allowed him to come to Nantasket. He wasn't willing to leave his business long enough to go anywhere else." "Yes, he's a born business man," responded Mrs. Lapham enthusiastically. "If it's born in you, it's bound to come out. That's what the Colonel is always saying about Mr. Corey. He says it's born in him to be a business man, and he can't help it." She recurred to Corey gladly, because she felt that she had not said enough of him when his mother first spoke of his connection with the business. "I don't believe," she went on excitedly, "that Colonel Lapham has ever had anybody with him that he thought more of." "You have all been very kind to my son," said Mrs. Corey in acknowledgment, and stiffly bowing a little, "and we feel greatly indebted to you, very much so." At these grateful expressions Mrs. Lapham reddened once more, and murmured that it had been very pleasant to them, she was sure. She glanced at her daughter for support, but Penelope was looking at Mrs. Corey, who doubtless saw from the corner of her eyes, though she went on speaking to her mother. "I was sorry to hear from him that Mr. Colonel Lapham had not been well this summer. I hope he's better now." "Oh, yes, indeed," replied Mrs. Lapham. "He's all right now. He's hardly ever been sick, and he don't know how to take care of himself, that's all. We don't, any of us. We're all so well." "Health is a great blessing," sighed Mrs. Corey. "Yes, so it is. How is your oldest daughter?" inquired Mrs. Lapham. "Is she as delicate as ever?" "She seems to be rather better since we returned." And now Mrs. Corey, as if forced to the point, said bunglingly that the young ladies had wished to come with her, but had been detained. She based her statement upon Nanny's sarcastic demand, and perhaps seeing it topple a little, she rose hastily to get away from its fall. "But we shall hope for some other occasion," she said vaguely, and she put on a parting smile, and shook hands with Mrs. Lapham and Penelope, and then, after some lingering commonplaces, got herself out of the house. Penelope and her mother were still looking at each other, and trying to grapple with the effect or purport of the visit, when Irene burst in upon them from outside. "Oh, mamma, wasn't that Mrs. Corey's carriage just drove away?" Penelope answered with her laugh. "Yes. You've just missed the most delightful call, 'Rene. So easy and pleasant every way. Not a bit stiff. Mrs. Corey was so friendly. She didn't make one feel at all as if she'd bought me and thought she'd given too much. And mother held up her head as if she were all wool and a yard wide, and she would just like to have anybody deny it." In a few touches of mimicry she dashed off a sketch of the scene, her mother's trepidation, and Mrs. Corey's well-bred repose and polite scrutiny of them both. She ended by showing how she herself had sat huddled up in a dark corner, mute with fear. "If she came to make us say anything and do the wrong thing, She must have gone away happy. And it's a pity you weren't here to help Irene. I don't know that I aimed to make a bad impression, but I guess I succeeded, even beyond my deserts." She laughed, then suddenly she flashed out in fierce earnest. "If I missed doing anything that could make me as hateful to her as she made herself to me—" She checked herself, and began to laugh. Her laugh broke, and the tears started into her eyes. She ran out of the room and up the stairs. What does it mean?" asked Irene in a daze. Mrs. Lapham was still in the chilly torpor to which Mrs. Corey's call had reduced her. Penelope's vehemence did not rouse her. She only shook her head absently, and said, "I don't know." "Why should Pen care what impression she made? I didn't suppose it would make any difference to her whether Mrs. Corey liked her or not." "I didn't, either. But I could see that she was just as nervous as she could be, every minute of the time. I guess she didn't like Mrs. Corey any too well from the start, and she couldn't seem to act herself." "Tell me about it, mamma," said Irene, dropping into a chair. Mrs. Corey described the interview to her husband on her return home. "Well, and what are your inferences?" he asked. They were extremely embarrassed and excited, that is, the mother. I don't wish to do her injustice, but she certainly behaved consciously. "You made her feel so, I dare say, Anna. I can imagine how terrible you must have been in the character of an accusing spirit, too ladylike to say anything. What did you hint?" "I hinted nothing," said Mrs. Corey, descending to the weakness of defending herself. "But I saw quite enough to convince me that the girl is in love with Tom, and the mother knows it." "That was very unsatisfactory. I suppose you went to find out whether Tom was in love with the girl. Was she as pretty as ever?" "I didn't see her. She was not at home. I saw her sister." "I don't know that I follow you quite, Anna, but no matter. What was the sister like?" "A thoroughly disagreeable young woman." "What did she do?" "Nothing. She's far too sly for that, but that was the impression." "Then you didn't find her so amusing as Tom does?" "I found her pert. There's no other word for it. She says things to puzzle you and put you out." "Ah, that was worse than pert, Anna. That was criminal. Well, let us thank heaven the younger one is so pretty." Mrs. Corey did not reply directly. "Bromfield," she said, after a moment of troubled silence, "I have been thinking over your plan, and I don't see why it isn't the right thing." "What is my plan?" inquired Bromfield Corey. "A dinner." Her husband began to laugh. "Ah, you overdid the accusing spirit business, and this is reparation." But Mrs. Corey hurried on with combined dignity and anxiety. "We can't ignore Tom's intimacy with them. It amounts to that. It will probably continue, even if it's merely a fancy, and we must seem to know it. Whatever comes of it, we can't disown it. They are very simple, unfashionable people, and unworldly, but I can't say that they are offensive, unless, she added, in propitiation of her husband's smile, "unless the father—" "How did you find the father?" she implored. "He will be very entertaining," said Corey, "if you start him on his paint. What was the disagreeable daughter like?" "Shall you have her?" "She's little and dark. We must have them all," Mrs. Corey sighed. "Then you don't think a dinner will do?" "Oh, yes, I do. As you say, we can't disown Tom's relation to them, whatever it is. We had much better recognise it, and make the best of the inevitable. I think a Lapham dinner would be delightful." He looked at her with delicate irony in his voice and smile, and she fetched another sigh, so deep and sore now that he laughed outright. "Perhaps," he suggested, "it would be the best way of curing Tom of his fancy, if he has one. He has been seeing her with the dangerous advantages which a mother knows how to give her daughter in the family circle, and with no means of comparing her with other girls. You must invite several other very pretty girls." "Do you really think so, Bromfield?" asked Mrs. Corey, taking courage a little. "That might do," but her spirits visibly sank again. "I don't know any other girl half so pretty." "Well, then, better bred." "She is very ladylike, very modest and pleasing." "Well, more cultivated." "Tom doesn't get on with such people." "Oh, you wish him to marry her, I see." "No, no." "Then you'd better give the dinner to bring them together to promote the affair." "You know I don't want to do that, Bromfield, but I feel that we must do something. If we don't, it has a clandestine appearance. It isn't just to them. A dinner won't leave us in any worse position, and may leave us in a better." "Yes," said Mrs. Corey, after another thoughtful interval. "We must have them all. It could be very simple. Oh, you can't give a dinner under a bushel, if I take your meaning, my dear. If we do this at all, we mustn't do it as if we were ashamed of it. We must ask people to meet them." "Yes," sighed Mrs. Corey. "There are not many people in town yet," she added, with relief that caused her husband another smile. "There really seems a sort of fatality about it," she concluded religiously. "Then you had better not struggle against it. Go and reconcile Lily and Nanny to it as soon as possible." Mrs. Corey blanched a little. "But don't you think it would be the best thing, Bromfield?" "I do indeed, my dear. But the only thing that shakes my faith in the scheme is the fact that I first suggested it. But if you have adopted it, it must be all right, Anna. I can't say that I expected it." "No," said his wife. "It wouldn't do." Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Having distinctly given up the project of asking the Laphams to dinner, Mrs. Corey was able to carry it out with the courage of sinners who have sacrificed to virtue by frankly acknowledging its superiority to their intended transgression. She did not question but the Laphams would come, and she only doubted as to the people whom she should invite to meet them. She opened the matter with some trepidation to her daughters, but neither of them opposed her. They rather looked at the scheme from her own point of view, and agreed with her that nothing had really yet been done to wipe out the obligation to the Laphams, helplessly contracted the summer before, and strengthened by that ill-advised application to Mrs. Lapham for charity. Not only the principle of their debt of gratitude remained, but the accruing interest. They said, what harm could giving the dinner possibly do them? They might ask any or all of their acquaintance without disadvantage to themselves. But it would be perfectly easy to give the dinner just the character they chose, and still flatter the ignorance of the Laphams. The trouble would be with Tom if he were really interested in the girl, but he could not say anything if they made it a family dinner. He could not feel anything. They had each turned in her own mind, as it appeared from a comparison of ideas, to one of the most comprehensive of those cousinships, which form the admiration and terror of the adventurer in Boston society. He finds himself hemmed in and left out, at every turn, by ramifications that forbid him all hope of safe personality in his comments on people. He is never less secure than when he hears some given Bostonian denouncing or ridiculing another. If he will be advised, he will guard himself from concurring in these criticisms, however just they appear, for the probability is that their object is a cousin of not more than one remove from the censor. When the alien hears a group of Boston ladies calling one another, and speaking of all their gentlemen friends, by the familiar abbreviations of their Christian names, he must feel keenly the exile to which he was born. But he is then, at least, in comparatively little danger, while these latent and tacit cousinships open pitfalls at every step around him, in a society where Middlesexes have married Essexes and produced Suffolks for 250 years. These conditions, however, so perilous to the foreigner, are a source of strength and security to those native to them. An uncertain acquaintance may be so effectually involved in the meshes of such a cousinship, as never to be heard of outside of it, and tremendous stories are told, of people who have spent a whole winter in Boston in a whirl of gaiety, and who, the original guests of the Suffolks, discover upon reflection that they have met no one but Essexes and Middlesexes. Mrs. Corey's brother James came first into her mind, and she thought, with uncommon toleration of the easy-going, uncritical good nature of his wife. James Bellingham had been the adviser of her son throughout, and might be said to have actively promoted his connection with Lapham. She thought next of the widow of her cousin, Henry Bellingham, who had let her daughter marry that Western steamboat man, and was fond of her son-in-law. She might be expected at least to endure the paint king and his family. The daughters insisted so strongly upon Mrs. Bellingham's son Charles that Mrs. Corey put him down, if he were in town. He might be in Central America, he got on with all sorts of people. It seemed to her that she might stop at this. 4 Laphams, 5 Coreys and 4 Bellinghams were enough. "That makes 13, said Nanny. "You can have Mr. and Mrs. Sewell." "Yes, that is a good idea," assented Mrs. Corey. "He is our minister, and it is very proper." "I don't see why you don't have Robert Chase. It is a pity he shouldn't see her, for the colour." "I don't quite like the idea of that," said Mrs. Corey. "But we can have him too, if it won't make too many." The painter had married into a poorer branch of the Coreys, and his wife was dead. "Is there any one else?" "There is Mrs. Kingsbury. We have had her so much, she will begin to think we are using her." "She won't mind. She's so good-natured." "Well, then," the mother summed up, "there are 4 Laphams, 5 Coreys, 4 Bellinghams, 1 Chase and 1 Kingsbury. 15. Oh, and 2 Sewells. 17. 10 ladies and 7 gentlemen. It doesn't balance very well, and it's too large." "Perhaps some of the ladies won't come," suggested Lily. "Oh, the ladies always come," said Nanny. Their mother reflected. "Well, I will ask them. The ladies will refuse in time to let us pick up some gentlemen somewhere, some more artists. Why, we must have Mr. Seymour, the architect. He's a bachelor, and he's building their new house, Tom says." Her voice fell a little when she mentioned her son's name, and she told him of her plan, when he came home in the evening, with evident misgiving. "What are you doing it for, mother?" he asked, looking at her with his honest eyes. She dropped her own in a little confusion. "I won't do it at all, my dear," she said, "if you don't approve. But I thought you know we have never made any proper acknowledgment of their kindness to us at Bay St. Paul. Then, in the winter, I'm ashamed to say I got money from her for a charity I was interested in, and I hate the idea of merely using people that way. And now your having been at their house this summer. We can't seem to disapprove of that, and your business relations to him." "Yes, I see," said Corey. "Do you think it amounts to a dinner?" "Why, I don't know," returned his mother. "We shall have hardly any one out of our family connection." "Well," Corey assented, "it might do. I suppose what you wish is to give them a pleasure." "Why, certainly. Don't you think they'd like to come?" "Oh, they'd like to come, but whether it would be a pleasure after they were here is another thing. I should have said that if you wanted to have them they would enjoy better being simply asked to meet our own immediate family." "That's what I thought of in the first place, but your father seemed to think it implied a social distrust of them, and we couldn't afford to have that appearance, even to ourselves." Perhaps he was right. And besides, it might seem a little significant. Corey seemed inattentive to this consideration. "Whom do you think of asking?" His mother repeated the names. "Yes, that would do," he said, with a vague dissatisfaction. "I won't have it at all if you don't wish, Tom." "Oh, yes, have it. Perhaps you ought." "Yes, I dare say it's right. What did you mean by a family dinner seeming significant?" His mother hesitated. When it came to that, she did not like to recognise in his presence the anxieties that had troubled her. But, "I don't know," she said, since she must. "I shouldn't want to give that young girl or her mother the idea that we wish to make more of the acquaintance than you did, Tom." He looked at her absent-mindedly, as if he did not take her meaning, but he said, "Oh, yes, of course." And Mrs. Corey, in the uncertainty in which she seemed destined to remain concerning this affair, went off and wrote her invitation to Mrs. Lapham. Later in the evening, when they again found themselves alone, her son said, "I don't think I understood you, mother, in regard to the Laphams. I think I do now. I certainly don't wish you to make more of the acquaintance than I have done. It wouldn't be right. It might be very unfortunate. Don't give the dinner." "It's too late now, my son," said Mrs. Corey. "I sent my note to Mrs. Lapham an hour ago." Her courage rose at the trouble which showed in Corey's face. "But don't be annoyed by it, Tom. It isn't a family dinner, you know, and everything can be managed without embarrassment. If we take up the affair at this point, you will seem to have been merely acting for us, and then they can't possibly understand anything more." "I dare say it's all right. At any rate, it can't be helped now." "I don't wish to help it, Tom," said Mrs. Corey, with a cheerfulness which the thought of the Laphams had never brought her before. "I'm sure it is quite fit and proper, and we can make them have a very pleasant time. They are good, inoffensive people, and we owe it to ourselves not to be afraid to show that we have felt their kindness to us, and his appreciation of you." "Well," consented Corey. The trouble that his mother had suddenly cast off was in his tone, but she was not sorry. It was quite time that he should think seriously of his attitude towards these people, if he had not thought of it before, but, according to his father's theory, had been merely dangling. It was a view of her son's character that could hardly have pleased her in different circumstances, yet it was now unquestionably a consolation, if not wholly a pleasure. If she considered the Laphams at all, it was with the resignation which we feel at the evils of others, even when they have not brought them on themselves. Mrs. Lapham, for her part, had spent the hours between Mrs. Corey's visit and her husband's coming home from business in reaching the same conclusion with regard to Corey, and her spirits were at the lowest when they sat down to supper. Irene was downcast with her, Penelope was purposely gay, and the Colonel was beginning, after his first plate of the boiled ham, which, bristling with cloves, rounded its bulk on a wide platter before him, to take note of the surrounding mood when the door-bell jingled peremptorily, and the girl left waiting on the table to go and answer it. She returned at once with a note for Mrs. Lapham, which she read, and then, after a helpless survey of her family, read again. "Why, what is it, mamma?" asked Irene, while the Colonel, who had taken up his carving knife for another attack on the ham, held it drawn half across it. "Why, I don't know what it does mean," answered Mrs. Lapham tremulously, and she let the girl take the note from her. Irene ran it over, and then turned to the name at the end with a joyful cry and a flush that burned to the top of her forehead. Then she began to read it once more. The Colonel dropped his knife and frowned impatiently, and Mrs. Lapham said, "You read it out loud, if you know what to make of it, Irene." But Irene, with a nervous scream of protest, handed it to her father, who performed the office. "Dear Mrs. Lapham, will you and General Lapham—" "I didn't know I was a general," grumbled Lapham. "I guess I shall have to be looking up my back pay. Who is it that writes this, anyway?" he asked, turning the letter over for the signature. "Oh, never mind, read it through," cried his wife, with a kindling glance of triumph at Penelope, and he resumed, "And your daughters give us the pleasure of your company at dinner on Thursday the 28th, at 6:30. Yours sincerely, Anna B. Corey." The brief invitation had been spread over 2 pages, and the Colonel had difficulties with the signature which he did not instantly surmount. When he had made out the name and pronounced it, he looked across at his wife for an explanation. "I don't know what it all means," she said, shaking her head and speaking with a pleased flutter. "She was here this afternoon, and I should have said she had come down to see how bad she could make us feel. I declare I never felt so put down in my life by anybody." "Why, what did she do? What did she say?" Lapham was ready, in his dense pride, to resent any affront to his blood, but doubtful, with the evidence of this invitation to the contrary, if any affront had been offered. Mrs. Lapham tried to tell him, but there was really nothing tangible, and when she came to put it into words, she could not make out a case. Her husband listened to her excited attempt, and then he said, with judicial superiority, "I guess nobody's been trying to make you feel bad, Persis. What would she go right home and invite you to dinner for if she acted the way you say?" In this view it did seem improbable, and Mrs. Lapham was shaken. She could only say, "Penelope felt just the way I did about it." Lapham looked at the girl, who said, "Oh, "I can't prove it. I begin to think it never happened. I guess it didn't." Said her father, and he sat frowning thoughtfully a while, ignoring her mocking irony, or choosing to take her seriously. "You can't really put your finger on anything," he said to his wife, "and it ain't likely there is anything. Anyway, she's done the proper thing by you now." Mrs. Lapham faltered between her lingering resentment and the appeals of her flattered vanity. She looked from Penelope's impassive face to the eager eyes of Irene. "Well, just as you say, Silas. I don't know as she was so very bad. I guess maybe she was embarrassed some." "That's what I told you, mamma, from the start," interrupted Irene. "Didn't I tell you she didn't mean anything by it? It's just the way she acted at Bay St. Paul, when she got well enough to realise what you'd done for her." Penelope broke into a laugh. "Is that her way of showing gratitude? I'm sorry I didn't understand that before." Irene made no effort to reply. She merely looked from her mother to her father with a grieved face for their protection, and Lapham said, "When we've done supper, you answer her, Persis. Say we'll come." "With one exception," said Penelope. "What do you mean?" demanded her father with a mouthful of ham. "Oh, nothing of importance. Merely that I'm not going." Lapham gave himself time to swallow his morsel, and his rising wrath went down with it. "I guess you'll change your mind when the time comes," he said. "Anyway, Persis, you say we'll all come, and then if Penelope doesn't want to go, you can excuse her after we get there. That's the best way." None of them, apparently, saw any reason why the affair should not be left in this way, or had a sense of the awful and binding nature of a dinner engagement. If she believed that Penelope would not finally change her mind and go, no doubt Mrs. Lapham thought that Mrs. Corey would easily excuse her absence. She did not find it so simple a matter to accept the invitation. Mrs. Corey had said, "Dear Mrs. Lapham," but Mrs. Lapham had her doubts whether it would not be a servile invitation to say, "Dear Mrs. Corey," in return, and she was tormented as to the proper phrasing throughout, and the precise temperature which she should impart to her politeness. She wrote an unpractised, uncharacteristic round hand, the same in which she used to set the children's copies at school, and she subscribed herself, after some hesitation between her husband's given name and her own. "Yours truly, Mrs. S. Lapham." Penelope had gone to her room, without waiting to be asked to advise or criticise, but Irene had decided upon the paper, and on the whole Mrs. Lapham's note made a very decent appearance on the page. When the furnace man came, the Colonel sent him out to post it in the box at the corner of the square. He had determined not to say anything more about the matter before the girls, not choosing to let them see that he was elated. He tried to give the effect of its being an everyday sort of thing, abruptly closing the discussion with his order to Mrs. Lapham to accept. But he had remained swelling behind his newspaper during her prolonged struggle with her note, and he could no longer hide his elation when Irene followed her sister upstairs. "Well, Perce," he demanded, "what do you say now?" Mrs. Lapham had been sobered into something of a former misgiving by her difficulties with her note. "Well, I don't know what to say. I declare, I'm all mixed up about it, and I don't know as we've begun as we can carry out in promising to go. I presume," she sighed, "that we can all send some excuse at the last moment if we don't want to go." "I guess we can carry out, and I guess we shan't want to send any excuse," bragged the Colonel. "If we're ever going to be anybody at all, we've got to go and see how it's done. I presume we've got to give some sort of party when we get into the new house, and this gives the chance to ask 'em back again. You can't complain now but what they've made the advances, Persis." "No," said Mrs. Lapham lifelessly. "I wonder why they wanted to do it. Oh, I suppose it's all right," she added in deprecation of the anger with her humility which she saw rising in her husband's face. "But if it's all going to be as much trouble as that letter, I'd rather be whipped. I don't know what I'm going to wear, or the girls either. I do wonder. I've heard that people go to dinner in low necks. Do you suppose it's the custom?" "How should I know?" demanded the Colonel. "I guess you've got clothes enough. Any rate, you needn't fret about it. You just go round to White's or Jordan and Marsh's, and ask for a dinner dress. I guess that'll settle it. They'll know. Get some of them imported dresses. I see 'em in the window every time I pass, lots of 'em." "Oh, it ain't the dress," said Mrs. Lapham. "I don't suppose but what we could get along with that, and I want to do the best we can for the children. But I don't know what we're going to talk about to those people when we get there. We haven't got anything in common with them. Oh, I don't say they're any better," she again made haste to say in arrest of her husband's resentment. "I don't believe they are, and I don't see why they should be. And there ain't anybody has got a better right to hold up their head than you have, Silas. You've got plenty of money, and you've made every cent of it." "I guess I shouldn't amounted to much without you, Persis," interposed Lapham, moved to this justice by her praise. "Oh, don't talk about me," protested the wife. "Now that you've made it all right about Rogers, there ain't a thing in this world against you. But still, for all that, I can see, and I can feel it when I can't see it, that we're different from those people. They're well-meaning enough, and they'd excuse it, I presume, but we're too old to learn to be like them." "The children ain't," said Lapham shrewdly. "No, the children ain't," admitted his wife, "and that's the only thing that reconciles me to it. You see how pleased Irene looked when I read it?" "Yes, she was pleased. And I guess Penelope'll think better of it before the time comes." "Oh, yes, we do it for them, but whether we're doing the best thing for 'em, goodness knows. I'm not saying anything against him. Irene'll be a lucky girl to get him if she wants him. But there, I'd 10 times rather she was going to marry such a fellow as you were, Si, that had to make every inch of his own way, and she had to help him. It's in her." Lapham laughed aloud for pleasure in his wife's fondness, but neither of them wished that he should respond directly to it. "I guess, if it weren't for me, he wouldn't have a much easier time. But don't you fret. It's all coming out right. That dinner ain't a thing for you to be uneasy about. It'll pass off perfectly easy and natural." Lapham did not keep his courageous mind quite to the end of the week that followed. It was his theory not to let Corey see that he was set up about the invitation, and when the young man said politely that his mother was glad they were able to come, Lapham was very short with him. He said yes, he believed that Mrs. Lapham and the girls were going. Afterward, he was afraid Corey might not understand that he was coming too, but he did not know how to approach the subject again, and Corey did not, so he let it pass. It worried him to see all the preparation that his wife and Irene were making, and he tried to laugh at them for it, and it worried him to find that Penelope was making no preparation at all for herself, but only helping the others. He asked her what she should do if she changed her mind at the last moment and concluded to go, and she said she guessed she should not change her mind, but if she did, she would go to White's with him and get him to choose her an imported dress, he seemed to like them so much. He was too proud to mention the subject again to her. Finally, all the dressmaking in the house began to scare him with vague apprehensions in regard to his own dress. As soon as he had determined to go, an ideal of the figure in which he should go presented itself to his mind. He should not wear any dress coat, because, for one thing, he considered that a man looked like a fool in a dress coat, and, for another thing, he had none on principle. He would go in a frock coat and black pantaloons, and perhaps a white waistcoat, but a black cravat anyway. But as soon as he developed this ideal to his family, which he did in pompous disdain of their anxieties about their own dress, they said he should not go so. Irene reminded him that he was the only person without a dress coat at a corps reunion dinner which he had taken her to some years before, and she remembered feeling awfully about it at the time. Mrs. Lapham, who would perhaps have agreed of herself, shook her head with misgiving. "I don't see but what you have to get one, Si," she said. "I don't believe they ever go without 'em to a private house." He held out openly, but on his way home the next day, in a sudden panic, he cast anchor before his tailor's door and got measured for a dress coat. After that he began to be afflicted about his waistcoat, concerning which he had hitherto been airily indifferent. He tried to get opinion out of his family, but they were not so clear about it as they were about the frock. It ended in their buying a book of etiquette, which settled the question adversely to a white waistcoat. The author, however, after being very explicit in telling them not to eat with their knives, and above all not to pick their teeth with their forks, a thing which he said no lady or gentleman ever did, was still far from decided as to the kind of cravat Colonel Lapham ought to wear. Shaken on other points, Lapham had begun to waver also concerning the black cravat. As to the question of gloves for the Colonel, which suddenly flashed upon him one evening, it appeared never to have entered the thoughts of the etiquette man, as Lapham called him. Other authors on the same subject were equally silent, and Irene could only remember having heard, in some vague sort of way, that gentlemen did not wear gloves so much any more. Drops of perspiration gathered on Lapham's forehead in the anxiety of the debate. He groaned, and he swore a little in the compromised profanity which he used. "I declare," said Penelope, where she sat purblindly sewing on a bit of dress for Irene, "the Colonel's clothes are as much trouble as anybody's. Why don't you go to Jordan and Marsh's and order one of the imported dresses for yourself, father?" That gave them all the relief of a laugh over it, the Colonel joining in piteously. He had an awful longing to find out from Corey how he ought to go. He formulated and repeated over to himself an apparently careless question, such as, "Oh, by the way, Corey, where do you get your gloves?" This would naturally lead to some talk on the subject, which would, if properly managed, clear up the whole trouble. But Lapham found that he would rather die than ask this question, or any question that would bring up the dinner again. Corey did not recur to it, and Lapham avoided the matter with positive fierceness. He shunned talking with Corey at all, and suffered in grim silence. One night, before they fell asleep, his wife said to him, "I was reading in one of those books to-day, and I don't believe but what we've made a mistake if Pen holds out that she won't go." "Why?" demanded Lapham, in the dismay which beset him at every fresh recurrence of the subject. "The book says that it's very impolite not to answer a dinner invitation promptly. Well, we've done that all right. At first I didn't know but what we had been a little too quick. Maybe. But then it says, if you're not going, then it's the height of rudeness not to let them know at once, so they can fill your place at the table." The Colonel was silent for a while. "Well, I'm dummed," he said finally, "if there seems to be any end to this thing. If I was to do it over, I'd say no for all of us." "I've wished 100 times they hadn't asked us, but it's too late to think about that now. The question is, what are we going to do about Penelope?" "Oh, I guess she'll go at the last moment." "She says she won't. She took a prejudice against Mrs. Corey that day, and she can't seem to get over it." "Well, then, hadn't you better write in the morning as soon as you're up that she ain't coming?" Mrs. Lapham sighed helplessly. "I shouldn't know how to get it in. It's so late now, I don't see how I could have the face." "Well, then, she's got to go, that's all." "She's set that she won't." "And I'm set that she shall," said Lapham with the loud obstinacy of a man whose women always have their way. Mrs. Lapham was not supported by the sturdiness of his proclamation. But she did not know how to do what she knew she ought to do about Penelope, and she let matters drift. After all, the child had a right to stay at home if she did not wish to go. That was what Mrs. Lapham felt, and when she said to her husband the next morning, bidding him let Penelope alone unless she chose herself to go, she said it was too late now to do anything, and she must make the best excuse she could when she saw Mrs. Corey. She began to wish that Irene and her father would go and excuse her too. She could not help saying this, and then she and Lapham had some unpleasant words. "Look here," he cried. "Who wanted to go in for these people in the first place? Didn't you come home full of 'em last year, and want me to sell out here and move somewheres else because it didn't seem to suit 'em? And now you want to put it all on me? I ain't going to stand it." "Hush," said his wife. "Do you want to raise the house? I didn't put it on you, as you say. You took it on yourself. Ever since that fellow happened to come into the new house that day, you've been perfectly crazy to get in with him. And now you're so afraid you should do something wrong before him, you don't hardly dare to say your life's your own. I declare, if you pester me any more about those gloves, Silas Lapham, I won't go." "Do you suppose I want to go on my own account?" he demanded furiously. "No," she admitted. "Of course I don't. I know very well that you're doing it for Irene. But for goodness gracious' sake, don't worry our lives out and make yourself a perfect laughing-stock before the children." With this modified concession from her, the quarrel closed in sullen silence on Lapham's part. The night before the dinner came, and the question of his gloves was still unsettled, and in a fair way to remain so. He had bought a pair so as to be on the safe side, perspiring in company with the young lady who sold them, and who helped him try them on at the shop. His nails were still full of the powder which she had plentifully peppered into them in order to overcome the resistance of his blunt fingers. But he was uncertain whether he should wear them. They had found a book at last that said the ladies removed their gloves on sitting down at the table, but it said nothing about gentlemen's gloves. He left his wife where she stood, half hook and eyed at her glass in her new dress, and went down to his own den beyond the parlour. Before he shut his door, he caught a glimpse of Irene trailing up and down before the long mirror in her new dress, followed by the seamstress on her knees. The woman had her mouth full of pins, and from time to time she made Irene stop till she could put one of the pins into her train. Penelope sat in a corner criticising and counselling. It made Lapham sick, and he despised himself and all his brood for the trouble they were taking. But another glance gave him a sight of the young girl's face in the mirror, beautiful and radiant with happiness, and his heart melted again with paternal tenderness and pride. It was going to be a great pleasure to Irene, and Lapham felt that she was bound to cut out anything there. He was vexed with Penelope that she was not going too. He would have liked to have those people hear her talk. He held his door a little open, and listened to the things she was getting off there to Irene. He showed that he felt really hurt and disappointed about Penelope, and the girl's mother made her console him the next evening before they all drove away without her. "You try to look on the bright side of it, father. I guess you'll see that it's the best I didn't go when you get there. Irene needn't open her lips, and they can all see how pretty she is, but they won't know how smart I was unless I talked, and maybe then they wouldn't." This thrust at her father's simple vanity in her made him laugh, and they drove away, and Penelope shut the door, and went upstairs with her lips firmly shutting in a sob. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Coreys were one of the few old families who lingered in Bellingham Place, the handsome and quiet old street which the sympathetic observer must grieve to see abandoned to boarding-houses. The dwellings are stately and tall, and the whole place wears an air of aristocratic seclusion, which Mrs. Corey's father might well have thought assured when he left her his house there at his death. It is one of two evidently designed by the same architect who built some houses in a characteristic taste on Beacon Street, opposite the Common. It has a wooden portico with slender fluted columns, which have always been painted white, and which, with the delicate mouldings of the cornice, form the sole and sufficient decoration of the street front. Nothing could be simpler, and nothing could be better. Within, the architect has again indulged his preference for the classic. The roof of the vestibule, wide and low, rests on marble columns, slim and fluted like the wooden columns without, and an ample staircase climbs in a graceful, easy curve from the tessellated pavement. Some carved Venetian scrigneys stretched along the wall, a rug lay at the foot of the stairs, but otherwise the simple adequacy of the architectural intention had been respected, and the place looked bare to the eyes of the Laphams when they entered. The Coreys had once kept a man, but when young Corey began his retrenchments the man had yielded to the neat maid, who showed the Colonel into the reception-room, and asked the ladies to walk up 2 flights. He had his charges from Irene not to enter the drawing-room without her mother, and he spent 5 minutes in getting on his gloves, for he had desperately resolved to wear them at last. When he had them on, and let his large fists hang down on either side, they looked, in the saffron tint which the shop-girl said his gloves should be of, like canvassed hams. He perspired with doubt as he climbed the stairs, and while he waited on the landing for Mrs. Lapham and Irene to come down from above before going into the drawing-room, he He stood staring at his hands, now open and now shut, and breathing hard. He heard quiet talk beyond the portiere within, and presently Tom Corey came out. "Ah, Colonel Lapham, very glad to see you." Lapham shook hands with him and gasped, "Waiting for Miss Lapham," to account for his presence. He had not been able to button his right glove, and now he began, with as much indifference as he could assume, to pull them both off, for he saw that Corey wore none. By the time he had stuffed them into the pocket of his coat skirt, his wife and daughter descended. Corey welcomed them very cordially too, but looked a little mystified. Mrs. Lapham knew that he was silently inquiring for Penelope, and she did not know whether she ought to excuse her to him first or not. She said nothing, and after a glance toward the regions where Penelope might conjecturably be lingering, he held aside the portiere for the Laphams to pass, and entered the room with them. Mrs. Lapham had decided against low necks on her own responsibility, and had entrenched herself in the safety of a black silk, in which she looked very handsome. Irene wore a dress of one of those shades which only a woman or an artist can decide to be green or blue, and which to other eyes looks both or neither, according to their degrees of ignorance. If it was more like a ball dress than a dinner dress, that might be excused to the exquisite effect. She trailed, a delicate splendour, across the carpet in her mother's sombre wake, and the consciousness of success brought a vivid smile to her face. Lapham, pallid with anxiety lest he should somehow disgrace himself, giving thanks to God that he should have been spared the shame of wearing gloves where no one else did, but at the same time despairing that Corey should have seen him in them, had an unwonted aspect of almost pathetic refinement. Mrs. Corey exchanged a quick glance of surprise and relief with her husband as she started across the room to meet her guests, and in her gratitude to them for being so irreproachable, she threw into her manner a warmth that people did not always find there. "General Lapham," she said, shaking hands in quick succession with Mrs. Lapham and Irene, and now addressing herself to him. "No, ma'am, only Colonel," said the honest man, but the lady did not hear him. She was introducing her husband to Lapham's wife and daughter, and Bromfield Corey was already shaking his hand and saying he was very glad to see him again, while he kept his artistic eye on Irene, and apparently could not take it off. Lily Corey gave the Lapham ladies a greeting which was physically rather than socially cold, and Nanny stood holding Irene's hand in both of hers a moment, and taking in her beauty and her style with a generous admiration which she could afford, for she was herself faultlessly dressed in the quiet taste of her city, and looking very pretty. The interval was long enough to let every man present confide his sense of Irene's beauty to every other, and then, as the party was small, Mrs. Corey made everybody acquainted. When Lapham had not quite understood, he held the person's hand, and leaning urbanely forward inquired, "What name?" He did that because a great man to whom he had been presented on the platform at a public meeting had done so to him, and he knew it must be right. A little lull ensued upon the introductions, and Mrs. Corey said quietly to Mrs. Lapham, "Can I send any one to be of use to Miss Lapham?" as if Penelope must be in the dressing-room. Mrs. Lapham turned fire-red, and the graceful forms in which she had been intending to excuse her daughter's absence went out of her head. "She isn't upstairs," she said, at her bluntest, as country people are when embarrassed. "She didn't feel just like coming tonight. I don't know as she's feeling very well." Mrs. Corey emitted a very small "Oh!" very small, very cold, which began to grow larger and hotter, and to burn in Mrs. Lapham's soul before Mrs. Corey could add, "I'm very sorry. It's nothing serious, I hope." Robert Chase, the painter, had not come, and Mrs. James Bellingham was not there, so that the table really balanced better without Penelope, but Mrs. Lapham could not know this, and did not deserve to know it. Mrs. Corey glanced round the room as if to take account of her guests, and said to her husband, "I think we are all here, then," and he came forward and gave his arm to Mrs. Lapham. She perceived then that in their determination not to be the first to come they had been the last, and must have kept the others waiting for them. Lapham had never seen people go down to dinner arm in arm before, but he knew that his wife was distinguished in being taken out by the host, and he waited in jealous impatience to see if Tom Corey would offer his arm to Irene. He gave it to that big girl they called Miss Kingsbury, and the handsome old fellow whom Mrs. Corey had introduced as her cousin took Irene out. Lapham was startled from the misgiving in which this left him by Mrs. Corey's passing her hand through his arm, and he made a sudden movement forward, but felt himself gently restrained. They went out the last of all. He did not know why, but he submitted, and when they sat down he saw that Irene, although she had come in without Mr. Bellingham, was seated beside young Corey after all. He fetched a long sigh of relief when he sank into his chair, and felt himself safe from error if he kept a sharp look-out and did only what the others did. Bellingham had certain habits which he permitted himself, and one of these was tucking the corner of his napkin into his collar. He confessed himself an uncertain shot with a spoon, and defended his practice on the ground of neatness and common sense. Lapham put his napkin into his collar too, and then, seeing that no one but Bellingham did it, became alarmed and took it out again slyly. He never had wine on his table at home, and on principle he was a prohibitionist, but now he did not know just what to do about the glasses at the right of his plate. He had a notion to turn them all down, as he had read of a well-known politician's doing at a public dinner, to show that he did not take wine, but, after twiddling with one of them for a moment, he let them be, for it seemed to him that it would be a little too conspicuous, and he felt that everyone was looking. He let the servant fill them all, and he drank out of each, not to appear odd. Later he observed that the young ladies were not taking wine, and he was glad to see that Irene had refused it, and that Mrs. Lapham was letting it stand untasted. He did not know but he ought to decline some of the dishes, or at least leave most of some on his plate, but he was not able to decide. He took everything and ate everything. He noticed that Mrs. Corey seemed to take no more trouble about the dinner than anybody, and Mr. Corey rather less. He was talking busily to Mrs. Lapham, and Lapham caught a word here and there that convinced him that she was holding her own. He was getting on famously himself with Mrs. Corey, who had begun with him about his new house. He was telling her all about it, and giving her his ideas. Their conversation naturally included his architect across the table. Lapham had been delighted, and secretly surprised to find the fellow there. And at something Seymour said, the talk spread suddenly, and the pretty house he was building for Colonel Lapham became the general theme. Young Corey testified to its loveliness, and the architect said laughingly that if he had been able to make a nice thing of it, he owed it to the practical sympathy of his client. "Practical sympathy is good," said Bromfield Corey, and, slanting his head confidentially to Mrs. Lapham, he added, "Does he bleed your husband, Mrs. Lapham? He's a terrible fellow for appropriations." Mrs. Lapham laughed, reddening consciously, and said she guessed the Colonel knew how to take care of himself. This struck Lapham, then draining his glass of Southern, as wonderfully discreet in his wife. Bromfield Corey leaned back in his chair a moment. "Well, after all, you can't say, with all your modern fuss about it, that you do much better now than the old fellows who built such houses as this." "Ah," said the architect, "nobody can do better than well. Your house is in perfect taste. You know I've always admired it, and I don't think it's at all the worse for being old-fashioned. What we've done is largely to go back out of the hideous style that raged after they forgot how to make this sort of house. But I think we may claim a better feeling for structure. We use better material, and more wisely, and by we shall work out something more characteristic and original." "With your chocolate and olives, and your clutter of bric-a-brac?" "All that's bad, of course, but I don't mean that. I don't wish to make you envious of Colonel Lapham, and modesty prevents my saying that his house is prettier. Though I may have my convictions, but it's better built. All the new houses are better built. Now, your house—" "Mrs. Corey's house," interrupted the host, with a burlesque haste in disclaiming responsibility for it that made them all laugh. "My ancestral halls are in Salem, and I'm told you couldn't drive a nail into their timbers. In fact, I don't know that you would want to do it." "I shall consider it a species of sacrilege," answered Seymour, "and I should be far from pressing the point I was going to make against a house of Mrs. Corey's." This won Seymour the easy laugh, and Lapham silently wondered that the fellow never got off any of those things to him. "Well," said Corey, "you architects and the musicians are the true and only artistic creators. All the rest of us, sculptors, painters, novelists, and tailors, deal with forms that we have before us. We try to imitate, we try to represent. But you two sorts of artists create form. If you represent, you fail. Somehow or other you do evolve the camel out of your inner consciousness." "I will not deny the soft impeachment," said the architect with a modest air. "I dare say, and you'll own that it's very handsome of me to say this after your unjustifiable attack on Mrs. Corey's property." Bromfield Corey addressed himself again to Mrs. Lapham, and the talk subdivided itself as before. It lapsed so entirely away from the subject just in hand that Lapham was left with rather a good idea, as he thought it, to perish in his mind, for want of a chance to express it. The only thing like a recurrence to what they had been saying was Bromfield Corey's warning Mrs. Lapham, in some connection that Lapham lost, against Miss Kingsbury. "She's worse," he was saying, "when it comes to appropriations than Seymour himself. Depend upon it, Mrs. Lapham, she will give you no peace of mind now she's met you from this out. Her tender mercies are cruel, and I leave you to supply the content from your own scriptural knowledge. Beware of her and all her works. She calls them works of charity, but heaven knows whether they are. I don't stand to reason that she gives the poor all the money she gets out of people. I have my own belief," he gave it in a whisper for the whole table to hear, "that she spends it for champagne and cigars." Lapham did not know about that kind of talking, but Miss Kingsbury seemed to enjoy the fun as much as anybody, and he laughed with the rest. "You shall be asked to the very next debauch of the committee, Mrs. Corey, then you won't dare expose us," said Miss Kingsbury. "I wonder you haven't been down on Corey to go to the Chardon Street home and talk with your indigent Italians in their native tongue," said Charles Bellingham. "I saw in the transcript the other night that you wanted someone for the work." "We did think of Mr. Corey," replied Miss Kingsbury, "but we reflected that he probably wouldn't talk with them at all. He would make them keep still to be sketched, and forget all about their wants." Upon the theory that this was a fair return for Corey's pleasantry, the others laughed again. "There is one charity," said Corey, pretending superiority to Miss Kingsbury's point, "that is so difficult. I wonder it hasn't occurred to a lady of your courageous invention." "Yes?" said Miss Kingsbury. "What is that?" "The occupation, by deserving poor of neat habits, of all the beautiful, airy, wholesome houses that stand empty the whole summer long, while their owners are away in their lowly cots beside the sea." "Yes, that is terrible," replied Miss Kingsbury with quick earnestness, while her eyes grew moist. "I have often thought of our great, cool houses standing useless here, and the thousands of poor creatures stifling in their holes and dens, and their little children dying for wholesome shelter. How cruelly selfish we are." "That is a very comfortable sentiment, Miss Kingsbury," said Corey, "and must make you feel almost as if you had thrown open number 31 to the whole North End. But I am serious about this matter. I spend my summers in town, and I occupy my house, so that I can speak impartially and intelligently, and I tell you that in some of my walks on the hill and down on the Back Bay, nothing but the surveillance of the local policeman prevents my offering personal violence to those long rows of close-shuttered, handsome, brutally insensible houses. If I were a poor man, with a sick child pining in some garret or a cellar at the North End, I should break into one of them and camp out on the grand piano." "Surely, Bromfield," said his wife, "you don't consider what havoc such people would make with the furniture of a nice house?" "That is true," answered Corey, with meek conviction. "I never thought of that." "And if you were a poor man with a sick child, I doubt if you'd have so much heart for burglary as you do now," said James Bellingham. "It's wonderful how patient they are," said the minister. "The spectacle of the hopeless comfort the hard-working poor man sees must be hard to bear." Lapham wanted to speak up and say that he had been there himself, and he knew how such a man felt. He wanted to tell them that generally a poor man was satisfied if he could make both ends meet, that he didn't envy any one his good luck, if he had earned it, so long as he wasn't running under himself. But before he could get the courage to address the whole table, Sewell added, "I suppose you don't always think of it." "But some day he will think about it," said Corey. "In fact, we rather invite him to think about it in this country." "My brother-in-law," said Charles Bellingham, with the pride a man feels in an immensurably remarkable brother-in-law, "has no end of fellows at work under him out there at Omaha, and he says it's the fellows from countries where they've been kept from thinking about it that are discontented. The Americans never make any trouble. They seem to understand that so long as we give unlimited opportunity, nobody has a right to complain." "What do you hear from, Leslie?" asked Mrs. Corey, turning from these profitless abstractions to Mrs. Bellingham. "You know," said that lady in a lower tone, "that there is another baby?" "No, I hadn't heard of it." "Yes, a boy. They have named him after his uncle." "Yes," said Charles Bellingham, joining in. "He is said to be a noble boy, and to resemble me." "All boys of that tender age are noble," said Corey, "and look like anybody you wish them to resemble. Is Leslie still homesick for the bean pots of her native Boston?" "She's getting over it, I fancy," replied Mrs. Bellingham. "She's very much taken up with Mr. Blake's enterprises, and leads a very exciting life. She says she's like people who have been home from Europe 3 years. She's past the most poignant stage of regret, and hasn't reached the second, where they feel that they must go again." Lapham leaned a little toward Mrs. Corey, and said of a picture which he saw on the wall opposite, "Picture of your daughter, I presume?" "No, my daughter's grandmother. It's a Stuart Newton. He painted a great many Salem beauties. She was a Miss Polly Burrows. My daughter is like her, don't you think?" They both looked at Nanny Corey and then the portrait. "Those pretty old-fashioned dresses are coming in again. I'm not surprised you took it for her. The others," she referred to the other portraits, more or less darkling on the walls, "are my people, mostly Copleys." These names, unknown to Lapham, went to his head like the wine he was drinking. They seemed to carry light for the moment, but a film of deeper darkness followed. He heard Charles Bellingham telling funny stories to Irene, and trying to amuse the girl. She was laughing, and seemed very happy. From time to time Bellingham took part in the general talk between the host and James Bellingham, and Miss Kingsbury, and that minister, Mr. Sewell. They talked of people mostly. It astonished Lapham to hear with what freedom they talked. They discussed these persons unsparingly. James Bellingham spoke of a man known to Lapham for his business success and great wealth as not a gentleman. His cousin Charles said he was surprised that the fellow had kept from being governor so long. When the latter turned from Irene to make one of those excursions into the general talk, young Corey talked to her, and Lapham caught some words, from which it seemed that they were speaking of Penelope. It vexed him to think she had not come. She could have talked as well as any of them. She was just as bright, and Lapham was aware that Irene was not as bright, though when he looked at her face, triumphant in its young beauty and fondness, he said to himself that it did not make any difference. He felt that he was not holding up his end of the line, however. When someone spoke to him he could only summon a few words of reply, that seemed to lead to nothing. Things often came to his mind appropriate to what they were saying, but before he could get them out they were often something else. They jumped about so he could not keep up, but he felt, all the same, that he was not doing himself justice. At one time the talk ran off upon a subject that Lapham had never heard talked of before, but again he was vexed that Penelope was not there, to have her say. He believed that her say would have been worth hearing. Miss Kingsbury leaned forward and asked Charles Bellingham if he had read Tears, Idle Tears, the novel that was making such a sensation, and when he said no, she said she wondered at him. "It's perfectly heartbreaking, as you'll imagine from the name, but there's such a dear old-fashioned hero and heroine in it, who keep dying for each other all the way through, and make the most wildly satisfactory and unnecessary sacrifices for each other. You feel as if you'd done them yourself." "Ah, that's the secret of its success," said Bromfield Corey. "It flatters the reader by painting the characters colossal, but with his limp and stoop, so that he feels himself of their supernatural proportions. You've read it, Nanny?" "Yes," said his daughter. "It ought to have been called Slop, Silly Slop." "Oh, not quite Slop, Nanny," pleaded Miss Kingsbury. "It's astonishing," said Charles Bellingham, "how we do like the books that never go for our heartstrings. And I really suppose that you can't put a more popular thing than self-sacrifice into a novel. We do like to see people suffering sublimely." "There was talk some years ago," said James Bellingham, "about novels going out." "They are just coming in," cried Miss Kingsbury. "Yes," said Mr. Sewell, the minister, "and I don't think there ever was a time when they formed the whole intellectual experience of more people. They do greater mischief than ever." "Don't be envious, parson," said the host. "No," answered Sewell. "I should be glad of their help, But those novels with old-fashioned heroes and heroines in them, excuse me, Mrs. Kingsbury, are ruinous." "Don't you feel like a moral wreck, Miss Kingsbury?" asked the host. But Sewell went on. "Novelists might be the greatest possible help to us if they painted life as it is, and human feelings in their true proportion and relation, but for the most part they have been and are altogether noxious." This seemed sense to Lapham, but Bromfield Corey asked, "But what if life as it is isn't amusing? Aren't we to be amused?" "Not to our hurt," sturdily answered the minister. "And the self-sacrifice painted in most novels like this." "Slop, silly slop," suggested the proud father of the inventor of the phrase. "Yes. It's nothing but psychical suicide, and is as wholly immoral as the spectacle of a man falling upon his sword." "Well, I don't know but you're right, parson," said the host; and the minister, who had apparently got up on his battle horse of his, careered onward in spite of some tacit attempts of his wife to seize the bridle. "Right? To be sure I'm right. The whole business of love and love-making and marrying is painted by the novelists in a monstrous disproportion to other relations of life. Love is very sweet, very pretty—" "Oh, thank you, Mr. Sewell," said Nanny Corey, in a way that set them all laughing. "But it's the affair, commonly, of very young people who have not yet character and experience enough to make them interesting. In novels it's treated, not only as if it were the chief interest of life, but the sole interest of the lives of two ridiculous young persons, and it is taught that love is perpetual, that the glow of a true passion lasts for ever, and that it is sacrilege to think or act otherwise." "Well, but isn't that true, Mr. Sewell?" pleaded Miss Kingsbury. "I have known some most estimable people who have married a second time," said the minister, and then he had the applause with him. Lapham wanted to make some open recognition of his good sense, but could not. "I suppose the passion itself has been a good deal changed," said Bromfield Corey, "since the poets began to idolise it in the days of chivalry." "Yes, and it ought to be changed again," said Mr. Sewell. "What? Back?" "I don't say that. But it ought to be recognised as something natural and mortal, and divine honours, which belong to righteousness alone, ought not to be paid it." "Oh, you ask too much, parson," laughed his host, and the talk wandered away to something else. It was not an elaborate dinner, but Lapham was used to having everything on the table at once, and this succession of dishes bewildered him. He was afraid perhaps he was eating too much. He now no longer made any pretence of not drinking his wine, for he was thirsty and there was no more water, and he hated to ask for any. The ice cream came, and then the fruit. Suddenly Mrs. Corey rose and said across the table to her husband, "I suppose you will want your coffee here," and he replied, "Yes, we'll join you at tea." The ladies all rose, and the gentlemen got up with them. Lapham started to follow Mrs. Corey, but the other men merely stood in their places, except young Corey, who ran and opened the door for his mother. Lapham thought with shame that it was he who ought to have done that, but no one seemed to notice, and he sat down again gladly after kicking out one of his legs which had gone to sleep. They brought in cigars with coffee, and Bromfield Corey advised Lapham to take one that he chose for him. Lapham confessed that he liked a good cigar about as well as anybody, and Corey said, "These are new. I had an Englishman here the other day who was smoking old cigars and the superstition that tobacco improved with age, like wine." "Ah," said Lapham, "anybody who had ever lived off a tobacco country could tell him better than that." With the fuming cigar between his lips, he felt more at home than he had before. He turned sidewise in his chair, and, resting one arm on the back, intertwined the fingers of both hands, and smoked at large ease. James Bellingham came and sat down beside him. "Colonel Lapham, weren't you with the 96th Vermont when they charged across the river in front of Pickensburg, and the rebel battery opened fire on them in the water?" Lapham slowly shut his eyes and slowly dropped his head for assent, letting out a white volume of smoke from the corner of his mouth. "I thought so," said Bellingham. "I was with the 85th Massachusetts, and I shan't forget that slaughter. We were all new to it still. Perhaps that's why it made such an impression." "I don't know," suggested Charles Bellingham. "Was there anything much more impressive afterward? I read of it out in Missouri, where I was stationed at the time, and I recollect the talk of some old army men about it. They said the death rate couldn't be beaten. I don't know that it ever was." "About 1 in 5 of us got out safe," said Lapham, breaking his cigar ash off on the edge of a plate. James Bellingham reached him a bottle of Apollinaris. He drank a glass and then went on smoking. They all waited, as if expecting him to speak, and then Corey said, "How incredible these things seem already. You gentlemen know that they happened, but are you still able to believe it?" "Oh, nobody feels that anything happened," said Charles Bellingham. "The past of one's experience doesn't differ a great deal from the past of one's knowledge. It isn't much more probable. It's really a great deal less vivid than some scenes in a novel that one read when a boy." "I'm not sure of that," said James Bellingham. "Well, James, neither am I," consented his cousin, helping himself from Lapham's Apollinaris bottle. "There would be very little talking at dinner, if one only said the things that one was sure of." The others laughed, and Bromfield Corey remarked thoughtfully, "What astonishes the craven civilian in all these things is the abundance, the superabundance, of heroism. The cowards were the exception, the men that were ready to die the rule." "The woods were full of them," said Lapham, without taking his cigar from his mouth. "There's a nice little touch in the school," interposed Charles Bellingham, "where the girl says to the fellow who was at Inkerman, 'I should think you would be so proud of it,' and he reflects a while and says, 'Well, the fact is, you know, there are so many of us.'" "Yes, I remember that," said James Bellingham, smiling for pleasure in it. "But I don't see why you claim the credit of being a craven civilian, Bromfield," he added, with a friendly glance at his brother-in-law, and with the willingness Boston men often show to turn one another's good points to the light in company. Bred so intimately together at school and college and in society, they all know these points. "A man who was out with Garibaldi in '48, continued James Bellingham. "Oh, a little amateur red-shirting," Corey imposed in deprecation. "But even if you choose to dispute my claim, what has become of all the heroism? Tom, how many clubmen do you know who would think it sweet and fitting to die for their country?" "I can't think of a great many at the moment, sir," replied the son, with the modesty of his generation. "And I couldn't in '61," said his uncle. "Nevertheless, they were there." "Then your theory is that it's the occasion that's wanting," said Bromfield Corey. "But why shouldn't civil service reform and the resumption of specie payment and a tariff for revenue only inspire heroes? They are all good causes." "It's the occasion that's wanting," said James Bellingham, ignoring the persiflage. "And I'm very glad of it." "So am I," said Lapham, with a depth of feeling that expressed itself in spite of the haze in which his brain seemed to float. There was a general deal of the talk that he could not follow. It was too quick for him, but here was something he was clear of. "I don't want to see any more men killed in my time." Something serious, something sombre must lurk behind these words, and they waited for Lapham to say more, but the haze closed round him again, and he remained silent, drinking Apollinaris. "We non-combatants were notoriously reluctant to give up fighting," said Mr. Sewell, the minister. "But I incline to think that Colonel Lapham and Mr. Bellingham might be right. I dare say we shall have the heroism again if we have the occasion. Till it comes, we must content ourselves with the everyday generosities and sacrifices. They make up in quantity what they lack in quality, perhaps." "They're not so picturesque," said Bromfield Corey. "You can paint a man dying for his country, but you can't express on canvas a man fulfilling the duties of a good citizen." "Perhaps the novelists will get at him by and by," suggested Charles Bellingham. "If I were one of those fellows, I shouldn't propose to myself anything short of that." "What, the commonplace?" asked his cousin. "Commonplace? The commonplace is just that light, impalpable, aerial essence which they've never got into their confounded books yet. The novelist who could interpret the common feelings of commonplace people would have the answer to the riddle of the painful earth on his tongue." "Oh, not so bad as that, I hope," said the host, and Lapham looked from one to the other, trying to make out what they were at. He had never been so up a tree before. "I suppose it isn't well for us to see human nature at white heat habitually," continued Bromfield Corey after a while. "It would make us vain of our species. Many a poor fellow in that war, and in many another, has gone into battle simply and purely for his country's sake, not knowing whether, if he laid down his life, he should ever find it again, or whether, if he took it up hereafter, he should take it up in heaven or hell. Come, parson, he said, turning to the minister, what has ever been conceived of omnipotence, of omniscience, so sublime, so divine as that? Nothing, answered the minister quietly. God has never been imagined at all, but if you suppose such a man as that was authorized, I would think it would help you to imagine what God must be. There's sense in that, said Lapham. He took his cigar out of his mouth and pulled his chair a little toward the table, on which he placed his ponderous forearms. I want to tell you about a fellow I had in my own company when we first went out. We were all privates to begin with. After a while they elected me captain. I'd had the tavern stand, and most of 'em knew me. But Jim Miller never got to be anything more than corporal when he was killed. The others arrested themselves in various attitudes of attention, and remained listening to Lapham with an interest that profoundly flattered him. Now, at last, he felt that there was holding up his end of the rope. I can't say he went into the thing from the highest motives altogether. Our motives are always pretty badly mixed, and when there's such a hurrah boys as there was then, you can't tell which is which. I suppose Jim Millen's wife was enough to account for his going herself. She was a pretty bad assortment, said Lapham, lowering his voice and glancing round the door to make sure that it was shut. She used to lead Jim one kind of life. Well, sir, continued Lapham, sympathizing his audience in that form of address, that fellow used to save every cent of his pay and send it to that woman. Used to get me to do it for him. I tried to stop him. Why, Jim, said I, you know what she'll do with it. That's so, Cap, says he, but I don't know what she'll do without it. And it did keep her straight as a string, as long as Jim lasted. Seemed as if there was something mysterious about it. They had a little girl, about as old as my oldest girl, and Jim used to talk to me about her. Guess he'd done it as much for her as for the mother. And he said to me, before the last action we went into, I should like to turn tail and run, Cap. I ain't coming out of this one. But I don't suppose it would do. Well, not for you, Jim, said I. I want to live, he says, and he bust out crying right there in my tent. I want to live for poor Molly and Zarilla. That's what they call the little one. I dunno where they got the name. I ain't ever had half a chance, and now she's doing better, and I believe we should get along after this. He sat there crying like a baby, but he weren't no baby when he went into action. I hated to look at him after it was over, not so much because he'd got a ball that was meant for me by a sharpshooter. He saw the devil taking aim, and he jumped to warn me. That's because he didn't look like Jim. He looked like fun, all desperate and savage. I guess he died hard. The story made its impression, and Lapham saw it. Now I say, he resumed, as if he felt that he was going to do himself justice, and say something to heighten the effect his story had produced. At the same time he was aware of a certain want of clearness. He had the idea, but it floated vague, elusive in his brain. He looked about as if for something to precipitate it in tangible shape. Apollinaris? Asked Charles Bellingham, handing the bottle from the other side. He had drawn his chair closer than the rest of Lapham's, and was listening with great interest. When Mrs. Corey asked him to meet Lapham, he accepted gladly. You know I go in for that sort of thing, Anna. Since Leslie's affair, we're rather bound to do it. And I think we'll meet these practical fellows too little. There's always something original about them. He might naturally have believed that the reward of his faith was coming. Thanks, I will take some of this wine, said Lapham, pouring himself a glass of Madeira from a black and dusty bottle caressed by a label bearing the date of the vintage. He tossed off the wine, unconscious of its preciousness, and waited for the result. That cloudiness in his brain disappeared before it, but a mere blank remained. He could not only not remember what he was going to say, but he could not recall what they had been talking about. They waited, looking at him, and he stared at them in return. After a while he heard the host saying, "Shall we join the ladies?" Lapham went, trying to think what had happened. It seemed to him a long time since he had drunk that wine. Mrs. Corey gave him a cup of tea, where he stood aloof from his wife, who was talking with Miss Kingsbury and Mrs. Sewell. Irene was with Miss Nanny Corey. He could not hear what they were talking about, but if Penelope had come, he knew that she would have done them all credit. He meant to let her know how he felt about her behaviour when he got home. It was a shame for her to miss such a chance. Irene was looking beautiful, as pretty as all the rest of them put together, but she was not talking, and Lapham perceived that at a dinner party you ought to talk. He was himself conscious of having talked very well. He now wore an air of great dignity, and in conversing with the other gentlemen he used a grave and weighty deliberation. Some of them wanted him to go into the library. There he gave his idea of books. He said that he had not much time for anything but the papers, but he was going to have a complete library in his new place. He made an elaborate acknowledgment to Bromfield Corey of his son's kindness in suggesting books for his library. He said that he had ordered them all, and that he meant to have pictures. He asked Mr. Corey who was about the best American painter going now. "I don't set up to be a judge of pictures, but I know what I like," he said. He lost the reserve which he had maintained earlier, and began to boast. He himself introduced the subject of his paint, in a natural transition from pictures. He said Mr. Corey must take a run up to Lapham with him some day, and see the works. They would interest him, and he would drive him round the country. He kept most of his horses up there, and he could show Mr. Corey some of the finest Jersey grades in the country. He told about his brother William, the judge at Dubuque, and a farm he had out there that paid for itself every year in wheat. As he cast off all fear, his voice rose, and he hammered his armchair with the thick of his hand for emphasis. Mr. Corey seemed impressed. He sat perfectly quiet, listening, and Lapham saw the other gentlemen stop in their talk every now and then to listen. After this proof of his ability to interest them, he would have liked to have Mrs. Lapham suggest again that he was unequal to their society, or to the society of anybody else. He surprised himself by his ease among men whose names had hitherto overawed him. He got to calling Bromfield Corey by his surname alone. He did not understand why young Corey seemed so preoccupied, and he took occasion to tell the company how he had said to his wife the first time he saw that fellow that he could make a man of him if he had been in the business, and he guessed he was not mistaken. He began to tell stories of the different young men he had had in his employ. At last he had the talk altogether to himself. No one else talked, and he talked unceasingly. It was a great time. It was a triumph. He was in this successful mood when word came to him that Mrs. Lapham was going. Tom Corey seemed to have brought it, but he was not sure. Anyway, he was not going to hurry. He made cordial invitations to each of the gentlemen to drop in and see him at his office, and would not be satisfied till he had exacted a promise from each. He told Charles Bellingham that he liked him, and assured James Bellingham that it had always been his ambition to know him, and that if any one had said when he first came to Boston that in less than 10 years he should be hobnobbing with Jim Bellingham, he should have told that person he lied. He would have told anybody he lied that he had told him 10 years ago that a son of Bromfield Corey would have come and asked him to take him into the business. 10 years ago he, Silas Lapham, had come to Boston little worse off than nothing at all, for he was in debt for half the money that he had bought out his partner with, and he was now worth $1 million, and meeting you gentlemen like one of you. And every cent of that was honest money, no speculation, every copper of it for value received. And here, only the other day, his old partner, who had been going to the dogs ever since he went out of the business, came and borrowed $20,000 of him. Lapham lent it because his wife wanted him to. She had always felt bad about the fellow's having to go out of the business. He took leave of Mr. Sewell with patronising affection, and bade him to come to him if he ever got into a tight place with his parish work. He would let him have all the money he wanted. He had more money than he knew what to do with. "Why, when your wife sent to mine last fall," he said, turning to Mr. Corey, "I drew my cheque for $500, but my wife wouldn't take more than $100. She said she wasn't going to show off before Mrs. Corey. I call that a pretty good joke on Mrs. Corey. I must tell her how Mrs. Lapham done her out of a cool $400. He started toward the door of the drawing-room to take leave of the ladies, but Tom Corey was at his elbow, saying, "I think Mrs. Lapham is waiting for you below, sir." And in obeying the direction Corey gave him toward another door he forgot all about his purpose, and came away without saying good night to his hostess. Mrs. Lapham had not known how soon she ought to go, and had no idea that in her quality of chief guest she was keeping others. She stayed till 11 o'clock, and was a little frightened when she found what time it was, but Mrs. Corey, without pressing her to stay longer, had said it was not at all late. She and Irene had had a perfect time. Everybody had been very polite. On the way home they celebrated the amiability of both the Miss Coreys and of Miss Kingsbury. Mrs. Lapham thought that Mrs. Bellingham was about the pleasantest person she ever saw. She had told her all about her married daughter who had married an inventor and gone to live in Omaha, and Mrs. Blake. "If it's that Carwell Blake," said Lapham proudly, "I know all about him. I've sold him tons of the paint." "Pooh, papa, how you do smell of smoking!" cried Irene. "Pretty strong, laughed Lapham, letting down a window of the carriage. His heart was throbbing wildly in the close air, and he was glad of the rush of cold that came in, though it stopped his tongue, and he listened more and more drowsily to the rejoicings that his wife and daughter exchanged. He meant to have them wake Penelope up and tell her what she had lost, but when he reached home he was too sleepy to suggest it. He fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, full of supreme triumph. But in the morning his skull was sore with the unconscious, night-long ache, and he rose cross and taciturn. They had a silent breakfast. In the cold grey light of the morning the glories of the night before showed poorer. Here and there a painful doubt obtruded itself and marred them with its awkward shadow. Penelope sent down word that she was not well, and was not coming to breakfast, and Lapham was glad to go to his office without seeing her. He was severe and silent all day with his clerks, and peremptory with customers. Of Corey he was slyly observant, and as the day wore away he grew more restively conscious. He sent out word by his office boy that he would like to see Mr. Corey for a few minutes after closing. The typewriter girl had lingered too, as if she wished to speak to him, and Corey stood in abeyance as she went toward Lapham's door. "Can't see you to-night, Zerrilla," he said bluffly, but not unkindly. "Perhaps I'll call at the house if it's important." "It is," said the girl, with a spoiled air of insistence. "Well," said Lapham, and nodding to Corey to enter, he closed the door upon her. Then he turned to the young man and demanded, "Was I drunk last night?" End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lapham's strenuous face was broken up with the emotions that had forced him to this question. Shame, fear of the things that must have been thought of him, mixed with a faint hope that he might be mistaken, which died out at the shock and pitying look in Corey's eyes. "Was I drunk?" he repeated. "I ask you because I was never touched by drink in my life before, and I don't know." He stood with his huge hands trembling on the back of his chair, and his dry lips apart, as he stared at Corey. "That is what every one understood, Colonel Lapham," said the young man. "Every one saw how it was. Did they talk it over after I left?" asked Lapham vulgarly. "Excuse me," said Corey, blushing. "My father doesn't talk his guests over with one another." He added, with youthful superfluity, "You were among gentlemen." "I was the only one that wasn't a gentleman there," lamented Lapham. "I disgraced you. I disgraced my family. I mortified your father before his friends." His head dropped. "I showed that I wasn't fit to go with you. I'm not fit for any decent place. What did I say? What did I do?" he asked, suddenly lifting his head and confronting Corey. "Out with it. If you could bear to see it and hear it, I had ought to bear to know it." "There was nothing, really nothing," said Corey. "Beyond the fact that you were not quite yourself, there was nothing whatever. My father did speak of it to me," he confessed, "when we were alone. He said that he was afraid we had not been thoughtful of you if you were in the habit of only taking water. I told him I had not seen wine at your table. The others said nothing about you." "Ah, but what did they think?" "Probably what we did, that it was purely a misfortune, an accident." "I wasn't fit to be there," persisted Lapham. "Do you want to leave?" he asked with savage abruptness. "Leave?" faltered the young man. "Yes, quit the business, cut the whole connection." "I haven't the remotest idea of it," cried Corey in amazement. "Why in the world should I?" "Because you're a gentleman, and I'm not, and it ain't right I should be over you. If you want to go, I know some parties that would be glad to get you. I will give you up if you want to go before anything worse happens, and I shan't blame you. I can help you to something better that I can offer you here, and I will." "There's no question of my going unless you wish it," said Corey. "If you do—" "Will you tell your father," interrupted Lapham, "that I had a notion all the time that I was acting the drunken blackguard, and that I've suffered for it all day? Will you tell him I don't want him to notice me if we ever meet, and that I know I'm not fit to associate with gentlemen in anything but a business way, if I am that." "Certainly I shall do nothing of the kind," retorted Corey. "I can't listen to you any longer. What you say is shocking to me, shocking in a way you can't think." "Why, man," exclaimed Lapham with astonishment, "if I can stand it, you can." "No," said Corey with a sick look, "that doesn't follow. You may denounce yourself if you will, but I have my reasons for refusing to hear you, my reasons why I can't hear you. If you say another word, I must go away." "I don't understand you," faltered Lapham in bewilderment, which absorbed even his shame. "You exaggerate the effect of what has happened," said the young man. "It's enough, more than enough, for you to have mentioned the matter to me, and I think it's unbecoming in me to hear you." He made a movement toward the door, but Lapham stopped him with the tragic humility of his appeal. "Don't go yet. I can't let you. I've disgusted you, I see that. But I didn't mean to. I take it back." "Oh, there's nothing to take back," said Corey with a repressed shudder for the abasement which he had seen. "But let us say no more about it. Think no more. There wasn't one of the gentlemen present last night who didn't understand the matter precisely as my father and I did, and that fact must end it between us two." He went out into the larger office beyond, leaving Lapham helpless to prevent his going. It had become a vital necessity with him to think the best of Lapham, but his mind was in a whirl of whatever thoughts were most injurious. He thought of him the night before in the company of those ladies and gentlemen, and he quivered in resentment of his vulgar, braggart, uncouth nature. He recognised his own allegiance to the exclusiveness to which he was born and bred, as a man perceives his duty to his country when her rights are invaded. His eye fell on the porter going about in his shirt sleeves to make the place fast for the night, and he said to himself that Dennis was not more plebeian than his master, that the gross appetites, the blunt sense, the purblind ambition, the stupid arrogance were the same in both, and the difference was in a brute will that probably left the porter the gentler man of the two. The very innocence of Lapham's life and the direction in which he had erred wrought against him in the young man's mood. It contained the insult of clownish inexperience. Amidst the stings and flashes of his wounded pride, all the social traditions, all the habits of feeling, which he had silenced more and more by force of will during the past months, asserted their natural sway, and he rioted in his contempt of the offensive boor, who was even more offensive in his shame than in his trespass. He said to himself that he was a Corey, as if that were somewhat, yet he knew that at the bottom of his heart, all the time, was that which must control him at last, and which seemed sweetly to be suffering his rebellion, secure of his submission in the end. It was almost with the girl's voice that it seemed to plead with him, to undo in him, effect by effect, the work of his indignant resentment, to set all things in another and fairer light, to give him hopes, to suggest palliations, to protest against injustices. It was in Lapham's favour that he was so guiltless in the past, and now Corey asked himself if it were the first time he could have wished a guest at his father's table to have taken less wine. Whether Lapham was not rather to be honoured for not knowing how to contain his folly where a veteran transgressor might have held his tongue. He asked himself, with a thrill of sudden remorse, whether, when Lapham humbled himself in the dust so shockingly, he had shown him the sympathy to which such abandon had the right, and he had to own that he had met him on the gentlemanly ground, sparing himself and asserting the superiority of his sort, and not recognising that Lapham's humiliation came from the sense of wrong which he had helped to accumulate upon him by superfinely standing aloof and refusing to touch him. He shut his desk and hurried out into the early night, not to go anywhere, but to walk up and down, to try and find his way out of the chaos which now seemed ruin, and now the materials out of which fine actions and a happy life might be shaped. 3 hours later he stood at Lapham's door. At times, what he now wished to do had seemed for ever impossible, and again it had seemed as if he could not wait a moment longer. He had not been careless, but very mindful of what he knew must be the feelings of his own family in regard to the Laphams, and he had not concealed from himself that his family had great reason and justice on their side in not wishing him to alienate himself from their common life and associations. The most that he could urge to himself was that they had not all the reason and justice, but he had hesitated and delayed because they had so much. Often he could not make it appear right that he should merely please himself in what chiefly concerned himself. He perceived how far apart in all their experiences and ideals the Lapham girls and his sisters were, how different Mrs. Lapham was from his mother, how grotesquely unlike were his father and Lapham, and the disparity had not always amused him. He had often taken it very seriously, and sometimes he said that he must forego the hope on which his heart was set. There had been many times in the past months when he had said that he must go no further, and as often as he had taken this stand he had yielded it, upon this or that excuse, which he was aware of trumping up. It was part of the complication that he should be unconscious of the injury he might be doing to some one besides his family and himself. This was the defect of his diffidence. And it had come to him in a pang for the first time when his mother said that she would not have the Laphams think she was to make more of the acquaintance than he did, and then it had come too late. Since then he had suffered quite as much from the fear that it might not be as that it might be so, and now, in the mood, romantic and exalted, in which he found himself concerning Lapham, he was as far as might be from vain confidence. He ended the question in his own mind by affirming to himself that he was there, first of all, to see Lapham and give him an ultimate proof of his own perfect faith and unabated respect, and to offer him what reparation this involved for that want of sympathy, of humanity, which he had shown. End of chapter 15.